A young hero and an ageless heart, united by magic.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Belle Hooked Up with 99-year-old elf Riveria movie. Before we start, please go support tenma-sama for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Belle is a male. Prologue: awkward encounter. Shall we dance? Hours. Place where hundreds and hundreds of adventurers lived who entered the dungeon to kill monsters as their daily bread. Place where people of all races and from all over the world came to seek a better life. Place where legends are born and people gain names such as the Sword Princess, the Brave One, the King, etc. And among those renowned adventurers was one who not long ago had made his debut, achieving something that was thought to be impossible. It was none other than bellcranel, a level 2 adventurer and record holder for leveling up. In 1 month he achieved something that novices can only fantasize about. He defeated an enemy that is the terror of novices, and even some level 2, he defeated a minotaur, not just a minotaur, but an irregular one, that wouldn't be so special if it weren't for the fact that he did it being level 1. Better yet, he had only been an adventurer for a month. He was a total novice, a novice who defeated a great beast, giving a glorious spectacle to the few who saw it. Those few being the executives of the Loki family. And among those executives was a high elf with jade-colored hair and eyes, who had been amazed at that spectacle of determination. That high elf was Riveria, Joe's elf, princess of the elves and vice-captain of the Loki family, considered the mother of the family for always taking care of everyone, mainly taking care of the goddess Loki, so that she doesn't do anything stupid. And right now, by chance or perhaps the decision of an author, those two adventurers were staring at each other in a complicated situation. Belle Riveria-sama, sweating. Belle gave Riveria a tight smile. Riveria. Bellcranel, looking at him. Riveria didn't know what to say. For her this situation was also a little strange. What was happening? Simple. The two were on the roof of a house spying on a certain golden-haired swordswoman who had come to them this morning, asking for advice on bribery. Baze had gone to the fireplace mansion and asked Belle for some advice. He didn't know much about it, but he told her the only thing he could think of, and that was to act nice. Then Ace returned home and also asked Riveria for help. Riveria told him to give something of great value to bribe. Neither of them knew the reason for Ace's question, so they left their respective homes to follow her and see what she was doing. And that's how they ended up on a roof spying on the golden-haired girl. It was a bit strange on both of their parts, however Riveria was from Ace's family, so this couldn't be misinterpreted, at least not much. On the other hand. Riveria. What are you doing here? Would be. Belle began to sweat from Riveria's intense gaze. It was understandable. He was on the roof of a house spying on a member of his family, worse yet, a girl. She could easily call him a stalker and a pervert. Belle swallowed hard and calmed down as much as possible to try to explain the situation. Nervous this morning Ace and came to our headquarters and asked me for advice on bribery. I'm not much into those things, but I helped as much as I could. I wanted to see why she asked me for advice, and I decided to follow her. Looking down, I know we're from different families, and I shouldn't worry about her, but I'm sorry, embarrassed. Riveria looked at Belle for several seconds. As a veteran, and considering Belle's terrible ability to lie, it was easy for her to see that he was telling the truth. Even so, this was not something she could allow, and she thought about having a talk with Belle to warn him that he could have severe problems if someone else caught him spying on Ace. Riveria. I believe you, sighing. Riveria looked at Belle, who looked like a bag of nerves at this moment. She didn't want to have a problem with the Loki family after all, not after her previous problem with the Apollo family. Riveria. But I'll still have a serious talk with you. It would be, if someone else had caught you they probably would have attacked you. You're very lucky, I believe you, anyone else probably would have killed you. Riveria and Belle saw an image of an angry werewolf in their minds, and Belle trembled slightly, definitely not wanting any more trouble. Riveria. Come follow me, jumping. Riveria went down the building in a particular direction. It didn't seem appropriate to have a talk about education and privacy with Belle on a roof spying on Ace, so she decided to take him to the fertility hostess to talk more calmly. Belle followed her quickly and silently, hoping that this problem would not drag on for too long. Both of them momentarily forgot about the golden-haired girl who was silently looking at a large building. Ace stood silently in front of a large building that had the emblem of the Goibnu family. The door opened and revealed a god, the god Goibnu. Goibnu came out of the building with a smile that quickly died when he saw Ace. Goibnu, Miss Wallenstein. Behind. Goibnu feared the worst, and indeed, his nightmares came true when Ace unsheathed his sword that he had lent him in a lamentable state. Half of the blade was broken. He had given it to him for now, while he sharpened desperate. Ace gave the sword to Goibnu, who simply took it in silence before falling to his knees dramatically. Goibnu. Silver Knight W, what did they do to you, my little one? Trembling. The sword was terrible, besides missing half the blade, the remaining part was full of horrible cracks and scratches, the hilt was loose and looked like it could break at any moment. Boibnu slowly stood up while giving a blank look to Ace. Boibnu. My weapon of 40 million valis, sin vita. Ace began to sweat, obviously nervous about the situation. She already owed Boibnu a few million. You can try to make a nice gesture. Give him something of great value as a bribe. Boibnu watched as Ace placed a rather large bag in front of him and then brought the tips of his fingers together, trying to make a tender expression, although of course it only gave a pitiful image. Ace. Please accept this as a bribe, extending the bag to him. Boibnu silently opened the bag expecting to see a large quantity of valis or valuables, however he froze when he saw that the bag was completely filled with Jagamericans. Boibnu took the newly sharpened and groomed desperate and gave it to Ace without further ado. Boibnu. Wait. Ace. Boibnu, just go away. Boibnu fell defeated to the ground without saying anything, he looked like a living dead man. Ace said nothing more and simply walked away with a victorious look at not having received a scolding. Boibnu. What have I done wrong, little tear? Boibnu took a Jagamerican and took a bite while lamenting another loss of a good sword. In a well-known bar, two adventurers sat opposite each other in awkward silence. Bell had his gaze lowered and was sweating, he could perfectly feel Riveria's gaze fixed on him. Riveria. I know you have a good relationship with Ace, Belle-san, relaxing her gaze, but I must forbid you from doing something like that again, as I told you before, if it had been someone else they would have attacked you without hesitation. Belle. I'm sorry. With his head down. Riveria. Your actions could be misinterpreted as harassment or even spying. We've recently been having problems with certain people and we might believe you're a spy. Before Belle could deny it, Riveria raised her hand, silencing him. Riveria. I know you're not, that's why we're talking calmly. Still, be more careful with your actions, okay? Looking at him. Belle. Understood, Riveria-sama. Riveria. Well, smiling, now tell me, why do you care so much about Ace's well-being? Belle. Belle was silent for a few seconds before working up the courage to speak. Belle. I don't mean to offend you but. Riveria raising an eyebrow. Belle is a little distracted, looking away. Riveria. He didn't want to call her stupid and I'm droplet. Belle. She sometimes seems to not understand things that make common sense and there are people who can take advantage of that and it worries me, so I decided to follow her to see that nothing happens, although I am also very distracted sometimes, sweating. Riveria. I see, thoughtfully, have you followed her before? Staring at him. Belle. No, shaking his head. Riveria saw no trace of lies in Belle and nodded calmly. Hey Nai, are you going to order something? They both watched a brown-haired catman who looked at them bored. Grrrrrrrr. Riveria looked at Belle who looked down in embarrassment. Yesterday he told Sir that he wouldn't go to jail today, so he obviously didn't make him a bento. He was going to eat at his headquarters, but what happened in A's happened and he forgot to eat breakfast. Anya. I see you're hungry, Belle-san. I'll bring you the most expensive item on the menu. Happy. Just before Anya left to ask for the Belle order she was stopped by the white-haired man. Bella, Anya-san, sweating, hey, I didn't bring much money this morning, so give me the cheapest thing over there. Mom. Oh. Anya was about to tell him that he could pay tomorrow, after all Belle was a regular and responsible customer that even my mom trusted, but before telling him that he could pay later, Riveria spoke. Riveria. Don't worry, give him the dish you mentioned before, I'll pay for it, don't worry. Anya, perplexed. Anya. Right away Naya, the usual for you? Riveria-sama, looking at her. Riveria nodded calmly and Anya stepped back to get her order. Belle. You didn't have to do that for me, Riveria-sama, sadly. Riveria. Don't worry, take it as a gift, relax. Belle. Still, I promise to pay you back later. Riveria looked at him and smiled slightly at Belle's kindness, if she was honest Belle was quite cute, his rabbit appearance gave him extra points. Belle. This, Riveria-sama, nervous. Riveria. What's going on? Curious. Belle. Well, since your family has been to the deep floors many times, do you have any advice or information you could give me to take care of myself on the deep floors with my family? Looking at her. Riveria. The deep floors. Raising an eyebrow, are you planning on going to the deep floors? Belle. Well, my family is thinking of going on a trip to the deep floors to generate more money, we didn't think of going that far, maybe to the 25th floor if possible. Scratching the back of his neck, I asked my advisor for some advice and information, but she refused. Riveria. He refused. Surprised, an advisor can't deny that kind of information. Do you know why he refused? Looking at him. Belle. Well, she knows that if I don't have the information about those floors I won't go to exploit them, that's why she doesn't want to give me the information, so that I don't go to the deep floors and put myself in danger, embarrassed. Riveria. That's careless, they can easily go to the deep floors and no one can stop them, it's better to give them the information and have them go informed than to go unprepared. L. We are not like other adventurers. Riveria. Really? Raising an eyebrow. L. A little maybe. Riveria let out a sigh before looking at Belle for a few seconds. Riveria. What do you think if I give you some study lessons? Raising an eyebrow. L. Really? Smiling, but I wouldn't want to waste his time by having him teach someone who isn't his family, lowering his head. Riveria. Can I call you by your first name? Belle. Huh. Yes, go ahead, nodding. Riveria. Belle, my first lesson as a veteran is to never let an opportunity pass you by. It's okay to be kind, but you can't be stupid. If you have a unique opportunity that benefits you and doesn't harm anyone, take advantage of it, understood? Looking at him. Belle. Hi, Riveria-sama, nodding. Riveria. Fine, satisfied, besides, I don't have many things to do lately, I've almost read all the books in the library at my headquarters, Finn takes care of all the paperwork, and this month it's Gareth's turn to control Loki, looking at him, the only thing I have to do is give study lessons to Ace and Lafia. L. So wouldn't it be better to focus on them? They're her family, looking at her. Riveria. Maybe, but Lafia said she wanted to learn some things on her own and stop the lessons for now, and Ace she always manages to escape, sighing, it's kind of boring doing nothing, so why not teach someone else? Just warn you that I won't be gentle. Riveria gave a stern look to Belle who swallowed hard, but if he had survived Ina's hellish lessons, he could survive Riveria's lessons. Belle. Hi Riveria-sama, determined. Riveria softened her gaze and nodded satisfied with Belle's determination. Honestly she was very bored, although she did not want to admit it, Loki's nonsense kept her constantly moving and with things to do, now that Finn took care of all the paperwork and Gareth took care of Loki, she had much more free time than she would have liked, usually she went to the dungeon sometimes, walked or just read a book, but she was getting tired of the same routine over and over again. So why not spend a little of her time helping an inexperienced adventurer? Besides that quick casting magic interested her a lot, maybe she could find out a little more about this. Riveria's thoughts were interrupted when a catman appeared and left some plates on the table. Anya. Your orders, Naya, smiling. Anya left a large plate of meat with some vegetables and a large orange juice in front of Belle, and then left a more moderate plate with several vegetables mixed and cooked in front of Riveria, as well as an orange juice as well. Anya. Your requests, Naya, happy. Both. Thank you. Anya. By the way, white-haired Kanaya, looking at him, did you leave the Hestia family or something? Curious. Belle. Huh. Of course not, confused, why do you say that? Anya. Well, you're talking to the vice captain of the Loki family and she also offered to pay for your food, so I thought maybe you joined the Loki family, looking at him. Belle. Not only we had a somewhat. Riveria. Stranger, looking at Anya calmly. Anya nodding. Belle. I don't see Sir Ryu, do you know where they are? Looking at her. Anya. Oh, well Naya, turning around. Belle looked in the same direction Anya looked and saw the aforementioned behind the bar watching him silently, when they saw that they were discovered they both quickly hid. Belle. What's wrong with them? Confused. Anya. Sir didn't say anything and just hid, and Ryu she didn't know why you were with Riveria-sama, looking at him. L.A. Raising an eyebrow. Anya. Well, you know that elves are very refined and all that Naya, even though Ryu is not as refined as many elves, Naya still has a bit of her elven pride and Riveria-sama is from the nobility, so Ryu feels ashamed and sorry every time someone of such high status as Riveria sees her working in a bar and wearing a waitress outfit. Naya, there are not many elves who do that. Belle. Oh, I understand, nodding. Anya. Although it's a good opportunity to annoy her. Naya. L.A. Anya ran out and returned in a few moments, carrying a perplexed Ryu who didn't take long to react. Ryu. Anya. Molesta. Ryu hit Anya hard on the head and the troubled catman soon fell to the ground. Anya glug I'm a fish, falling fainted. Ryu looked at Anya on the ground annoyed before remembering where she was and slowly turning to look at Belle and Riveria. Ryu. It's a pleasure to see you Riveria-sama, bowing slightly. Riveria. A pleasure elf-kun. Belle sweated at the tense atmosphere and thought of a way to calm things down. Belle. Hello Ryu-san, smiling. Ryu saw Belle as a lifeboat and quickly greeted him. Ryu. Nice to see you here Kranel-san, looking at him, I'm sorry I didn't come to say hello sooner, I was washing the dishes, looking away. Ryu looked at Sir, who was still hidden behind the bar. Sir noticed Ryu's gaze and moved her hands, trying to say something to Ryu, who seemed to understand what she wanted to say and turned to look at Belle. Ryu. Sir also sends you her regards. She couldn't greet you in person because she's busy. Looking away. Belle. And I thought I was bad at lying, and I'm droplet. Ryu. I'll go back to work, have a nice day. Riveria-sama, Cranel-san, bowing slightly. Ryu left calmly under Riveria's gaze. Riveria. This is the first time I've spoken to her, thoughtfully. Belle. Really? Surprised. Riveria. She usually avoids me, that catman already explained why. Being honest, I also thought she would be more expressive and shameless for working in a bar as a waitress, but I see that is not the case. Looking at him, I see that you are friends with her and the grey-haired waitress, looking at Ryu and Sir secretly. Belle. Ryu-san and Sir-san have helped me a lot, scratching the back of his neck. Riveria nodded before looking at her plate and starting to eat. Belle followed his example, and they began to eat quietly in comfortable silence. After a pleasant meal and saying goodbye, they both left the bar and took a short walk, while Riveria gave him some information or tricks that he could apply in the dungeon. Riveria. I guess you've heard of toxic ponds outside safe zones that can easily be mistaken for normal water ponds, looking at it. Belle. Yes, on some floors there are ponds or water sources that adventurers use to recover or drink water, but some of them are toxic or poisonous. Only in safe areas like the 18th floor are the lakes and water ponds all completely clean and drinkable, remembering an Ina lesson. Riveria. Correct. Do you know how to tell if the water in the dungeon is drinkable or poisonous? Looking at him. Belle. Huh. There's a way to find out, surprised. Riveria. I see that's not the case. There's a simple way to find out, just put a magic stone in the water, looking at it. Belle. Just that. Confused. Riveria. Yes, the magic stone contains mana and mana usually shines. A magic stone can make other objects made of mana shine. Natural poison does not have mana, but the poison that the dungeon creates does. If you throw a magic stone into a poisonous or toxic pond, in a few seconds it will begin to shine. The more you throw it, the more it will shine. Belle. Doesn't water have mana? Confined. Riveria. Water does not have mana, it is not a living being, nor a liquid created from mana. The dungeon does not have the ability to create water, or at least not that we know of, so it takes the water that is deep within the planet and uses it, looking at it. Belle. I understand, nodding. Riveria. Okay, now let's review what you. Riveria. Belle. Belle. Riveria. Turning around. Both of them looked slightly surprised at a golden-haired girl who looked at them with curiosity. What are they doing together? Tilts head. Belle. Well, sweating. Riveria. I ran into him by chance and he asked me for advice on deep floors, don't worry. Nodded calmly and then looked at the two of them. It worked, expressionless. Despite Ace's emotionless face, Riveria and Belle could clearly see the sparkle in her eyes, as if she was proud of something. Riveria. What worked there? Raising an eyebrow. The bribe, looking at them. Belle. Riveria. I almost forgot, remembering. Belle. You contradict me, what happened? Ace-san. Smiling. Ace nodded and began to relate what had happened with the god Goibnu. I gave him the Jag-American bag and told him to accept it as a bribe, Chibi. Belle. Riveria. How direct? Sweating. Riveria. I told him to hand over something of great value, but I didn't imagine it would be a Jag-American, mentally sighing. Belle. Jag-American. Why am I not surprised? And I'm droplet. Riveria. Come on, let's go back to the Twilight Mansion, looking at Ace. Ace nodded and went to Riveria's side. Riveria. What do you think if you come to the Twilight Mansion tomorrow at 8 and I'll keep giving you lessons? Looking at Belle. Belle. Sure. Smiling, see you tomorrow, saying goodbye. Ace and Riveria said goodbye and headed to their headquarters. Belle looked at the sky with happiness. Now he had someone who was willing to give him lessons about the dungeon, that way they could go to the deep floors soon. Belle. I feel like I forgot something. Hestia. And Belle-kun. Exalted. Belle had been gone for 3 hours without saying anything or having breakfast. This happened after Wall and I don't know what appeared and asked to speak to him. Hestia. Surely that Wall and I don't know told him something to make him follow him, and if she wants to seduce him. Oh, is it a plan from the board so that Belle-kun joins her family? Alarmed. Lily. Calm down, Hestia-sama. I don't think Belle-sama will abandon the family, trying to calm her down. Hestia. What if Wall and I don't know tries to seduce him? Shaking Lily. Lily. Quick. We must find Belle-sama before she falls into the clutches of that damn blonde. Alarmed. Welf. I think they're exaggerating, and I'm droplet. Makoto. We shouldn't assume, looking at Hestia, even so let's go look for him before Beldono gets into any trouble. Welf. It wouldn't be strange if we found him and he was already in trouble, sighing. Lily. Let's hope not after solving the Apollo family issue, we need a break. Talk. Hestia. Come in, looking at the door. Mich. Hello, smiling kindly. Hestia. What? Curious. Mich. Are you interested in taking a mission from me? Lily. I don't think we want missions right now. Mich. It's a mission on a tropical island, smiling. All. We will think about it. End. Riveria lessons. Twilight Mansion. Home and headquarters of the Loki family. A gigantic castle-shaped mansion with several tall towers where you could see the surroundings. Being the headquarters of one of the most powerful families in Riveria, it had to be large and contain everything, and so it was. It had a fairly large open-air training courtyard where all its members could train whenever they wanted, a large dining room where the whole family could easily gather, fairly large bathtubs divided for men and women, many rooms also divided into sections, the armory. An infirmary where they had the basics of first aid, and obviously the place where a high elf spends most of her time could not be missing, the great library. In that great place where there were hundreds of shelves full of books containing amazing stories, research and hidden truths, in that great room was a blonde elf sitting in a red armchair, drinking tea while reading a book about her ancestors. Riveria watched the clock impatiently, waiting for the moment when he would arrive. His right foot rose and fell slightly several times, showing his impatience. The reason for his impatience was the arrival of his student and that there was still half an hour left until he arrived according to his established time. Riveria sighed and took a deep breath to calm herself. 2 days had passed since Belle started coming to the Twilight Mansion to take lessons on the deep floors. Since then she could only say one thing. She loved him. Well, not in that way, but she did love him very much as a student. Belle was simply the ideal student. He was respectful to her, but not so much as to become a little annoying like Lafia. He was attentive unlike A's. Belle also seemed to absorb information like a sponge. He learned quickly and put effort and dedication into continuing to learn. Teaching Belle was becoming her favorite hobby, and that was only 2 days ago. Also, yesterday after finishing her study lessons, Belle said that tomorrow she could show her magic if she wanted, and it was obvious that she wanted to see that interesting magic. The best thing was that Belle offered herself voluntarily, she didn't even have to ask him. That was also one of the reasons why I was so impatient. Talk. Finally, the sound that Riveria wanted to hear several minutes ago resonated. Riveria. Go ahead, smiling. Riveria didn't know it, but she gave a beautiful smile. According to her words, she had waited an eternity for this. Finn. Hey Riveria, Loki wants you to see these papers, he says they can int what's going on. Confused. The blonde Palom was confused to see a slight gleam in Riveria's eyes when she opened the door, but he became more confused when he saw how that gleam quickly disappeared and Riveria's face changed to a slightly depressed one with drooping ears. Riveria. What do you want? Snorting. For the third time Finn got confused again, now she seemed annoyed. He was going to ask, but like every wise man he remained silent, despite having known you for many years. For Finn the mind of a woman was still a mystery, so he wanted to save himself trouble, and simply took it as if Riveria was having her period, he wasn't even going to ask. Finn. Well, Loki wants you to read these papers, I'll leave them on this table, walking. Living up to his title, the brave walked calmly to leave the small pile of papers on a table before calmly walking away, ignoring Riveria's glare. Finn. Get well soon, closing the door. Riveria snorted a second time and closed the book she was holding before looking at her watch again. Riveria. There are still 20 minutes left, sighing. Riveria lay back on the couch and stared at the ceiling, waiting for someone to knock on the door again and hoping that this time it would be a Belle. At the entrance of the Twilight Mansion, a white man was just arriving. Hello, smiling. Bard. You arrived 20 minutes early, seriously. L. Sorry, I was excited, nervous. Bard. You can't pass, wait another 20 minutes, seriously. L. A. Exalted. Bard. Haha, just kidding, go ahead little Rocky, letting him pass. L. Thank you, and I'm Droplet. After that little joke, Belle walked towards the Twilight Mansion and quickly headed towards the great library for his study lessons. Belle walked through the halls of the Twilight Mansion nervously. The looks of the adventurers who were from the Loki family were quick to see him with confusion or suspicion. It was normal, considering that he was in their headquarters without being from their family. L.A. Turning around, oh no. Lafia. Dirty human, what are you doing in the Twilight Mansion? Angry. Lafia-san, if you allow me to explain, we can resolve this peacefully. Lafia. Silence. It is forbidden for anyone who is not part of the Loki family to enter the Twilight Mansion without authorization from an executive, angry. L. B. But, nervous. Lafia. But nothing. Pushing him, get out. Get out. Despite Belle's pleas to try and explain, Lafia didn't listen and continued pushing him towards the exit. Belle didn't resist because he didn't want Lafia to get even angrier and accuse him of being an intruder. After all, they could easily believe him since almost no one knew about the study lessons Riveria gave him. Lafia. Don't come back. Ham. Lafia slammed the door in Belle's face and huffed in annoyance. Lafia. Stupid human, who does he think he is? He can enter the Twilight Mansion as if nothing happened, snorting. Lafia went angrily to the library looking for some books to study about magic. While on the other side of the door. Belle. Bard. This time I can't open the door until someone comes for you. Belle. Lowering his head, this is going to be a long day, I can already feel it, sighing. Lafia was walking happily towards the library, she had just gotten rid of an annoying intruder according to her, he had probably come to see Ace, so she was happy to have gotten rid of the boy who monopolizes Ace's attention. She hated him for always having Ace's attention. Ace had even cancelled her training to go train him. He just brushed her aside like it was nothing. She felt like an abandoned pet watching its owner take in a prettier one. Lafia that dirty human hogging Miss Ace's attention, crossing her arms. Lafia opened the library door and walked in quietly. Lafia Riveria-sama, are you here? Looking around. Lafia. Lafia. Hello Riveria-sama, smiling. Riveria. Hello, what are you looking for? It would be. Lafia. Hey, are you okay? You look a little uneasy. Riveria frowning. Lafia. I'm just looking for books on advanced mana control, I don't want to bother you Riveria-sama, nervous. Riveria. Third shelf from the bottom to the top, leaving. Lafia sighed in relief as she saw Riveria walk away and head in the direction Riveria gave her to look for the book. Lafia. What's wrong with Riveria-sama? She seems upset about something, looking for the book, here it is. Lafia took the book she was looking for and walked slowly towards the exit with the book in her arms. She was so deep in her thoughts that she didn't notice when she started talking to herself. Lafia. I'm going to improve my concurrent singing, thanks to Phil Visan and Asen's training I've improved a lot, maybe I can try practicing accelerated singing, smiling, I think I can ask Asen for help, she's training in the yard if I'm not mistaken, and with that white-haired intruder outside, nothing is going to intervene to ask in pain, for help what? Turning around. Lafia froze when she saw Riveria behind her with an iron grip on her shoulder which was starting to hurt, if that in itself was already a reason to be scared she was terrified when she saw Riveria's expressionless face, along with an aura of death behind her. Riveria. Tell me the name of the intruder, expressionless. Lafia. Her no name was bellcranel, trembling, squealing. Lafia let out a small squeal as she felt the grip on her shoulder tighten. Lafia. Riveria-sama, she's squeezing very hard, trembling. Riveria. All this time, dark look, I was here waiting because of you. Lafia already looked like jelly from the way she trembled under the ice-cold gaze Riveria was giving her. Lafia. Riveria-sama, trembling, about to cry. Not even that was enough to help 1,000 elves escape the new hells. I'm really having a bad time, muttering. After what could be considered Riveria's toughest sermon, Belle and Riveria could be seen sitting on an armchair while in the distance in a corner, Lafia sat on a wooden chair looking at the wall while trembling slightly. Lafia. I'm sorry, empty stare. Belle. What did he do to you? Sweating. Riveria. Don't get distracted, Belle, looking at him. Hi, nodding. Riveria. As you may know, in the dungeon there is an area called the Certain of Hell. It is an unknown area of which we know thanks to the few who have escaped from there. It is a great certain with an extreme climate, although it was discovered since the family Zeus and Hera reigned as the strongest there is not much information about this place. It is not known what floors it connects, or how many, it is only known that it has an absurd size and monsters of unknown species. Even mutations of monsters and irregulars, if you ever see a hole that radiates a lot of heat or cold do not enter, it may be a hole that sent you to the Certain of Hell, it would be. Belle. You have, seriously. Riveria. Well, it's been 1 hour, leaving the book. Belle. We're not going to study anymore. Confused. Riveria. Did you forget? You promised to show me more about your magic, looking at him. Belle. Oh. Sorry, I forgot because of what happened this morning, scratching his neck. In the distance, Lafia trembled violently as she felt Riveria's glare, as if she were blaming her for something. Riveria. Never mind, what do you think if we go to the playground to train? Smiling slightly. Belle. Smiling. At the Loki family training camp, Belle and Rivera were preparing for the next training session. Belle. What do I have to do? Curious. Riveria. Do you see the whites over there? Riveria pointed in one direction, and Belle noticed some little figures that curiously had the badly drawn angry face of a certain werewolf. Belle. You have. Riveria. Shoot them all with your magic, as fast as possible, moving away a little. Belle took a deep breath and raised his hand toward the whites. Riveria. Now. Firebolt. Immediately a powerful red ray came out of Belle's hand and hit one of the targets right in the chest, burning him. Belle repeated this 7 more times until he hit all 8 targets at over 20 meters away. Riveria. You have good aim, looking at the charred targets, it's an interesting magic, you shoot a concentrated flame in the form of a ray that upon contact releases an explosion, the speed and range is impressive, not to mention that there is no singing. Looking at Belle, it was surprising. Well done Belle, smiling slightly. Belle blushed and smiled embarrassedly. He liked praise, it made him feel good, it made him feel like he was getting stronger, that he was improving. Not many had praised him in the past for his achievements. Belle. Thank you Riveria-sama, smiling. Riveria. Well, I don't think I can help you improve much, without a chant it's a very versatile and easy to use magic, I could try to help you use it in different ways, thoughtfully. Belle. What does Riveria-sama mean? Confused. Riveria. Do you know the reason why my nickname is Nine Hells? Looking at him. Belle. Hi, Ina-san talked about it, you are the only magician in Riveria who was able to do the intertwine chant, which allows you to modify and change your magics, so that they give a different and controlled effect depending on what you want. You have 3 magics, one of attack, one of healing and one of protection, each one has 2 more variations, making a total of 9 different magics, hence your name Nine Hells, with shining eyes. Riveria watched him silently before laughing lightly, she covered her mouth with her hand in an attempt to hide her smile. Belle. How pretty she looks, blushing. Riveria. Not even Lafia gets that excited when she tells me why I have that nickname, smiling. Belle. I'm sorry I got excited, lowering his head in shame. Riveria. Never mind, it was adorable, rubbing her head. Riveria started laughing again when she saw smoke coming out of Belle's blushing head, who was doing his best to control himself. Belle. Calm down bellcranel, you can't get like this just by seeing her smile, a smile can't do so much, goes to Riveria, calm down. Calm down. Blushing more. Riveria. Well, as you know I managed to control the flow of mana of my magic, and in that way I managed to create 2 variations for each one, although this is so difficult that only I am achieving it, it does not mean that you cannot make a flow change in a weak way, looking at him. L.A. Confused. Riveria. Have you seen Aza's little burst? It's a variation of her magic, she concentrates all her mana in a single point, and upon contact with something she releases it creating a devastating attack, observing it. Belle genial. Riveria. There are more people who have achieved that, like Alice Laval and Althea Hikari among others, they achieved it thanks to their magic being short chant and with great versatility, your magic has those 2 aspects, so I think you can achieve it, smiling. Belle. Hi. Riveria-sama, excited. Riveria. For now, how about I help you improve your mana concentration? Taking her staff. Belle. Mana concentration. Confused. Riveria. A mage doesn't just cast spells, Belle, it's much more complex, your magic doesn't have a chant, so you don't have many problems that common mages have, not to mention that you're not a mage, you're a frontline combatant, you use your knives as your main weapon, and you rely on your magic. Looking at him, even so, I can help you improve your magic. Mana concentration serves 3 different purposes, such as giving you the ability to slightly deflect or modify a spell. It also helps you use less mana in your spell without it losing power, and shorten a chant, although the last one won't work on you. Oh yeah. Thoughtful. Belle. Riveria-sama. Confused. Riveria. Huh. Sorry, I got distracted by something stupid, shaking her head. Belle. You said a moment ago that with concentration you could slightly modify a spell, isn't that the same as a variation? Riveria. No, a variation is to completely change a magic while keeping its core. If you were to make a variation of your firebolt, maybe you could cover your fist with your magic and make your attacks more explosive, but a modification would be to launch a firebolt and have it have a curve to hit to the director be smaller, less visible, and still have the same power. That is the difference, extending his staff, and there are 2 things that help with the concentration of mana. Belle took the staff delicately and soon realized that it was one of the best weapons he had ever seen in his life. The material was incredibly strong and light, the staff radiated magical power. When he had it in his hands, he felt a strange but pleasant connection with the staff. Riveria. First and most important, it's the staff, it helps you concentrate and recycle mana, making your spells more powerful, and second is leveling up, if you use your magic a lot you can level up and obtain the development skill magic. Belle. But you said it yourself, I'm not a magician, and even if I wanted to be one, I couldn't. I use my knife too much, I can't get used to a different weapon, it's a strange feeling of discontent, I don't like using other weapons, and obtaining the magic development skill would be extremely difficult for someone who isn't a magician, not to mention that I only have one magic. Riveria. That's the problem. Don't you see your potential? Looking at him, have you heard of silence? Belle. Silence, raising an eyebrow. Riveria. She was the best Terrario mage of her time, she was a member of the Hera family, nostalgic. Belle. Hera family, opening eyes, the powerful family builds empires. Surprised. Riveria. Exactly, silence. She was an extremely beautiful woman with great talent that surpassed anyone else's, she was one of the most powerful adventurers for such a young age, she had an incurable disease that slowly weakened her, and yet she was one of the most powerful adventurers that ever existed, she was a magic warrior, she fought with weapons and magic, she was a great fighter in both aspects, she always used only one magic to attack. I never saw her use any other spell other than her Satana's Varian, and she didn't even use a staff, it seemed cumbersome to her. You are a great knife fighter, and your magic can help you a lot when fighting, maybe you can't be a magician, but how about aspiring to be a magic warrior? With your magic you have more than the potential to be one. L. Do you really think you can? Doubtful. Riveria. It's your decision, but I'd be more than happy to support such talent, what do you say? Smiling. Bell thought about it for a bit, he had nothing to lose, and this would help him a lot in his future, he could improve his magic, and also who would deny the offer of spending time with a beautiful elf. Bell. Please help me become a magic warrior. Riveria-sama, bowing. Riveria. It will be a pleasure to help. Bell, smiling, for now, what do you say if we practice with your magic? Looking at the whites. Bell. Hi. Congratulations Bell, you had an incredible improvement. Bell smiled happily at Riveria's flattery, then looked at the silver staff in his hands. Riveria had lent it to him momentarily, so he could notice the difference when using his magic with and without a staff and… Bell. Wow. The 7 targets were completely burned, there was no trace of them, and he only had to use one shot for each one. Bell then turned his gaze towards one of the walls around him and could see a small, not a small hole at all. Riveria. I'll take care of that later, don't worry, sweating slightly. Bell returned his staff to Riveria and began to think. Bell. The staff is very useful, but they are very expensive and I couldn't always carry it. I mostly use my knife and a staff would be very cumbersome. Riveria. How about a magic wand? The wand's function is the same as the staff's, only a little less powerful, but it's still a good option. Bell. Yes, but its price. Riveria. You can pay for it with a few excursions to the dungeon, you don't need to buy an extremely expensive one. Bell. That's true, nodding, I think I can order one, but it will be for later, first save the money. Unsheathing his knife. Riveria-sama, I know we were training my magic, but could you have a confrontation with me? Looking up. Riveria. Do you want to try fighting using magic and weapons? Holds her staff tightly. Okay, I won't be the best attacker, but I'm a level 6, I can easily fight someone 3 levels younger than me. Riveria got into attack position, and Bell knew what that meant. Riveria easily blocked a slash from Bell and tilted her head slightly, dodging a beam of fire. Without much difficulty, she pulled Bell's leg with her staff, unbalancing him. Bell was slightly surprised but quickly recovered and used his hands as support to kick Riveria. That was blocked again, but this time Riveria didn't expect that behind Bell's kick a ray of fire would be launched towards her. Boom. Again Bell's attack was blocked by Riveria's staff who quickly spun her staff and hit Bell in the stomach. Bell couldn't cover himself in time and took the attack full on. Even in pain, Bell reached up and called on his magic. Riveria dodged a fire beam at close range before blocking 2 more fire beams. Bell recovered and quickly blocked an attack from the Riveria staff. Riveria didn't stay behind and launched several attacks towards Bell who blocked each and every one with difficulty. Bell. Just a little more, blocking the attacks. Finally, a gap appeared in one of Riveria's attacks and Bell decided to take advantage of it. Bell. Firebolt. A ray of fire came out of Bell's hand and Riveria opened her eyes slightly watching Bell's attack inches away from her. Boom. The fire beam connected with Riveria's abdomen, releasing an explosion that unbalanced Bell. Bell. The smoke cleared, revealing Riveria lying on the ground with her clothes slightly burned. Riveria. It's a good thing my clothes are resistant to magic attacks, huh? Riveria froze as she saw Bell pulling on top of her, with his face in her breasts. Riveria. Riveria lost color upon hearing the voice of her patron goddess. Loki. What does this mean? Why is that little brat here? Looking at the scene, wait, he has, his face is on, looking at Bell. Bell raising his head, what happened? Monado around him. Bell froze when he saw where he was lying, more specifically on top of whom. Although his face turned completely red when he saw two large lumps in front of him. Riveria, Belle, please move aside. Riveria looked away with a small blush on her cheeks. Belle. I am so sorry. Belle got off of Riveria but was quickly tackled by a red-haired goddess. Loki. Damn rabbit boy. Shaking him, how dare you bury your face in Riveria's breasts. Do you know how jealous I am? Screaming at him. Belle. I am sorry, with swirls in his eyes. Riveria. Leave it alone, Loki, sighing. Riveria stood up and hit Loki on the head with her staff, forcing her to release Belle. Belle. Thank you, Riveria-sama, and sorry, looking away. Riveria sighed and shook her head. Riveria. It was just an accident, Belle. Don't worry. Let's go back inside so we can talk more calmly, the three of us. Carrying Loki like a sack of potatoes. Belle hi, following her. After a short walk they arrived at Loki's room, who glared at Belle. Belle looked down as he sweated from nerves, he could clearly feel Loki's glare. Riveria saw this too, so she hit Loki on the head with her staff. 5. Loki ugh, rubbing his head. Okay, let's get serious, looking at Belle. What the hell is that dwarf's kid doing here? Riveria. I invited him here, calmly. Loki. Why? Riveria. I'm giving him study lessons. Loki. Huh. Why? He's not even family, exalted. Riveria. I don't have anyone to train and I'm bored. Belle has potential and I'm interested in his magic, so I decided it would be a good idea to train him. It would be. Loki A. Bored. Why Lafia Y's? Riveria. Lafia decided to stop taking my lessons to learn by herself, and A's never comes to the study lessons, she always runs away, so if I can't train them I will train someone who has the same potential, even if it's from another family, crossing arms. Loki. B. But he's the dwarf's son, trying to explain. Riveria. I've already made the decision, and I'm not waiting for your permission to do so, getting up, let's go, Belle, there are still 2 hours left before today's study lesson ends, leaving. LHC you later, nervous. Loki stood there in silence before muttering. Loki. Damn rabbit-like brats, first A's and now Riveria, who's next? Crossing arms. Loki complained for several minutes, she knew it, her intuition was telling her, she would most likely have to live with Belle many more times, and reason scared her. Loki. They're just teacher and student, and besides, she's Riveria. She wouldn't fall in love with a boy, right? Sweating. Poor fool. And. Lap pillow. Ugh. The sounds of pain and complaints echoed in that training camp. The white-haired man got up from the floor for the 7th time that day with his clothes a little burnt. Riveria. One last burst, extending a mana potion to her. Belle drank the potion completely and felt his mana replenish. With his mana full for the 7th time, Belle raised his hand and recited his magic. Belle. Firebolt. A beam of fire was launched, but that was not enough, and Belle continued chanting his magic over and over again for several minutes, until his reserves were almost at 0%. Belle. Breathing heavily, one more, raising his hand. Riveria. Rest, you've already worked hard, looking at him. Belle. Still I can, looking at a practice dummy. Riveria. Wait Belle, your reserves are full, if you do this one more time you'll be in a mine sir. Firebolt. Ham. Riveria sighed as she saw Belle's body fall unconscious, just as she had said, he fell into a zero mind. Riveria. These kids these days, wanting to push their limits without thinking, sighing. Riveria approached Belle wanting to check that he was okay, she put her hand on Belle's head and examined him, once she verified that he was okay, she sat down calmly to wait for him to wake up. Of course, she didn't know she hoped a red-haired goddess would appear on the scene. Loki. What if you give him a lap pillow? Loki smiles. Riveria jumped slightly upon hearing Loki's voice and then turned to look at her tiredly. Riveria. What do you want, Loki? Sighing. Loki. Nothing, I was just walking, smiling, but let's leave that aside, look at him, he looks uncomfortable, right? Looking at Belle. Riveria looked at Belle and indeed her face reflected discomfort. Loki. How about you give him a lap pillow? Smiling. Riveria. I can't do that, frowning. Loki. Oh. Why not? Smiling curiously. Riveria. Only A's can do that. Riveria answered as if it were something obvious, and Loki was quick to speak. Loki. Yeah. So what? It's just a lap pillow for your student. I don't see anything wrong with pampering him a little for his great effort, do you? Loki smiles. Riveria. That. Riveria was thoughtful, there really was nothing wrong if she thought about it, it would just be a lap pillow, so Belle could rest well and recover soon. Loki smiled evilly to herself, she had a plan, she didn't want Belle to be with A's, but she knew that for Belle to lose interest in A's, he would have to unconsciously fall in love with someone else, she didn't want to give up Riveria either, but sometimes one must make sacrifices, so. Loki. Oh come on, are you still thinking about it? If you're embarrassed that I'm looking at them, I'll leave, but I hope you gave him the lap pillow, leaving. Loki left Riveria and entered the Twilight Mansion calmly under Riveria's gaze. Riveria. I guess there's nothing wrong, sighing. Riveria sat on the grass next to Belle and gently took his head to put it on her lap. Riveria felt a little uncomfortable, something like a lap pillow wasn't very common among elves, plus she still had that feeling of betraying Ace. Riveria came out of her thoughts and looked at Belle, his face no longer reflected discomfort, he looked extremely calm and peaceful while he slept, he released a strange aura of peace that unknowingly took away her discomfort. Riveria didn't notice when her hand started brushing Belle's hair, enjoying the warm moment. In the distance, a red-haired goddess was watching the scene through her bedroom window. Loki. Very well. Loki smiled evilly as he watched the scene. Loki. This way, my Ace Tan won't have to be with that war son, and I'm doing both of them a favor, the rabbit will have a pretty elf, and Riveria will finally have a partner, they can't complain, crossing arms. As Loki watched the scene, behind her was a golden-haired girl sitting on the bed looking at a status sheet. Ace. What are you looking at, Loki? Curious. Loki. Oh. Nothing minor matters, Loki smiles, leaving that you've been getting a lot of Exilia lately, in 1 week you got 78 points, is there a reason behind this? Curious. Ace remained silent, observing her status sheet. It was true, she had made a lot of progress this week. The Exilia points she had obtained were amazing. NT. Now that I realize, for a normal adventurer to get more than 60 points of Exilia distributed in all his stats is something surprising, but for Belle, getting 100 points in each stat a week is normal XD, the rabbit is really broken, the truth. Ace remembered something, her training with Belle, for some strange reason whenever she trained with Belle, was when she got more Exilia points than normal, but she did not know why this was, after all, it was just a training, she should not get even 10 Exilia points for a simple training, even so, the amount of Exilia that she could get was surprising. On one occasion when she stayed entering with Belle from 6 AM to 11 PM and updated her status, she discovered that she had obtained more than 100 points, something technically unreal. She thought about taking advantage of that and training daily with Belle, but thinking about taking advantage of him made her feel bad, and in the end she preferred to continue getting strong as always, going to the dungeon, of course, sometimes she has some training on the wall with Belle, although it is not to get strong, if she was honest with herself when she was with Belle, she forgot about her purpose of getting strong and simply enjoyed the time they spent together. It was surprisingly fun and calming to be with Belle. Chask. Loki. Hello. Snapping his fingers, Loki-sama calling Ace Tan, looking at her. Ace blinked a few times before realizing she was lost in thought and a small blush of embarrassment appeared on her cheeks. Ace. Sorry, I got distracted with B, shutting up. Loki. With a B, opening his eyes suspiciously. Ace. No it's nothing, looking away slightly. Loki wasn't stupid, she knew who he was referring to, she wasn't planning on doing this yet, but drastic times required drastic measures. Loki. Oh you know, I saw Belle just now at the training camp outside. I don't know who let him in or what he's doing here, but why don't you go and take care of that matter there, staring at her. Ace didn't even hear Loki's unfriendly tone, when she heard that Belle was here she had already left the room towards the courtyard. Behind her was being followed by a small Ace. Little Ace. Hey. Wait. Don't leave me behind. I want to see Mr. Rabbit too. Running frantically. Not even 1 minute passed when Ace was already leaving for the training camp, being level 6, he only had to run a little to get there. She was going to go to the test dummy field before she stopped dead, and no readers, she didn't see Riveria giving Belle a lap pillow, not yet. Mini Tenma. Tenma-sama should stop breaking the fourth wall, we spent almost the entire budget on repairing it last time. Tenma. Right, I forgot since you're listening, please leave your star. Sounds of fourth wall repair. She had remained static because she was nervous, she didn't know how to greet Belle, well, she didn't even know how to talk to him, the only thing she could think of was to approach him and tell him that they would train. That was the great idea that Ace's brain had working at 100%. Ace girl. You've thought of worse things. They both remembered when she had the brilliant idea of fainting Belle to give her lap pillows, they can question her methods, but not the results, she had given Belle many lap pillows thanks to that. With great determination, Ace took a breath and went to the practice dummy field to talk to Belle. As he approached he was confused to see a familiar jade hair, the closer he got the more visible was Riveria's back who was sitting on the grass. Ace was initially confused when she saw Riveria's back. Perhaps she had also seen Belle and had gone to see what he was doing here. Finally, Ace was about a meter away from Riveria and could see some brown boots on the grass. Besides that, Riveria somehow seemed extremely calm. She was moving her hand as if she were caressing something, but she couldn't see what it was. A's Riveria. Curiosa. Riveria suddenly froze. A's was again confused by this reaction and decided to get closer to ask her what was wrong. She didn't know, she expected to see Belle sleeping peacefully on Riveria's lap, who had her hand on her head. Riveria A's, and shock. A stood still, she didn't know what to say or how to react, her mind couldn't process the image of Riveria giving Belle a lap pillow. A's girl. This is wrong, only we can give Mr. Rabbit a lap pillow, right? A's. What's Belle doing on your lap? Looking at her expressionlessly. Riveria stared at A's in shock for a few seconds before regaining her composure. Riveria. Well, we were training, sweating. A's I see. Riveria began to sweat more upon hearing A's lifeless tone, she knew that was not enough to explain the situation, so she took a deep breath and spoke. Riveria. He had a mind zero and fainted, he seemed uncomfortable sleeping, so I thought of a lap pillow, so he could rest better. A's girl. Well, it was just a lap pillow, but I can't stop feeling discomfort for some reason. A's. Why were they training, staring at her? Riveria. She asked me for help improving her magic. I was curious about her chantless magic, so I agreed. Riveria slightly looked away and by chance she could see a window of the Twilight Mansion, in the window was Loki smiling mockingly while watching the scene. Riveria. That silly goddess, frowning, wait. Before A's or Riveria spoke, a white-haired man woke up. Ella. Slowly opening his eyes. Belle sleepily observed two figures above him, at first mistaking them for two mountains because he was sleepy. When he fully awoke his face turned bright red when he realized where he was. Belle Riveria-sama. Blushing. Riveria I don't contest it. Belle quickly got up from Riveria's lap with the intention of apologizing, but before doing so, he silently looked at A's who looked at him expressionlessly. A's Belle, looking at him. Belle A's-san. Surprised. The place fell silent, Belle began to sweat from the tense atmosphere and looked at Riveria asking what they should do. As if reading his thoughts, Riveria watched him and raised her hand as if telling him not to do anything. Riveria. Hey A's, this is Loki's fault. Belle and A's looked at Riveria who seemed calmer than a few minutes ago. A's? What? Confused. Riveria. I was thinking of waiting here sitting for Belle to wake up, but Loki was the one who told me to give Belle a lap pillow, she insisted until I accepted. A's looked at the window of Loki's room and watched her there with a mocking smile that quickly died when she saw that she had been discovered by A's. Loki shivered and ran to hide. A's took this as confirmation that Riveria's words were true and walked towards the Twilight Mansion. Belle scratched his neck nervously and Riveria looked around uncomfortably, they didn't know what to say. Soon they heard a scream from Loki and decided to talk. Belle. What happened? Nervous. Riveria. Just a misunderstanding, sighing, come on let's go inside, maybe there hasn't killed Loki yet, going towards the Twilight Mansion. Belle. You have. After stopping a bothered A's from sending Loki back to the Tenkai, Belle and Riveria set out with A's with a simple plan to calm her down. Yum, yum yum. A's was sitting on a bench between Belle and Riveria, quietly eating a Jag-American. The Jag-American didn't last more than 6 seconds in A's hand and ended up being devoured before A's took another one from the bag full of Jag-Americans that Riveria had paid for. Belle. Sorry, I forgot to bring my money, looking sadly at Riveria. Riveria. Don't worry, I can pay for it, A's won't leave me bankrupt for eating Jag-American I hope, and I'm drop. While Belle and Riveria were talking about the matter, A's was more busy eating her delicious Jag-American. A's girl. Yum yum I'm still upset, pouting, only we can give Mr. Rabbit lap pillows, looking at her big self. A's nodded in agreement with her mini-me, she felt strange, she didn't want someone else besides her giving lap pillows to Belle. A's and mini A's imagined a small red-eyed rabbit slowly going towards them, they both extended their hands to take it, but the bunny ran away towards Riveria. A's and mini A's felt a chill, they didn't like that scene they saw in their minds. A's turned to look at Belle and noticed the friendly conversation he was having with Riveria. Belle. Although I will admit that Loki-sama's was a little funny, laughing a little. Riveria. She's always getting into trouble, she's asking for it, smiling. Riveria was happy to talk about Loki's misfortunes, she had waited a long time to be able to tell someone all her nonsense and be able to laugh at her. But their friendly conversation was interrupted when Belle's face was pulled and suddenly placed between two soft breasts. Belle Riveria A. Perplexed. Belle blushed hard and raised his gaze slightly, observing A's face, who looked at him calmly, caring little that Belle had his head between her breasts. A's. Let's train, expressionless. Belle couldn't protest because A's had already run off to the Twilight Mansion, of course, not before taking Jag-American's bag. Riveria. I'm glad you're jealous, but I don't know if it's right for you to be jealous towards me, sighing. Crash. At the Loki family training camp. The golden-haired man and a white-haired man were clashing their weapons fiercely. Elle. Are you upset? Sweating. Elle noticed that Ace was attacking more fiercely than usual, as if trying to knock him out. He thought it was because of what happened a few minutes ago. She was probably still upset about that, although he didn't know why she would be upset. After all, Riveria only gave him a lap pillow. Elle didn't know that the reason for Ace's fierce attacks wasn't because of annoyance. Ace was intentionally trying to knock him out to give him a lap pillow. Mini Ace. NT. When I say girl Ace, I mean the image of a little Ace. Basically imagine a 7 or 6-year-old Ace, and when I say mini Ace, imagine a little Ace in chibi, even smaller. Mini Ace. Come on. Hit him. Knock him out. Ace frowned. She really wasn't holding back, but Belle was still able to stop her and kept up with the fight. Ace attempted an unbalanced kick to the head, but I don't know what I expected Belle to attack her with a beam of fire that forced her to move away. Belle didn't waste that and launched himself to attack Ace with his black and red knives. Ace brandished her sword and blocked Belle's double attack. She was going to kick him with her right foot, but before doing so, she had to slide her foot back, dodging Belle's step. Ace. Is he predicting my moves? Surprised. Belle. Firebolt. Ace let herself fall on her back, dodging the beam of fire, and while still falling, she kicked Belle in the left hand, sending his red knife flying. Before falling to the ground, Ace did a somersault, recovering, and with his sword, he slashed Belle in the neck. Belle blocked the slash and felt his bones shake. His level 3 strength could barely compare to that of a level 6. Ace raised his sword to strike Belle in the head and knock him out, but again his attack was blocked and deflected to the right. Belle smiled pleased. He was adapting to Ace's movements. Each time he could see his attacks more clearly and could read his movements more easily. 2 months ago he would have been knocked out about 5 or 6 times. Belle tightened her grip on her knife and decided to attack without holding anything back. She attacked Ace, who quickly raised her sword to counterattack, but opened her eyes in surprise when she began to be overwhelmed by Belle's rapid attacks. Ace was on the defensive. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Belle, a rookie adventurer who just 2 months ago she could defeat without much trouble, was giving her a fight. Worse yet, he put her on the defensive. Ace tried to deflect an attack from Belle in order to create an opening that she could take advantage of, but it was useless. Belle was the one who deflected her attack and created an opening large enough to be able to kick her in the ribs, forcing her to move away. Ace. She seems to be able to predict my attacks more and more easily. At this rate she'll defeat me. Incredulous. Ace made a decision. She would use her magic. She wouldn't use all her strength because she didn't want to kill Belle or anything like that, but she didn't want to be defeated either. Ace. Wakes up Stormer Eye. Just before finishing his chant, Belle had already conjured his magic. Ace had to cancel her spell to take her sword and cut a beam of fire in two. Once the fire beam decided, she opened her eyes, seeing another fire beam inches away from her. Ace. A second attack. I used the first one to hide it, surprised. Boom. The explosion caused a cloud of smoke that covered both of them. After a few seconds, Ace emerged from a protrusion of the cloud of smoke with his clothes slightly singed. Ace. If Belle had cast his magic without holding back, he would have had several burns, looking at his body. Suddenly Ace's instincts were alarmed. She suddenly ducked and dodged 2 beams of fire that had come out of the cloud of smoke. Just as the rays of fire were passing over his head, he saw out of the corner of his eye a small glow coming from the cloud of smoke, and suddenly a black dagger came out of the smoke heading towards his head. Ace was surprised but quickly used her sword to block the attack and deflected. Belle came out of the smoke and tried to sweep her legs to unbalance her and almost succeeded, but Ace was able to recover and attack him without mercy. Belle. He's attacking faster, sweating. It doesn't matter, I can do it, I can counterattack. Seriously, with the lessons Riveria-sama has given me about magic, I can put up an even bigger fight. Ace grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and pulled him towards her to knee him in the stomach. But Belle crossed both arms in an X shape and endured the blow. His arms felt numb, but at least it hadn't hit him in the chest. Ace was about to give her another knee, but Belle put his hand on Ace's stomach, surprising her. Belle. Firebolt. Ace was thrown backward by the beam of fire and landed roughly on the ground. She recovered with difficulty and looked at her stomach. Ace. He had never attacked using magic and weapons. He said he didn't do it because it was difficult for him to fight like that, but now. Ace suddenly jumped to the right, dodging a beam of fire, and then had to block a slash from Belle. Crash. Sparks flew through the air as weapons collided. Ace put great force into his push and managed to push Belle back. Belle tried to hit him with his left hand, but Ace easily blocked it. Belle. Firebolt. Belle launched a beam of fire which managed to hit Ace in the right shoulder. Ace frowned, she couldn't activate her magic if Belle kept attacking her like that, she didn't know concurrent chant, even though her magic had a very short chant if she made a mistake, it would cause a will-o'-the-wisp that would damage her. But that disadvantage, Ace had to limit himself to fighting without his magic. In the distance, without Belle and Ace noticing, the fight was being watched by Riveria, who was studying Belle, looking for flaws in his technique or movements. At the same time she couldn't help but feel proud, her training had borne good fruit, before Belle couldn't use his magic and weapons, on the contrary, it was quite difficult for him, but now Belle could easily obtain the title of novice as a magical warrior, something that is much more difficult to obtain than it seems. It was surprising how fast she had advanced with just a few sections of studying and training, it was absurdly scary how fast she was advancing, in just 3 days she had improved as much as Lafia had in 3 weeks, not to mention her studies were going pretty well too. What I see in your eyes is pride. Riveria's smile faded and she looked at Loki with disdain. Riveria. Weren't you in the infirmary? Looking at Loki. Loki? I was, watching the fight, ah. That rabbit is fighting my ace tan. Excited. Riveria smiled at Loki's reaction and looked back at the fight. Walking through the halls of the Twilight Mansion was a discouraged elf with golden blonde hair, it was Lafia, NT. Why do they say she has orange hair? I watch Sword Oratoria, and her hair is like gold, not orange, she was discouraged because a few days ago she had been severely scolded by one of her idols, Riveria, even worse because of that white-haired human. She didn't even know that Belle and Riveria knew each other, much less imagine that they would be so close, that Riveria would give her study lessons without being family. She wasn't going to deny that she felt jealous, it was assumed that only she and Ace received those study lessons, and she felt special for that the best mage in Riveria would train you would make anyone feel special, especially an elf, that's why she couldn't help but feel frustrated and jealous that a human who wasn't even from this family and had no aptitude to be a mage had the privilege of being trained by Riveria. She sighed, she knew she couldn't do anything, the last time when she left Belle outside the mansion like a stray dog, or in this case a rabbit, Riveria scolded her strongly, she had never seen her so upset, Lafia could easily notice Riveria's enthusiasm when training Belle, she knew that Riveria saw great hidden potential in him, that made her feel useless, weak, despised. Riveria never gave her that loving look, she saw potential in her, but from what she had just seen. She hadn't seen as much potential in her as she had in Belle. Boom. Lafia stopped and looked up in confusion, she had heard a small explosion coming from the training grounds. He didn't hear anything for a few seconds, so he thought maybe it was just his imagination, but again something happened, the ground shook slightly, and various other hexual odors were heard. Lafia ran towards the training ground, the ground was for training, not for causing tremors and explosions. He ran as fast as he could, and it took him more than 2 minutes to arrive, when he saw the training field he was surprised to see some parts of the grass scorched and some smoke. Ariel. Suddenly a strong wind appeared in the field, completely dissolving the cloud of smoke that had. Lafia. Ace-san. With a twinkle in her eyes. Lafia was going to talk to Ace, but was shocked to see Belle suddenly appear and attack Ace with his black knife. What surprised him most was seeing Ace on the defensive, protecting himself from Belle's fast attacks. Lafia couldn't believe what she was seeing, Ace wasn't on the offensive, she was on the defensive protecting herself from Belle's attacks. Belle tried to give him several cuts on the body, but Ace was able to evade them, and thanks to his magic, Belle had more difficulty when attacking. Ace burned her arms in an X when she saw a ray of fire, fortunately the ray of fire had the same power as the ones before, so it didn't even cross her wind barrier, much less damage her. Ace landed gracefully on the ground and jumped towards Belle, closing the distance between them in a few seconds. Belle opened his eyes in surprise, Ace's magic drastically increased his speed and defense. Belle watched in shock as Ace's attack passed right next to his head in slow motion, the adrenaline made him able to see the attack, although his body could not react. Ace passed right next to Belle without harming him, only making a small cut on his cheek that barely bled. 5. Belle fell to the floor, knocked out after Ace hit him in the back of the head with the hilt of his sword. Ace breathed heavily looking at Belle's fainted body, the fight had been more difficult than she imagined, she never imagined that Belle could put her in such a tight spot and force her to use her magic to win. She knew she wasn't the best fighter when it came to fighting humans, but she should have easily beaten a level 3, yet Belle cornered her, and if it weren't for her wind magic she might have lost. But leaving that aside. Mini Ace. Lap pillow. Raising arms triumphantly. Ace snorted contentedly and quickly sat down on the grass, placing Belle's head on her lap. He had achieved his goal. Ace smiled slightly and began to brush Belle's hair with her right hand, with the other hand, she took out a Jag American from nowhere and began to eat it. At that moment Ace realized the atmosphere around him and noticed Lafia. Lafia. What are you doing here? Looking at her. Lafia. Nervous, there were some tremors coming from here and explosions were heard, so I decided to come see, looking at her. I see, nodding, it was our fault, sorry, Belle, and I got emotional, expressionless. Lafia shuddered when she heard those words. Lafia. That can be misinterpreted. Lafia's imagination home. Lafia imagined herself going to Aza's room to ask her what she was doing in there, since she could hear the bed creaking and strange sounds. Lafia. Miss Az. Knocking on the door. Suddenly the bed stopped creaking and Lafia could hear the sounds of footsteps coming towards the door. The door opened revealing Az with flushed cheeks and labored breathing, her hair was messy and she was only wearing a black t-shirt that was a little too big for her. Az. What's wrong, Lafia? Looking at her. Lafia. There's a lot of noise coming from your room, I wanted to know if everything was okay, nervous, isn't it the white-haired human's shirt? Surprised. Az. Oh sorry, it was our fault, Belle and I got excited, blush. Lafia. Why you got excited? In shock. End of Lafia's imagination. Lafia was trembling imagining that scene in her mind, if that were to happen, she would undoubtedly have an existential crisis. Lafia shook her head, dispelling those impure thoughts from her mind. Az and Belle would never do that, she was sure. In her mind, she was begging any divine being to listen to her prayers that Az and Belle would not have that kind of relationship. Tenma. Make Riveria and Belle buck, says cough cough who said that. Looking around. Mini Tenma. There is no budget anymore. Tenma. Give me your money. What do you mean? Right. Sounds of fourth wall repair. Lafia put her thoughts aside and looked at Az. Lafia. What is that human doing here? Watching Belle sleeping on Az's lap. Az. We were training, expressionless. Lafia. Huh. Trembling. Az Lafia. Confused. Lafia stood still for several seconds before leaving silently with a dead face, she already knew about Belle and Az's training, but she felt happy, believing that Belle didn't train with Az here and take up all her attention, but now that belief was destroyed, no matter where she went, Belle was always with Az. Lafia went to her room discouraged, she just wanted to sleep and when she woke up say that this was a bad dream. It had certainly been a bad day for the elf. And. Better. In the fireplace mansion, home and headquarters of the Hestia family, almost the entire family was gathered in the important meeting room. It was a rather large circular room, in the middle of the room there was a rather large round table made of smooth stone with 6 stone chairs around it. One of the chairs was different because it was bigger than the others, it was the captain's throne, just behind those stone thrones there was a fireplace on the wall. There in the room were Hestia, Lily, Welf and Makoto. 2 seats were empty. One belonged to the captain, the throne belonged to Belle, and the second would be for another important member, if they had one in the future. Everyone was gathered to talk about a serious topic. Hestia. Well, looking at everyone, we are all here except Belle again, sighing. That was the serious topic. For a week now, Belle had been leaving the mansion early, saying. Belle. I'll go train. Leaving. He had said that he needed to improve his skills and that he wouldn't go to the dungeon for the moment, but that they could go without him. In the end they accepted this thinking it would only last a few days, but after a whole week they started to worry, especially because Belle always came back in the afternoon bruised and with several scratches all over his body, but a happy smile. Everyone watched the scene of Belle leaving and coming back like that for a whole week. I would wake up, have breakfast, go to bed at 8 AM for 10 hours, and come home at 6 PM, eat, shower, and go to sleep. And the routine was repeated. Every day the same. Belle had never told them where he was going or who he was training with, he hadn't even told them he was training, but they assumed he was improving his knife skills or maybe his agility. But supposing was not knowing. So they decided to follow him to find out what he was doing and who he was debuting with. Hestia and Lily hoped that Belle wasn't training with a certain blonde swordswoman. However, your rabbit secret operation would have to be delayed for a few days, right? They would go on vacation. Well, more or less, after a week of planning they had accepted Maich's request to go to a tropical island to look for a material he needed. They had accepted thinking that they all needed a vacation after the recent events, they had fought against the Apollo family alone and the help of that elf whose real identity only Hestia, Lily and Belle knew. Lily. Okay, then this afternoon when Belle-sama returns we will let him know that we are taking Maich-sama's mission, looking at everyone. Makoto. Wait, Belle Dono is the captain, isn't it his decision? Raising an eyebrow. Lily. Technically yes, but let's just say he's very indecisive when it comes to giving his opinion on these kinds of issues, so it's usually Lily who decides. Plus, he's kind enough to refuse. Sighing, that's why we always get into trouble. Welf. Haha yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if one day we almost caused the entire destruction of Riveria and out of nowhere, we saved everyone, laughing. Lily shivered and sighed. Lily. Yes, I really wouldn't be surprised if it happened. Hestia. Don't talk about bad luck or it will come to us. Looking at them, anyway, we'll spy on what Belkun does another time. Now it's time for you to go to the dungeon, and I'll go to work. Getting up. Everyone nodded and stood up from their seats seriously to leave. Welf. I must admit I like the idea of having a meeting room like this. Looking around. Makoto. Yes, I feel very important. Smiling. Hestia. You're all important. We have a regular meeting room for when we need to share important news with the entire family, even though we don't have enough members for that. And the meeting room for the higher-ups, the captain and vice captain, the top executives, and the patron goddess, me. Smiling. Lily. It was a terrible idea, it just was more waste of money. Sighing. Hestia. Oh come on, everyone likes being here, even Belle. Smiling. Welf. Wait, are we important members? Raising an eyebrow. Hestia. Of course, they are the first members of the family and with whom we have spent the most emblematic moments. You are a senior executive. Smiling. Welf. It was a necessary waste of money. Looking at Lily. Lily. Ugh, Lendis. Everyone laughed at Lily's annoyance and also went to prepare for their daily routine. Now that Belle was not going with them to the dungeon, they had to be more careful, but that was not entirely bad since they could not always depend on him to save them from a tight spot. Twilight Mansion. In the Twilight Mansion, specifically in the library, there was a magician and her student training. Riveria. Focus. Belle, looking at him. Riveria stood calmly 2 meters away from Belle watching his training. Belle was sitting in a lotus position, meditating. Riveria had told him that meditating and clearing the mind was good for any adventurer, especially those who fought using magic, as it helped them stay calm and think more rationally, something vital for a mage. Not to mention that meditation helped naturally improve your mana management. The problem is that it wasn't as easy as it seemed. And Belle was learning that the hard way. Belle began to sweat, his calm expression began to turn frustrated and his breathing quickly became more labored. Riveria. Stop, calm. Belle. Ah, releasing a breath. Belle began to take large gulps of air and lay down on the wooden floor while sweating. Riveria approached him and extended a hand for him to stand up. Belle took her hand with a small blush and stood up. Riveria. Sit down and rest, making some tea. Belle didn't hesitate and sat down in one of the armchairs there while he watched Riveria sit next to him and hand him a cup of tea. Belle. Tea thank you, smiling. Riveria also smiled and spoke to him. Riveria. It's not that easy, is it? Smiling calmly. Belle laughed in embarrassment and looked at his. I had thought that meditation was easy, you just had to sit in the lotus position and close your eyes. How difficult was that? Well, a lot. It was much harder than it looked. After sitting like that for a while your legs go numb, you feel like you need to breathe more air, but you have to keep your breathing regulated, your whole body feels strange because you haven't moved for over an hour and you have to stay calm despite the discomfort since that is one of the points of meditation. He had to clear his mind. At first it was easy, he didn't think about anything for several minutes. But then unconsciously his mind began to remember all kinds of moments from his life. He lived in peace with his grandfather as he had before, listening to stories of heroes, his death, the rejections of families he had in his life, his encounter with Lily, with his friends, the times he almost died doing something extremely reckless. Sad, happy, distressing, emotional, powerless, annoying, loving moments, etc. That began to make everything difficult since he not only remembered those moments but also felt those emotions that he felt at those moments disturbing his tranquility. He tried to leave all that aside and clear his mind, but he couldn't. Belle sighed resignedly and took a small sip of tea. Riveria. Don't worry, meditation is something difficult for anyone who takes it seriously. Looking at him, this is something that cannot be overcome thanks to talent. For this you need dedication and effort to clear your mind and find your peace at first. It seems like a phrase you would hear from wise men in books, but once you understand the meaning you understand that it is much more than just a word. Smiling. Belle. Riveria-sama, you have found your peace. Curious. Riveria. Not yet, but I'm looking for it. Smiling calmly, although I think I'm close to getting it. Belle. Really? Looking at her with a sparkle in his eyes. Riveria nodded calmly and looked at Belle. Riveria. What do you think if we go eat? Looking at him, I have a feeling you haven't had breakfast. Getting up. Belle nodded embarrassedly and got up from the couch to follow Riveria to the dining room. Dining room. In the dining room of the mansion were Belle and Riveria eating peacefully. Well, just Riveria. Belle was sweating nervously, feeling a strong pressure behind his back. He turned his head slightly and looked sideways at several elves who were also in the dining room looking at him with dead eyes. In fact, not only the elves were looking at him, but also other members of the family were looking at him with curiosity and surprise. Everyone knew he wasn't family, so it was a surprise to see him there, but it was even more surprising to see him sitting next to his vice captain eating together and alone. Belle. I feel like they want to kill me, sweating. Ah, look who's here. Belle watched Riveria sigh and then felt a thin arm go around the back of his neck and hug him. Loki. Hey, what's up rabbit, smiling. Belle. Loki-sama, surprised, hello, smiling nervously. Loki. Loki-sama huh? I like the way it sounds, only new recruits call me that, don't you want to leave the dwarf's family and join mine? Smiling. Belle. I'm sorry Loki-sama, I don't want to abandon my family or Kami-sama, looking at her. Loki tch, I'll keep trying, letting go of his shoulder, anyway, I'm sorry to tell you teacher and apprentice, looking at Riveria and Belle, but tomorrow there will be no training. L.A. Riveria frowned and looked seriously at Loki. Riveria. And why won't I be able to train Belle? It would be. Loki. We accept a mission from Diane Sech to go to a tropical island to look for a strange mushroom that has a memory loss effect. Mushrooms are intelligent and can move according to Ermid's information, so they can be a problem for 3rd and 4th class adventurers, so you, Lafia, A's and I will go, smiling. The mission may last a few days, at least 2, so they won't be able to train until you return. Looking at her. Riveria looked at Loki for several seconds and sighed. Riveria. Okay, closing her eyes, Belle and I will train a little more, and then I will go prepare my things, getting up, come on Belle, looking at him. Belle hi, standing up, goodbye Loki-sama, bowing. Belle went after Riveria under Loki's gaze. Loki. Yes, maybe I'm giving you free rein to conquer my Riveria tan, but that doesn't stop me from enjoying a vacation with her and the others, smiling, swimsuits, I have an idea, leaving. Twilight Mansion entrance. The door of the Twilight Mansion opened and from there Belle came out to go back to the Fireplace Mansion. She had already finished her training with Riveria. It was 12 o'clock because for Loki's mission, Riveria would have to prepare her things to go with her. Upon leaving the mansion he encountered 2 guards at the entrance. The black-haired boy with a sword at his waist and a bow on his back looked at him in surprise. It was normal. Belle had never seen him before and neither had the boy. Brawl. EA. Who are you? Looking at him in surprise. L.A. Looking at him, you're not one of the usual guards, and Quinn-san. Ticking his head. Who is on break? Belle turned his gaze and looked at a catgirl with long black hair and black eyes, who watched him calmly. Belle. Hello Aki-san, smiling. Aki smiled back at Belle and moved a little closer to him. Aki. It's only 12 noon, did your training end early today? Curious. Belle nodded calmly and sighed. Belle. Yes but maybe it's a little good, now I can prove that I've improved so much with the training in the dungeon, smiling. Aki. I'm glad you're taking it well, smiling, don't forget the advice I've given you, I may not be a knife attacker, but there are some tricks I know, looking at him. Belle nodded and waved goodbye to Aki as he headed off to the dungeon. He was eager to prove how much he had improved. Aki lowered his hand and returned to his post with tranquility and boredom, nothing interesting ever happened while he was on guard. However, he came out of his thoughts when Raul spoke to him. Raul Aki, looking at her. Aki looking at him, yes. Curious. Raul. Why do you know him? Smiling nervously. Aki. Of course, he's been coming all week, looking at him calmly. Raul. Huh. Why? Aki Riveria-sama is training him in magic, apparently, leaning against the fence, so it's not unusual to see him leave at 6 p.m., but it seems his training ended earlier today. Raul. They seem to get along well. Aki. Of course, I found it interesting that Riveria-sama trains him in person, especially since he's not from our family, so I've talked to him several times for a while, as well as Quinn, I've given him some advice on knife handling, he's a good boy, I like him, smiling. Raul. I see, smiling uncomfortably. The place fell silent again, and Aki sighed internally, knowing that nothing interesting would happen today, and regretting that he hadn't been able to talk longer with Belle, it was the most interesting thing he did when he was on guard duty. Obviously he didn't even notice Raul's discomfort, who seemed depressed. Frigwa of the always hot. The door to Welf's frat suddenly opened, and Belle walked in quietly. In the morning Welf had told him that he had finished making his new armor, about 2 days ago he had asked him for another one, since the current one was starting to dent and already had some broken fragments, thanks to his recent training. Belle. Everyone has already gone to do their things, looking at the Frigwa, where is it? Oh. With a sparkle in his eyes. Belle stared with stars in his eyes at a wooden mannequin which had light armor on it, a white chest plate with small red lines on the sides, 2 white shoulder pads that were a little longer than the previous ones, long arm guards that reached the shoulder and also covered the back of the palm with 2 red jewels to give it a better design. 2 waist guards where he could also store things like his Ushiwaka knife and long leg guards that covered his knees. Bell looked at the armor with a slight smile on his face, somehow the armor always seemed shinier and much better than the previous one. Bell took the armor and quickly put it on with enthusiasm, eager to try it out and prove how much he had improved with his handling of magic. Dungeon. Bell was walking around the 16th floor of the dungeon calmly. He had searched for Lily, Welf and Makoto, hoping to find them and explore the dungeon with them, but he didn't find them. He assumed they were on this same floor or on a previous one in a part quite far from it. In the end he resigned himself and continued exploring the place alone, looking for a specific monster to test his abilities. Brah. Finally the opponent he was looking for appeared. Bell stood still and turned his gaze seriously, finding the opponent he so wanted to face. A minotaur. But this wasn't a normal one. The minotaurs were monsters of large stature, with 2 horns on their heads and brown skin. They were of thin build, but muscular, giving them an intimidating appearance, and they had a stone club that was their natural weapon. That must have been a normal minotaur, but this one. Bell opened his eyes slightly as he saw a crimson minotaur walk towards him slowly. The red-skinned minotaur also had some black fur on his body and was a bit more muscular than normal minotaurs. He was not thinly built, in both hands he carried a second-class silver battle axe, probably obtained by killing an adventurer. The monster looked at him and took his weapons tightly to take a strange stance. Bell. A battle stance. A monster shouldn't be able to do that. Squinting, it's like the one from that time. Frowning, no, you're stronger, seriously. The monster watched him silently, but his strong grip on his weapons made it clear that he was only studying him. Bell. Is it a coincidence? Seriously, it doesn't matter whether it's a coincidence or not, we'll still fight, right? Looking at him. Finally the minotaur reacted. And Bell narrowed his gaze as he saw the minotaur smile and raise his axes above his head. Riveria. Bell reacted quickly and drew both knives, watching as the minotaur came towards him with both axes above his head, ready to cut him into pieces. Chang. Bell opened his eyes as he felt his arms tremble slightly. The minotaur's strength was greater than his. A drop of sweat ran down Bell's face as he blocked both battle axes by crossing his knives. Bell felt that he couldn't stop the attack for long and quickly slid his blades outwards, trying to push the minotaur's attack and jumped back. Both axes grazed Bell's chest but failed to cut it, and Bell landed skillfully on the ground facing the minotaur, who saw their axes for a few seconds before attacking him again. Chask. Slash. Crash. Bell was on the defensive. He was slowly retreating while blocking the fierce attacks of the minotaur, who, thanks to his strength, was forcing him back. Bell looked sideways behind him and noticed that he was getting dangerously close to a wall. If he ended up cornered, it would be fatal for him. Bell tightened his grip on his blades and extended Ushiwaka towards the face of the minotaur, who had already raised his axe to give him a downward strike. Bell. Firebolt. A ray of fire came out of the tip of the knife and hit the minotaur's face directly, who took a step back while holding his face. The minotaur lowered his hand showing an annoyed face, and it made sense, half of his face was burned, his crimson skin was now dark red covered in bubbling blood. It was a miracle he had his right eye intact. Bell smiled slightly as he saw the burn mark on the monster's face. Before, his magic would be more of a distraction due to his low attack power. He could barely kill monsters of a lower level than him, but now. Bell. Firebolt, firebolt, firebolt. From the red knife came several rays of fire that headed towards the minotaur. The minotaur observed this and covered himself with his axes, receiving the attack head-on. Boom. 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 Bell silently watched a cloud of smoke that his magic had caused. He couldn't see the minotaur, but he hoped that the attack had done some damage to it. Ooh. A fierce scream was heard within the smoke, and Bell looked seriously at the minotaur, who had both axes crossed in front of him in the form of a shield. The axes were smoking and slightly red, showing how hot the fire attack had been. The minotaur lowered his weapons and quickly launched himself to attack him. Bell watched the attack and ducked, narrowly avoiding an attack that would have cut his chest. Then he opened his eyes in shock when he saw the minotaur's hoof inches from his face, about to strike him. 5. Bell was thrown backwards after receiving a powerful kick from the minotaur, who didn't have time to enjoy the blow because he quickly used his axes to repel a beam of fire that was going towards his abdomen. Slash. Raya. The minotaur watched in disbelief as Bell stood to his left, giving him a large cut that immediately began to bleed. But that did not help to stop him. Bell raised his arms and crossed his knives to block an attack from the minotaur, who quickly raised his left arm and brought it down with force, crashing his axe into Bell's knives, who tried to stop the attack. Bell gritted his teeth as he felt the obvious difference in strength. All this time he had been training his magic, but not his physical attributes, so he was as strong as a week ago, and he hadn't updated his status, so his strength stat was probably still at H, which was very low. The Minotaur didn't stop there and swung his other axe towards Bel's head to cut it off. Bell watched the axe dangerously approach his head and quickly turned around while maintaining his thrust on the axe with his red knife, and with the black knife, he quickly blocked the attack of the second axe. Crash. Bell was thrown backwards when he received the impact of the attack. The strength of the Minotaur was great, easily that of a level 3 at the end of the path specialized in brute strength. It surpassed him by far. Bell landed roughly on the ground, shattering it a little, and got up with difficulty, seeing his face somewhat bruised. Bell. This strength, it's too much, it's not normal at all, this is an irregular, a true irregular. The previous Crimson Minotaur was just a monster that had become strong thanks to someone's training, but this one not only seems to know how to fight, he must have also eaten magic stones to become strong, and from what I see he ate a lot, seriously. The Minotaur watched him and turned his axes in his hands, as if demonstrating his mastery with them. Bell watched him closely as he slowly got up from the ground, not wanting to make a sudden movement that would alarm him. The Minotaur watched him and pointed at him with his right axe, confusing him. Minotaur be bellcranel. Graiaya. Bell opened his eyes in shock, he spoke, the monster had just spoken, the monster had just said his full name. His surprise was so great that he didn't notice when the Minotaur was running towards him and quickly swinging both axes in a crescent attack to cut him down. Bell reacted at the last moment and launched a beam of fire under his feet. The explosion was strong, and the shock wave pushed him back without harming him and preventing the Minotaur's double attack from reaching him. Bell breathed heavily, still looking at the monster in shock. He could literally say he'd just witnessed something historic, a talking monster, but that wasn't the most surprising thing. The most surprising thing was how it knew his name. He'd never said it in the middle of this fight, much less his full name, so how did the monster know him? But Bell had to put his thoughts aside when the Minotaur quickly approached him and began to attack him ferociously with both axes. Chask. Slash. Crash. Chask. Bell gritted his teeth and began to block the Minotaur's attacks with difficulty. He planted both feet on the ground, but again felt how the monster's fierce attacks began to make him retreat. Bell blocked with his black knife a horizontal attack of the axe on the right arm of the Minotaur and quickly with his red knife intercepted the second axe about to pierce his chest. Bell deflected the second axe downwards and tried to pierce the Minotaur's flesh with his knife, but he only managed to get the knife in a few inches. Bell. Firebolt. Several rays of fire shot out from the tip of the knife, burning the Minotaur's skin and allowing Bell to pierce through its skin completely. Once with the knife buried in its organs, Bell recited his magic again, releasing a ray of fire inside the Minotaur, who swelled slightly before exhaling a little fire from his mouth and spitting blood that fell on Bell's hair. Bell would have gone back to recite his magic if it weren't for the Minotaur putting all his strength into his right arm, pushing the black knife that stopped his attack. Bell began to sweat as he saw the axe getting very close to his face and quickly pulled out his second knife from the Minotaur's torso and also used it to stop the monster's thrust. Crash. Bell opened his eyes in shock as he saw the Minotaur grab his second axe and slam it against the first to give it more thrust and power. And unfortunately his red knife broke. Bell watched in shock as the edge of his knife fell inertly to the ground as his arm holding his black blade began to retreat rapidly from the monster's great strength. Bell. Firebolt. Bell reached out his hand towards his face and shot a beam of fire at point-blank range. The monster saw the attack and stepped back to dodge it, but quickly spat out blood as it felt a beam of fire hit its torso wound that Bell had made. The monster saw Bell, who was near him, swinging his black knife towards his left hand. The monster tried to swing his axe to block the attack, but… Slash. Crash. When he blocked Bell's attack, his left axe cracked horribly, as did Bell's red knife. The monster, seeing his weapon useless, threw it at Bell. Bell was confused by this and watched the axe slowly fall right in front of him. When the axe was at the height of his face, it suddenly broke and Bell opened his eyes, seeing the Minotaur's fist inches from his face. He had used the axe to hide his blow. Ham. The fist connected with Bell's face and slammed him into the ground with fury. The stone floor shattered and Bell lay in the rubble, showing no signs of moving. The Minotaur watched him and raised his axe to cut his chest, but was surprised to see a lot of smoke coming out of the rubble. Scratch. The beam of fire shot out of the pile of rubble and headed towards the Minotaur's face, who quickly cut the beam in half with his axe. Slash. The monster roared in pain as he felt a blade pierce his leg. He looked down and saw Bell with half his body out of the rubble and his left leg slashed. The monster growled and kicked Bell's body, who was pushed several meters before falling to the ground abruptly. Bell slowly got up with difficulty, holding his torso in pain from that kick. He felt his head spinning from the Minotaur's previous blow and spat out a little blood. Bell watched the Minotaur, who was walking towards him with some difficulty because of his injured leg. Bell also began to walk towards him, holding his black knife tightly. Without realizing it, a white glow began to emanate from his hand. Already only a meter away, Bell extended his hand and recited his magic, launching a beam of fire towards the Minotaur, who tilted his head, letting the beam pass by, and swinging his axe up and down to cut Bell. Bell brandished his knife, which lit up completely in a beautiful white color, and attacked the Minotaur. Bell. Ah! Minotaur. Grey. Both attacks collided and released a large wave of wind that sent all the stone debris in the area flying. And finally, the weapon gave way. Crash. The black knife cut clean through the Minotaur's double-edged axe and gave the monster a large cut in the chest, almost at the neck, causing a lot of blood to spurt out. But that barely stopped the monster. Bell opened his eyes as he saw in the monster's left hand a small red object, the broken edge of Ushiwakameru. Slash. Bell covered himself with his left arm from the attack and grunted in pain as he felt the broken edge of his knife give him a large cut on his arm, right where he had no armor. Bell stepped back quickly, holding his arm in pain. He had cut off almost half of his arm. If the knife had been longer, it might have been cut off completely. He looked at the Minotaur, who didn't seem to be any better than him. He was holding the wound on his chest with his left hand and with the other the wound on his torso that was still dripping blood. Suddenly the Minotaur knelt down and Bell saw his left leg, which looked in very bad condition. He had made a large cut from the hoof to the thigh, which was the wound that was bleeding the most. Bell looked into the eyes of the Minotaur, who looked back in silence. They both looked into each other's eyes for several seconds, recognizing each other as rivals. And finally. 5. The Minotaur's body fell to the ground, inert. Bell snorted tiredly and walked towards the motionless body of the monster lying there on the ground, showing no signs of movement. Bell observed his body in silence. The bodies of strong monsters always took a little longer to disappear than those of normal monsters, unless you cut off the monster's head. If you did that, it would disappear almost in a jiffy. Bell raised his black knife to decapitate the monster, but as he was about to do so, it froze. He had been a good opponent, and despite his injuries, the fight with the monster felt special, as if they had already fought him before, not to mention that it was thanks to him that he was able to test his abilities. Bell lowered his knife slowly and stood silently watching her corpse. Bell. I really like this fight. It seems I'm lucky enough to meet powerful minotaurs and face them, huh? Looking at the corpse, this reminds me of some scenes from my favorite books. Looking up, Argonaut vs General Minos, Perseus vs Asterion, Albert Waldstein vs Astus. Looking at the monster, I think I'll start calling you Asterius, you, and all the strong minotaurs I face. Bell seated his corpse and bowed, grateful for the fight. And with that done, Bell withdrew, without cutting off his head, without claiming any reward or showing pride in his victory. He just left, grateful for that battle. The Minotaur opened his eyes, having heard the words of Bell, of that white-haired warrior who had already defeated him twice, of his rival. The monster could not move because of his wounds, and with great difficulty, he lowered his hand to his torso, where he had a small leather bag held with a thin rope dyed red by the blood of those he had killed, and now his own as well. The monster took the bag and took out 6 magic stones from it, quickly began to eat them, seeing how his wounds regenerated slowly, but only a little, at least enough to be able to walk. The monster stood up and looked in the direction where his rival had gone, with a second victory in his hands, showing him that he was still far from surpassing him. The monster held his face and felt his skin burned by Bell's first magical attack. It was surprising that his eye didn't survive from that attack. After a few seconds he lowered his hand from his face, knowing that no matter how many magic stones he ate, that burn would always be a reminder that he had to try harder. Asterius, silent. The monster turned around and went in the opposite direction to Bell. He still had a lot to improve if he wanted to surpass his rival. NT. I really asked for the touch to make fights before they came out better. I think I wanted to give Bell and Asterius a second confrontation before the Xenos arc. Reason? None. I just wanted to see them face each other just when Asterius was training to be stronger. The fight was not good, but at least I hope it is up to your acceptable standards. Anyway, I hope you liked it. Mansion fireplace. Bell began to sweat when he saw the starry sky. By the height of the moon, he calculated that it had to be at least 5:30, the time when Lily, Welf and Makoto arrived from the dungeon. Bell opened the door of the mansion and entered calmly. He looked at his wounds for a second and sighed, knowing that it was a bad idea to go to the dungeon without healing potions, but they were very expensive, and since he hadn't been to the dungeon lately, he couldn't afford to buy any, not even low healing ones. And he also felt a little depleted of mana. Bell walked to the living room where everyone usually was, and sure enough, everyone was there quietly discussing over tea and cookies about a beach. Bell wasn't sure, he could barely hear properly. The blow to the face from that monster left him half stunned. Everyone turned to look at him when they heard the door open and looked at Bell in shock. Hestia. Bell-kun. Exalted. Lily Bell-sama. Running towards him. Makoto. What happened to Bell Dono? Going to help him. Welf. I'll get the medicine cabinet. Running. Hestia. What happened Bell-kun? Looking at him, you're really hurt and look at your arm. Scared. L. I'm fine, tired, alone I went to the dungeon, laughing lightly. Lily. Ah. He went to the dungeon alone. That's very irresponsible of you, Bell-sama, angry. L. I am sorry, I wanted to see how much I had improved with my training, embarrassed, the good thing is that I got good results, smiling, Kami-sama, could you update my status? Looking at her. Hestia. I can, but first we'll go heal you, tell Welf to bring the healing potions we have, we're going to need them, looking at Makoto. Makoto nodded and ran after Welf to bring the few potions they had, they were going to need them all. L. He's sorry, scratching his neck, ouch. Sore. Lily. Don't move Bell-sama, Lily is seeing the severity of your injuries, inspecting you. L nodded silently and looked at the ceiling tiredly. L. It was a good fight, smiling. End. Trip 2. Mansion fireplace. In the room of a certain Lolitan goddess there was a white-haired man lying face down with his torso uncovered. Above him sat his patron goddess Hestia on his lower back, updating his status. L. How much better Kami-sama? Curious. Hestia didn't respond, she remained silent watching in disbelief as the numbers went up and up, not to mention the appearance of a new ability. Finally the glow on Bell's back ceased, implying that Hestia had finished updating her status. She got off his back and let Bell sit on the bed to give her the status sheet still in shock. Bell took the sheet worried thinking that he hadn't improved much, maybe even nothing, but what a surprise he got when he read the sheet. Status bellcranel. Adventurer level 3. Family Hestia. Statistics. Strength 0412F. Resistance 0499F. Skill 0462F. Agility 0501E. Magic 0716C. Total 2419. Magic. Firebolt equals chantless magic that fires a bolt of fire from the palm of the hand, chant no chant. Skills. Lyris freeze equals increases growth speed while feelings persist. The intensity of the effects is related to the intensity of the feelings, as a side effect, makes you immune to charms, hidden, active. Argonaut equals hero's wish. Ability to charge power for an active action, maximum charge time. 3 minutes, as a side effect if the wielder loses concentration or a hero's wish, the charge will be lost, passive. Mana recharge equals recharges the user's mana reserve when they are about to enter a zero mind, it only recharges the mana spent in the previous 5 minutes, as a side effect the user retains the mental fatigue of being in a zero mind, active. Acquired skills. Luck, G. Hunter, H. L. KKK Kami-sama. TH is this true? Did I really improve that much? Cheerful. Hestia nodded foolishly thoughtfully, Bell's magic had improved ridiculously, from being at rank H, it was now at rank C. He knew that Bell had told him he was training, but he didn't think that training would be so beneficial to his magic, not to mention his new ability, an ability that refilled the user's mana when it was about to run out. A great ability. One that any magician would envy. Of course, Bell retains his mental fatigue, but that was the least of it. Hestia. Bell-kun, what training are you doing? Or with whom? Looking at him. L. Well just I'm training with a magician, smiling nervously. Once again Bell's inability to lie failed him, because although Hestia had noticed that he was telling the truth, she also noticed that he did not tell her the complete truth. Bell began to sweat as he felt Hestia's inquisitive gaze on him. Hestia. Well, it doesn't matter, shouldering. Bell opened his mouth in surprise, was his goddess really not going to interfere? On the other hand, Hestia was calm, because once they returned from their mission they could go and spy on Bell to discover what he was doing, there was no hurry. Hestia. Now let's go with the others, we wanted to inform you that we took a mission, getting up from her bed. LH hi, Pistiendus. Hestia. Okay, off to the important meeting room. Smiling. Round table. The 5 were gathered in the important meeting room to discuss the mission topic, or rather some details since the mission had already been accepted. L. Looking at his stone chair, it's more comfortable than it looks, but I prefer armchairs. Hestia. Yes, me too anyway. Clapping, Bell-kun, you've been very busy with your training lately, so we couldn't consult with you, but we accepted a mission from Maich, looking at him. L. What kind of mission? Curious. Lily cough, pretending to cough, is a mission to go to a tropical island a little far from Riveria. In the place there is a mysterious object that the god Maich wants, it is a kind of mushroom that has a severe amnesia effect, looking at it. L. Memory loss. Curious, and when will we go? Looking at them. Makoto. Tomorrow. Smiling. L.A. Welf. We thought we needed a vacation after the Apollo family thing, so we accepted the mission to have a good time at the beach too, smiling. Belle. Oh, I guess I should prepare a swimsuit, but I don't have one, thoughtful. After hearing Belle's comment, everyone froze. Nobody had a swimsuit. Lily. Ah. How could Lily forget? Excited. Makoto. I have to go buy one quickly. Standing up. Hestia. Hey, wait for me. I need your help. It's hard to find a swimsuit my size. Following behind them. Belle. Welf. Belle. Could you? Welf. Yes, don't worry, I'll make some swimsuits for us, standing up. Belle nodded calmly and rose from his throne to go to the mansion's courtyard. Right. He had nothing to do. Twilight Mansion. The door of the great mansion opened, revealing a certain high elf who calmly closed the door while wrapping a small reddish box to better hide it. Riveria stood still for a few seconds before sighing and turning her gaze towards her patron goddess Loki, who was leaning against the wall with a malicious smile. Loki. Riveria sighed and looked at her tiredly. Riveria. What do you want? Looking at her. Loki. Nothing, I'm just interested in knowing what you have there, smiling. Riveria. A request I made, looking at her calmly. Loki. Order. For what? Riveria. Unts materials, now stop bothering me, I'll go to my room, leaving. Loki. I hope you haven't forgotten that tomorrow we're going to that island for Ermid's errand, have you? Looking at her. Riveria. I haven't forgotten, sighing, anyway I already have everything ready, walking, and I hope you don't try any of your nonsense again, Loki would be. Loki whistled as he looked away, still remembering his previous attempt to get Riveria to wear a swimsuit, very revealing. Did I make it? Unfortunately not, on their trip to Milan when they went to inspect the Leviathan seal she had given Riveria a revealing swimsuit, unfortunately for her Riveria had already planned this and kept an emergency one. In the end, Riveria wore a full-body swimsuit with a strange fabric that went from her waist to her feet, so the only thing left visible was a little of her cleavage in her arms. Disappointing according to Loki. But this time he prepared himself better, and he would do everything in his power to make one of his dreams come true. To see Riveria in a swimsuit. Loki smiled maliciously as he imagined that serene high elf with very revealing clothes and a blushing face full of shame. Loki started laughing stupidly, imagining it before the mansion door opened and Aki's head came in. Aki. Loki, could you please keep quiet? Your laughter gives me the creeps, leaving. Loki remained silent before going to his room while planning his master plan. Riveria's room. In the room of the jade-haired elf, the aforementioned was sitting on her bed while looking at the wooden box in her hands. She opened the box and revealed the contents. A piece of metal. No, not just any metal, it was mithril, one of the most resistant materials in the world, and the best when it came to mana conduction. Hundreds of magicians wished to have staffs made of this strange mineral that facilitated the conduction of mana and the power of magic. The metal was less hard than adamantine, but it was still one of the toughest metals in the world and made up for its lack of hardness with its flexibility. In the box there was also a small round jewel the size of a marble. It was red in color and seemed to shine slightly. It was a mana-conducting jewel, its name said it all. It was the stone that all the wizard staffs carried, and that helped them greatly enhance their attacks. An interesting fact about mana jewels was their color, because in a certain way the color represented an emotion, and generally wizards always have staffs with mana jewels of the color of their emotions. The disadvantage of the staffs was that in exchange for enhancing your magic, they also made it difficult for you to concentrate on making a chant. That is why wizards chose mana jewels of the color of their emotions, because that way they feel more connected, and it makes it easier for them to be concentrated with their weapon. If a wizard was egocentric and arrogant, should he use a black one? If he was serious and cold, a blue one, serene and calm. A light blue one, determined and motivated. A red one, happy and smiling. Yellow, shy and fearful. Green, etc. One way to know what a magician was like was to see his staff, since that usually revealed more than the magician himself. Her staff had 6 mana jewels, all 6 of which were sky blue, showing that she is a serene and calm mage. But why had he bought a red one? Well, that was simple. He was going to give it to his student. Belle had told him before leaving in the morning that Welf could not make a magic wand since he specialized in making weapons and not staffs. Anyone would think that a blacksmith could make all kinds of weapons, but that is not true. A staff and a weapon are very different. Usually staffs are only made by specialized blacksmiths who had the mystery skill that allowed them to make good quality staffs easily. Riveria looked at both objects in her hands thoughtfully. She had thought about asking a specialized blacksmith to create a magic wand for Belle, but for some reason she had the feeling that it was the wrong decision. So I'm saving the mithril and the mana jewel until now, so I can think about what to do. Riveria. I want to give her a magic wand, but something tells me it's not the right thing to do, thoughtfully. Riveria left the reddish box on her nightstand and left her room to get something to drink. When he was about to close the door of his room, he heard the conversation of two members of his family. Haha. Finally. After a lot of saving, I got it. Happy. Did you really ask for it? Of course. Why are you looking at me like that? You're an idiot. Why do you want a staff weapon if you're not even a magician? And your magic is a very long chant, magic you never use. Don't worry, I'll learn how to do concurrent singing. How hard is it? Ugh. Riveria froze and quickly entered her room to grab the little red box. How hadn't she thought of it? A staff weapon, something most warrior mages used. Basically it was a normal weapon, only that it also had the function of being a staff or a magic wand. There were some wizard warriors who used staff weapons, like Hedoncelid, one of the wizards of the Freya family, who used a staff sword the size of his body. Riveria nodded, that was the correct option, a staff weapon for Belle. There was only one problem with that. Where would you find someone to make such a weapon? The staff weapon's a combination that very few blacksmiths could make, since specialized blacksmiths usually only make staffs and have no experience with weapons, and vice versa with normal blacksmiths. Only a blacksmith capable of making magical weapons of great power could make a staff weapon, since magical weapons were very similar to staff weapons. Riveria thought about it for a bit. Maybe she could ask Tsubaki. She could make magical and powerful weapons, so it wouldn't be really difficult for her to do it. Riveria. I think it's a good idea, nodding. Riveria took a small sheet of paper and wrote something on it with a pencil she had. I fold the sheet and put it in the box before closing it. Unlike when he thought about asking for a magic wand, this time he had a feeling of being right, so he followed his instincts and got out of bed to go to Finn's office. Finn's office. In the Palam's office, the aforementioned was sitting at his desk while signing some papers and looking at some family documents, in addition to looking at Loki's expense account to see if he had done anything stupid. Gareth was there. Usually Riveria or Gareth would always help him with this, they would take turns helping him. Gareth. Loki spent money again buying a soma wine, looking at Finn, and the envious one didn't buy it, laughing. Finn sighed and nodded tiredly. Finn. Anything else? Looking at him. Gareth. Actually, yes, did you make a purchase at a swimwear store? Curious. Finn. Oh right, he'll go to an island far from our area, along with Riveria, Ace and Lafia. It's a request from the god Dian Sech, looking at him. Gareth. I know that, what I don't know is why did I buy 2 swimsuits and one quite expensive, reading. Finn. Huh. Gareth. I bought a swimsuit for 400,000 valis. How can a simple swimsuit cost so much? Finn. So in total I spent 1,400,000 valis counting soma wine, sighing. Gareth. There's actually a small list of things I'm buying today, believe me, you don't want to see how much I spend, looking at him. Finn banged his head against his desk and let out a heavy sigh as Gareth patted him on the back. Talk. Finn. Go ahead, curious. The door opened revealing Riveria who watched them both calmly. Riveria. Gareth, looking at him. Gareth. What's going on? Curious. Riveria. Could you do me a favor? Gareth. Sure, what do you need? Confused. Riveria. You could give this to your personal blacksmith, showing the box. Gareth at Tsubaki. Riveria nodded calmly and gave the box to Gareth. Riveria. Don't worry, it's an order that I'll pay for, looking at Finn. Now what did he do? Finn. I spend a lot of money again, sighing. Riveria sighed and shook her head. Riveria. Just put a leash on her and keep an eye on her, and remember to pamper her a little every hour, or she'll get upset, run away. Finn and Gareth saw her with a drop on the back of their necks. It had happened more than once that Riveria got so fed up with Loki that he literally put a leash on her and took her everywhere like a dog, humiliating. But nobody wanted to face an angry Riveria, not even Loki. All she did was complain a lot, but nothing that one or another hit wouldn't be enough to shut the dog up to Loki. Finn. What is it, by the way? Looking at Gareth. Gareth. Looking at the box, it looks like a shipping box from an artisan family. I think it's from the Athena family, maybe they are materials for a magic item, leaving the box. Finn. Something for Lafia. Gareth. I think so, shrugging. Papiton. Finn. Rawl. Here I bring the paperwork for the night, leaving a pile of papers in his writing. Rawl walked away calmly while Gareth and Finn looked at the pile of papers. Finn. Gareth. Sighing heavily. Mansion fireplace. It was already morning. And around the mansion you could see Hestia, Lily, Welf and Makoto running around the mansion preparing their things. Everyone looked tired and it made sense. Hestia, Lily and Makoto had returned very late because it was not easy to find a clothing store that sold swimsuits and was open at that time, much less find a swimsuit that had the size of Hestia's bust. Welf had only taken a little while to make some swimsuits for him and Belle. The problem was that he didn't remember where he left them, and now he was looking for them like crazy. The boat they were supposed to be on would set sail in half an hour. And they were all excited and running like crazy. Everyone except Belle. In the Belle's room was the aforementioned lying in his bed sleeping peacefully without worries, like me when I have 6 projects and 30 tasks to hand in. Belle woke up peacefully and sat on the edge of his bed. He stared into space for a few seconds, not knowing what to do with his life, until he remembered what he was going to do today. Belle. That's right, the mission, yawning. With all the peace of mind in the world, Belle got out of bed and began to get ready. He didn't know what time the ship was leaving, and since no one had gone to wake him up, he thought there were still 2 or 3 hours left before he left. Even so, it didn't take him 5 minutes to change, put on his boots, clean up and grab his backpack. Belle left his room and walked calmly through the halls of the mansion towards the living room. He left his things there and calmly made a sandwich and poured himself a glass of water. Belle. I'll wait for you here, eating quietly. Ship launching. On a large ship belonging to the family of a certain god with a feather hat, the entire Hestia family was breathing heavily, and just like before, Belle looked very calm. Belle. I thought the ship would set sail in a few hours. Afterwards, thoughtful, I would have told Riveria-sama about my mission, but she also went on a mission with the goddess Loki, looking at the sea. Belle took a few steps back and began to breathe deeply. Belle. I feel dizzy. Belle looked at his companions and they looked the same or worse than him. Tenma. I included Haraham in the story, and I forgot that she hasn't appeared yet XD. I was about to delete the scene, but I'll leave it here just because I'm too lazy to delete it. Scene I was going to delete. Haraham. What's wrong with you? Worried, are you okay? Everyone. Huh. Looking at her perplexed. Haraham looked fine, in fact when the ship was rocking a little due to the strong waves Haraham was the only one who continued walking calmly around the ship while the others seemed about to throw up their breakfast, although only a beautiful breakfast. Lily. Haraham, how are you okay? Looking at her. Haraham. Oh, I think it's because before I came to Riveria my father traveled a lot around the world, my mother and I went with him very often by boat, so I think I got used to it. And? Lily. I'll go inside the boat, dizzy. Welf. Yes, me too. Hestia apparent. Running inside. Everyone heard the sound of Hestia vomiting in the background sparkles. No idea. Makoto. Why don't I vomit in the sea? Belle. Pollution, shrugging, I'll go see if he's okay, going inside. Makoto. I faced a black Goliath and a family of 100 members, that's nothing, looking at the ocean. And? A small problem. I never knew the location. On a tropical island far from home. The white-haired man with red eyes looked expressionlessly at a wooden boat as big as the one he had come to the island with his family. The ship appeared to be empty, but had no signs of having been abandoned or anything like that. Belle. How strange, did anyone else come to the island besides us? Curious. Belle looked down and noticed several footprints of different sizes in the sand, all going in the same direction. Belle was already wearing her yellow swimsuit and a simple white short-sleeved shirt. Belle watched the footprints for a few seconds, wondering if it was a good idea to go. Belle. I think I'll go back with the others for now, going back. A little far from there was a very elaborate little camp with small tents for one person, umbrellas, blankets on the sand and a flag with the emblem of the Loki family, yep, very elaborate. Sitting on the sand near the sea, there was a small elf with golden blonde hair or orange for those of Conalop. Next to her was a beautiful swordswoman with golden hair looking at the sea in silence. They were Ace and Lafia. Both were wearing swimsuits. Lafia was wearing a light pink bikini with a floral design, no image found, sorry. And Ace a white bikini with a blue flower design. Yes, she also had her hair up, why not? Ace was silently looking at the sea, ignoring Lafia who was talking to her happily, not knowing that she was being ignored. Suddenly. Splash. Lafia ugh. Closing her eyes. Suddenly a lot of water splashed on Lafia, leaving her completely soaked. Lafia hey. Embarrassed. Lafia turned to look at the water where the person responsible for that was, there was Loki, who smiled mockingly looking at the elf-soaked body. Loki. What's wrong, Lafia? Don't you like a little water? Loki smiles. Loki got out of the water and started walking towards Lafia while raising his hands and closing them as if he was crushing something. It was obvious what he wanted to grab. Lafia and no. Let's go Ace I. Lafia turned to look to her left but didn't find anyone. She looked a little further back and realized that Ace was sitting a few meters behind her staring at the sea expressionlessly. Something else she noticed. She was completely dry, as if the water from Loki's dip hadn't touched her. Ace turned to look at her and gave her a look of pity. At that moment, Lafia realized she had let her guard down, but realized her mistake too late when two hands grabbed her arm and pulled her into the water. Lafia. No. Wait. Don't touch me there. Elsewhere. Bell raised his head in confusion and turned to look in the direction where he assumed the people from the second boat had gone. Is something wrong, Bell-kun? L.A. No, nothing, Welf, smiling. Welf. Well, that's great because it's time for the swimsuit contest. Spreading her hands. L.A. Back at the Loki family camp, Lafia was sitting next to Ace with her face red with embarrassment as she glared at Loki, who was doing a doggies with a bump on his head while sweating profusely nervously, and it was no wonder, because in front of her was a furious high elf with jade hair killing her with her gaze. Loki was almost sure that if looks could kill, she would have been killed about 1561 times and counting. Riveria wasn't that mad at her for Lafia, that had bothered her a little but nothing to exaggerate. What really had her upset was, oh yeah, Loki really got away with it. His plan to hide all of Riveria's clothes while she was naked went perfectly. When Riveria looked for her swimsuit, the first thing she found was that one, not the one she had bought. Obviously she knew it was Loki and went to put on her normal clothes to go and hit him. Oh surprise, all her clothes had disappeared. Obviously she also knew who it was. With nothing else to wear, Riveria preferred to wear something as embarrassing as that than to be naked and give Loki the pleasure of seeing her body. Even so, she put that small purple cloth around her waist to hide her figure a little more, to Loki's disappointment, who pouted at seeing that, but not before Riveria hit her. Loki tried to raise his head to get a little more of the spectacular view of that proud and serene high elf, embarrassed and in a bathing suit, but he barely raised his head a little when a foot was placed on top of him and he buried his face in the sand again. Riveria was definitely angry. Riveria. You're lucky only Ace and Lafia see me like this, or else things would have been worse for you, squinting. Loki swallowing sand. Riveria tsk, raising her foot. Loki raised his area-filled face and looked at Riveria. Loki. Hey, don't worry, it's just Ace, Lafia and me, smiling mockingly. Riveria. Yes, that last thing is what worries me the most, sighing. Loki. What? It bothers you not to be with your student? Raising and lowering his eyebrows several times. Riveria. Exactly, would be. Loki a. Blank. Riveria. I could be using this valuable time to train him and improve his mastery of magic and skills, and instead I'm here wasting time, pinching her brow. Ermid's reward better be good. Oh. Ah. They all became alert when they heard a scream coming from the forest, although it was a scream familiar. Riveria Ace. Sounds like. Suddenly, something balled up came out of the forest and fell on Riveria's tent, destroying it. Lafia, Riveria and Ace, who had left their weapons on the sand near them, took them and quickly aimed at the tent with caution, without knowing what had fallen there. The rubble began to move, and from there a very familiar white hair could be seen. Ugh, standing up with difficulty, that hurt, rubbing his back. Riveria Bell. Ace Bell. Lafia human. Loki. Son of the dwarf. Bell. Sorry, I thought it was funny to do that, lowering his head. Riveria and Ace lowered their weapons and went to help him out of the rubble. Ace. What are you doing here? Tilts head. Riveria. Are you okay? Shaking the dust off her body. Belle blushed at the contact between the two women, especially since they were both in swimsuits. Belle's face turned completely red as steam rose from her head upon seeing her golden yearning and jade preceptor in swimsuits. Seeing Ace in a swimsuit made him very nervous, being able to see her almost naked body, her perfect figure, her long and straight hair combed in a somewhat adorable way, her white skin, her beautiful golden eyes that looked at him with concern, looking for some small wound on the. While seeing Ace in such a state had made him nervous. What really affected him was his teacher. Bell had to cover his nose for fear that a little blood would come out of it when he saw Riveria. She was beautiful and bucking Hexy, they couldn't blame him for thinking that way. It was impossible not to when she was wearing a swimsuit like that. He never thought that his teacher, a high elf, would be so daring as to wear that, a one-piece swimsuit that seemed to cover only what was necessary. He also blushed a little when he saw her hair up. It would be a sin if he said that the hairstyle didn't suit her. Riveria seemed to notice his gaze and slightly averted hers with a small pink tint on her cheeks, embarrassed that Belle was examining her from head to toe so intently. Riveria. Belle, it's a little uncomfortable that you look at me like that, looking away. L.A. Blinking, sorry. Lowering his head, don't think badly of my Riveria-sama, it's just that I was surprised to see her use something like that, I didn't know she had those tastes, looking away. Riveria was slightly excited upon hearing Belle's words and quickly shook her head. Riveria. It's not like that. Loki made another one of his stupid jokes and I ended up wearing this, looking away. Loki. Guilty, joking smile. L. I see, sorry for staring at you Riveria-sama, looking at her embarrassed. Riveria. It doesn't matter anymore, sighing. A's. You ignored me. Belle. Huh. Sorry, embarrassed that you asked me. Looking at her. A's. What were you doing here? Expressionless. Belle. Well, my family had a swimsuit contest to see who looked better, and the girls fought to know my opinion. I didn't know what to do, so I followed the advice that Riveria-sama gave me when many women approached me, looking at Riveria. A's. Advice. Curious. Belle. Run as fast as you can, Chibi. Riveria nodded in pleasure upon hearing Belle's words. She had seen him being harassed by many women a few times. It was normal, considering he is a renowned adventurer and is the record holder for leveling up, so she gave him the advice to run away when he feels harassed by many women and gave the advice to help her student. She knew he was very kind, so if she told him to do anything else, he wouldn't be able to do it out of shyness or because he would be too gentle to do it. So she only asks to advise him to run. That worked pretty well every time, just like it does now. Of course, Loki's little mockery was not missing. Loki. Oh ho. Smiling mischievously, so setting aside territory, huh? You're being discreet, slow but steady, making sure you have him all to yourself, huh? Fufufu, laughing stupidly. Riveria developed a vein on her forehead and hit Loki with her staff, leaving him with a bump. Returning to A's and Belle's conversation. A's nodded calmly upon hearing Belle's words. She thought Riveria's advice was good so that he wouldn't be approached by as many women as they always did. A's. I understand, but that's not what I meant, looking at him. Belle. Huh. What did you mean? Confused. A's. I didn't mean our camp, what are you doing here on the island? Curious. Belle. Huh. Well, my family accepted a commission from the Maich family to come look for some material on this island, and we accepted, scratching the back of his neck. Loki. Wait, so the dwarf is here? Excited. Belle. Kami-sama. Yes, he's here, looking at her. Loki. Nuo. Falling to his knees, my vacation is gone to hell, hitting the sand. Lafia. You. Human, approaching Belle angrily, look what you did. Pointing at the tent, you destroyed Miss Riveria's tent. Crossing her arms. Belle. Looking at the carp, sorry Riveria-sama, lowering his head. Riveria. It doesn't matter, shaking her head. Belle. I can lend you my tent if you like. It's not as big as yours but it'll do. Looking at her. Riveria nodded calmly accepting Belle's offer, but suddenly a doubt arose in her head as well as A's, who quickly asked the question that she and Riveria were asking themselves. A's. And where will you sleep? Looking at him. Belle. Huh. Well, I didn't think about that, looking away. Riveria quickly approached A's, motivated to give them the idea of sleeping together. Riveria. What if you both slept in the same tent? Smiling. Lafia, huh. Blushing. A's hum. Tilts head, okay, nodding. Lafia. But. Trembling. Riveria smiled as she saw A's quickly accept. She didn't suggest that out of indecency or anything like that, she trusted that her student Belle wouldn't do anything to A's while he was sleeping, she only suggested the idea so that they would get closer romantically, she was even in favor of them having a relationship, before she wouldn't have been sure, but after getting to know Belle a little better, there was no doubt that she wanted him as a son-in-law. Of course, this was not in Loki's plans, she did not want him to be Riveria's son-in-law, no, she would be his partner, and no one would stop that from happening. Loki. Well, I have a better idea, approaching A's, they are teacher and student, looking at them, and he destroyed your tent, I don't see why you should reward him by letting him sleep in one of the tents, so I'm sure you wouldn't have any problems sharing a tent, right? Smiling. Everyone. Looking at her in surprise. Loki. Yes, Riveria and Belle can sleep together, smiling. Lafia. That's nonsense. Pointing at her. A's was about to protest, she didn't want to make Riveria uncomfortable by leaving her alone with a man, Riveria was very reserved being an elf, so it seemed rude to accept that proposal, even if she was training Belle. Besides. She didn't know why, but she didn't want to leave them alone together. When she saw them training, she was overcome with a slight feeling of disgust and unease. She felt replaceable, seeing how Belle stopped training daily with her and now trained more with Riveria. She didn't know it, but she was feeling jealous. However, before A's could protest, Loki hugged her neck, taking her by surprise. A's was about to push her away with a shove that would probably send her flying a few meters, but Loki whispered something in her ear, drawing her attention. Loki. Tell me, wouldn't you like Belle to think you're a weird girl for wanting to be with him, would you? Smiling. A's frowned and looked at Loki without understanding. Loki. If you reject the proposal I just mentioned, Belle will think you want to be with him, smiling. A's. That's what I want, looking at her expressionlessly. Loki. No, shaking his head, do you want him to think you're a weird girl? What would he say if he noticed you wanted to sleep with him? He'd probably think the worst of you and say you're a pervert and he'd stay away from you. At those words Ace became excited and looked at Loki, this time paying more attention to him. Loki. It's best to let him and Riveria sleep together, besides, I'm sure Riveria will tell Belle about you, and that will make him think better of you, maybe he heard something about you that he finds surprising, and he'll reward you, don't you think? Smiling. Hearing the word reward, Ace couldn't help but imagine herself being surrounded by Jag-Americans thrown by Belle himself, who smiled happily at her while running in circles around her and shouting how amazing she was. Ace acquired a strange gleam in her eyes and nodded quickly with emotion, her innocent and naive mind, and her common sense of a little girl, made her easily fall into the trap of the goddess of deception. Seeing that sparkle in the swordswoman's eyes, Loki smiled maliciously. Ace. Okay, nodding. Bellafia. Ah. Looking at her excitedly. Riveria. What stupid thing did Loki whisper to you, Ace? Sighing. Ace shook her head and raised her fists, her eyes shining with excitement. Ace. You will sleep with Belle, looking at her with a sparkle in his eyes. Riveria. Silly girl. Don't you see the effort I'm making to get you to be with him? Damn it, I need to teach you about common sense and about being more demanding about what you want. I made sure you were smart and clever when you were a kid. My swimming training served you well, but I see I forgot to teach you about common sense. Frustrated. Belle, and no need to discuss it, I can sleep without a tent, I lived in the forest with my grandfather and I know how to make a tent with sticks and leaves, smiling. All four of them without exception looked at Belle, none, not even Loki and Lafia could help but think. How kind he is. Still Riveria shook her head and let out a heavy sigh, knowing that once an idea got into Ace's head, it was impossible to get it out. Riveria. It doesn't matter, sighing, we can sleep together, either way it will help me a little with your progress with magic, looking at him. Belle nodded shyly, he had literally just accepted a proposal to sleep next to a beautiful high elf, although he would have preferred Ace, don't get him wrong, he didn't think Riveria wasn't pretty or anything like that, quite the opposite, he loved elves, but his heart belonged to his golden longing, only to her, and that wouldn't change, or so he thought. Lafia. Stop ignoring me. Pouting. Everyone. Huh. Looking at her. Lafia. I've been complaining about you all this time and no one even paid attention to me. Pointing at Belle. Belle was about to apologize to Lafia if it weren't for Riveria covering his mouth with her hand and shaking her head. It wasn't his fault, so he wouldn't let her lower herself so much as to lower her head for something she didn't do. Riveria. Stop making a fool of yourself, Lafia, looking at her. Lafia, ugh. Lafia scrunched up slightly, feeling as if a blow had hit her right in her pride. Riveria. Anyway, I think it would be best to tell your family we're here, why don't we join our camps? Looking at Belle. Belle. Are you sure? Blushing. Riveria. Why do you say that? Raising an eyebrow. Well. Belle looked away blushing and weakly pointed at Riveria, more specifically her chest. Riveria looked at herself from head to toe and blushed as she noticed her embarrassing clothes again. Lafia, and we can't let them see Riveria-sama like that, and if you keep looking at Ace and now Riveria-sama, I'll tear your eyes out. Pointing at Belle. Belle was excited at being discovered and quickly looked away, he was still a man, you know. Riveria. I can't let more people look at me like that, blushing. Loki. Why not? Come on, it'll be interesting, smiling evilly. Riveria frowned and looked at Loki with annoyance, she was about to go and send her back to the Tenkai if it weren't for the fact that she felt someone tap her shoulder a few times. Riveria turning around. Riveria looked perplexed at Belle who stood in front of her, embarrassedly handing her his white shirt. Belle. I don't know if it'll work, but you can use this to cover yourself. Looking away. Loki got excited and tried to snatch Belle's white shirt, but Riveria threw him to the sand and took Belle's shirt with relief. Riveria. Thank you, Belle, that's very kind of you, smiling. Belle smiled back at Riveria as she and Lafia held Loki by the arms, who was desperately trying to free himself from them to snatch the shirt. Loki. No. I won't let my plans be ruined any further. Shaking. It was useless, Riveria put on the shirt finally covering her entire body, although even though her swimsuit was no longer visible, Belle's shirt was a bit tight, which made her figure stand out a little. Belle looked up and blushed at Riveria, he never had the chance to really admire her beauty, she almost always wore long robes that covered her body completely. And now he not only had the opportunity to see her in a bathing suit, but also wearing her clothes that made her breasts and figure stand out. Of course her dazed look was noticed by Lafia and Loki. Loki smiled stupidly seeing Belle's interest in Riveria. That was good news for her, because with a little luck, she could make them get together more, although of course, Lafia had completely different thoughts. She didn't take this well and pinched Belle's arm, making him react. Belle. Ouch, rubbing his arm. Lafia. Stop looking at Riveria-sama like that. Pervert. Looking at him accusingly. Belle blushed and looked away, but when he did, he found Aze's face, who looked at him in silence. Aze. Pervert. Curious. Belle. Please don't call me that, depressive aura. Riveria. Belle, approaching him. LH hi. Looking at her. Riveria. Can you go find your family? I think it would be best if you were the one to tell them about our presence. It wouldn't be a good idea for Loki and the goddess Hestia to find each other, considering their apparent dislike for each other, looking at him calmly. Belle. Sure, nodding. Belle let Aze hold Loki against the sand and went to the forest to use his family. Time skip, 4 hours. Loki, Lafia, Aze and Riveria were around a campfire, roasting some fish to eat. Aze. Belle is taking too long, staring at a fish. Loki. Looking at the forest, maybe he's lost, shouldering. Riveria. I doubt it, it's likely that something attacked him or something happened to him, thoughtfully, I'll go look for him, getting up. Lafia. I'll go with you. Lafia quickly got up and went to Riveria's side. If Riveria were to find Belle, Lafia didn't want to leave them alone, so she preferred to accompany her. Aze. I'll look for him too, getting up, if something happened to him, I have to make sure he's okay, would be. Loki. Hey, you're not planning on leaving me alone, are you? All. Loki. Hey. Waving his arms, were you thinking of leaving me here alone and unprotected? Crossing his arms. Riveria. Better help us look for him, sighing, Lafia and I will go west, Aze you go north and Loki, you will go east, leaving. Lafia. Be goodbye Miss Aze. Waving goodbye. Aze nodding. Loki. And the fish. NT. They abandoned the grilled fish v. Through the forest of the island, a red-haired goddess was walking with annoyance, vaguely looking for any sign of white hair. She was really barely making an effort to find Belle. The goddess didn't even think she would find it, in fact if she did she would probably leave it aside and pretend she hadn't seen anything. The only reason she was exploring was because she was a little interested in the forest. As Loki walked he saw a small slope that looked peaceful and decided to go there thinking he wouldn't have any problems. Another hour had already passed since the search for Belle had begun. Unbeknownst to the Loki family, Belle's own family was also searching for him in the forest after he fled 4 hours ago when Hestia, Lily and surprisingly also Mikoto, demanded that he decide who looked better in a swimsuit. In fact, the activity seemed so fun to a certain blacksmith that he also joined the girls. But leaving that aside. Riveria, Lafia and Aze were gathered at the camp, discussing worriedly. They had returned a few minutes ago as they had agreed, but Loki had not returned and they had not found Belle either. In fact, they found his family's small camp but not his family. They did not find them in the forest either. Riveria. Let's look deeper, the island isn't that big, so we'll find them sooner or later, it would be. Lafia. Can't we use some method to let them know where we are, or the other way around? Worried. Riveria closed her eyes as 101 scenarios involving Belle being attacked or having a serious unforeseen event flashed through her head. Thinking about that made her focus on a strategy to find him increase. Aze thought seriously for a few seconds, she would be lying if she said she wasn't worried. Loki wasn't that important according to her, but Belle was the complete opposite. Maybe he encountered some monster that attacked him and he couldn't defeat it. Thinking about that possibility Aze's eyes darkened. If that were to happen, she would make sure to exterminate the race of monsters that attacked Belle. Thinking that Belle would be in danger, Riveria and Aze began to form plans or strategies to quickly find him and rescue him. Riveria was thinking clearly, as the vice captain of her family and a mage she was a great commander and always kept a cool head to not think hastily, so only effective and well-structured plans occurred in her head to find Belle. Quite the opposite of Aze who was a little more direct and drastic with her methods, she was motivated to find the little rabbit Belle, so in her head, the best plans to find Belle occurred. Suddenly Aze opened her eyes with little stars in them and a tiny smile, having come up with a perfect plan according to her. Aze. We destroyed the forest, drawing his sword. Riveria A. Surprised. Lafia H. How? Perplexed. Vinny Aze. Nani. Looking at her grown-up self in surprise. Aze nodded calmly before pointing her sword at the forest. Aze. Let's cut down the trees to make the search easier, Chibi proudly raising his sword. Riveria and Lafia watched Aze in silence for a few seconds, not knowing what to say. Aze was smart, they knew it perfectly well, but she definitely had her moments of airhead. Fortunately for the forest, a white-haired man and a red-haired woman appeared from the bushes, saving the forest from being destroyed by a motivated golden-haired woman. Barely Belle entered Riveria's range of vision and Ace both shot towards him, raising a cloud of sand and knocking poor Lafia to the ground. Loki. Hey girls, smiling tiredly. Riveria and Ace stopped right in front of Loki, who had an arm around Belle's neck. Loki looked terrible. It seemed like he had had a bad time in the forest, hair full of branches and leaves, scratches, clothes with some scratches, etc. Belle was completely normal except for the strange mushroom that was on his head, and his face looked more childish. Belle looked at them both and blushed slightly before carefully releasing Loki and standing behind her, like a shy son hiding behind his mother's legs. Riveria narrowed her eyes, noticing something suspicious in Belle and Loki's attitude, not to mention that the mushroom on Belle's head was making her a little nervous. Ace kept her typical expressionless face and got a little closer to Belle and Loki. Ace. Where were you? Are you okay? Approaching him. Belle became slightly excited and shyly walked away from Ace, leaving Ace stunned. Ace's nose avoided. Blank. Ace stood there blankly staring into nothingness as her mind flashed back to the scene of Belle escaping from her in the past. Riveria. Are you okay? Worried. Belle looked at Riveria and his eyes seemed to look with brightness and curiosity at her long pointy ears. Loki watched everything in silence but with a smile as if he were a child who had just committed a prank. Riveria looked confused as Belle blushed and whispered something to Loki while pointing at her. Loki nodded repeatedly and took him by the shoulders, pushing him towards her. Belle looked at her nervously for a few seconds before speaking. Hello Riveria-sama, lowering her head shyly. Loki. No, shaking his head, you have to say. Loki whispered something in his ear, making him blush and making Riveria suspicious, who was about to go and take Loki away from Belle if it weren't for Belle starting to talk to her. Belle boo good, nervous, good morning wife. Bowing. Riveria a. Blank. Ace. What? In shock. Lafia. Looking at him with her mouth open. Loki. He, smiling stupidly. End. Mixed feelings. Last scene of the previous chapter. Belle boo good, nervous, good morning wife. Bowing. Riveria a. Blank. Ace. What? In shock. Lafia. Looking at him with her mouth open. Loki. He, smiling stupidly. Current scene. At the Loki family camp, all the girls were sitting around a campfire, gathered in an awkward silence. In the background they could hear Belle and Loki's screams running around the sand like little children. It looked very funny of course, leaving aside that Loki was carrying a sea urchin in his hand while chasing a crying Belle. NT. Sea urchins don't seem to have spikes underneath them, or at least some of them don't, so Loki grabbed one of those from underneath. At the bonfire were the other three girls with a blank expression, processing what happened just a few minutes ago while behind them the sun began to set. Lafia stared with a dead face at the campfire, while Belle and Loki's laughter slowly began to irritate her. Ace had no expression at all, and that was more worrying. Beside her Ace stared at Riveria with a blank look, although of course, only Ace knew this. And finally, Riveria, well, she was the calmest of all, even so she had a small blush on her cheeks and on the tips of her ears from the embarrassment of being called wife. In the past she had fantasized that a man of her liking, who made her heart beat and made her nervous with his mere presence, would say that to her. She never imagined that the first man who would call her that way would be her first male student, who was also still a boy decades younger than her. The cute boy with the appearance of a rabbit. Ace looked up and stared at Loki with a death glare, acknowledging that she was the cause of the problem. Ace. Staring at Loki, it could have been us. Ace unsheathed her sword, looking at Loki with a death glare. She wonders if her family would miss their lazy, alcoholic, perverted goddess if she sent her to the Tenkai. In fact, what was stopping her from going right now and returning her to the Tenkai? Riveria looked at Ace and shook her head calmly, easily guessing what he was thinking. Yes, Riveria prevented it. Ace slowly put away her sword, looking at Loki while continuing to give him a total death glare. If looks could kill, Loki would find herself dead 100 times and counting. Loki, who was chasing Belle, stopped abruptly before a great shiver ran down his spine and he turned his head robotically, looking fearfully at Ace in her death glare. Riveria watched everything in silence. She had believed that Loki was the danger for Belle and Ace's relationship, but it was not like that. Loki was not the danger, Loki was in danger. While Riveria seemed slightly worried about the safety of her goddess, the other elf in the group was staring at the campfire in silence. Lafia was upset. As an elf she had great respect for Riveria, not only for being the current strongest mage in Arario, but also because she was the princess of the elves, the eldest daughter of King Larafljo's elf. For the elves, no one who did not have a status as high as Riveria was worthy of her, so she never imagined that a simple human who had nothing to do with the family would be the first person to call her teacher and role model wife. Oh yeah, Lefia's blood was boiling right now. If another elf were here she would be just as bad as Lefia, or worse. No, probably any other elf would have already jumped in to kill Belle. But Lefia understood that this was not Belle's fault. She had understood it a few seconds ago after cursing him for a while. She realized that this had been Loki who took advantage of her apparent amnesia. Speaking of amnesia. Lefia, Ace and Riveria looked up at Belle. More specifically, they fixed their gaze on the mushroom on Belle's head. It was a medium-sized mushroom, not that big, but big enough to be very noticeable. It was right in the center of Belle's head and seemed to be moving slightly as if it was happy or dancing. Why was it moving slightly from side to side? I have no idea. Speaking of Belle. The white-haired man with no memory was nervously looking at the motionless body of Loki, who was lying on the ground with a sea urchin stuck to her back. The goddess could feel the animal's spikes touching her skin, a slightest movement, and the spikes would pierce her skin. Loki was afraid to move, so much so that he stayed as still as possible, while sweat fell from his forehead. Belle looked at her without knowing what to do, until his eyes managed to see a wooden stick in the sand, and he quickly took it, while positioning himself next to Loki holding the branch with both hands. He raised the branch as if it were a baseball bat, and prepared to hit the sea urchin. Unfortunately, Belle did not remember one thing, or rather, his amnesia made him forget something. It's a level 3. Hey, I am. Ace, Lefia and Riveria opened their eyes in excitement upon hearing the loud sound, as if a baseball bat made of metal had hit a ball made of metal with incredible force. The three turned their heads towards the arena and saw a scared white Loki with a ghost coming out of her mouth, while Belle proudly watched a black ball fly through the air. Home run. Belle. Belle hi. Turning around curiously. Belle's red eyes met directly with the golden eyes of Ace who, without Belle knowing, had sneaked up to him until she was just a few centimeters away. Belle's face blushed, managing to feel on his face a small breath belonging to the girl who was in front of him right now. Ace. What was that sound? Slightly tilting his head. Belle. Well, taking a step back, it was a strange thing that hit the branch. It was on Loki-sama's back, and it was full of spikes, so I thought it would be dangerous for her, scratching her neck. Ace nodded silently before staring at the mushroom on Belle's head. Belle. Something wrong? Nervous. Ace. Come a little closer. Belle. Blushing. Belle took a step back, blushing, when Ace brought her face very close to his, allowing him to appreciate her beautiful golden eyes more closely. Belle gulped, clearly feeling nervous at such an approach, although Ace seemed totally unconcerned about it. Ace. If I cut the mushroom will I get my memory back? Mini Ace probamoslo, chibi. Ace nodded next to her mini-me and took the hilt of her sword surreptitiously so as not to excite Belle. However, Loki noticed Ace's intentions and quickly stood up and stood between her and Belle, stopping the possible murder of the mushroom. Loki. Wait, waving his arms, you can't do that, would be. Ace. Why? Frowning. Loki. Do you want Belle to lose his memory permanently? Ace opened her eyes in surprise and looked at Loki demanding an answer. Loki. We don't know what would happen if you cut the mushroom, maybe he won't recover his memories, and if that happens he'll forget you. You don't want that to happen, do you? Raising an eyebrow. Mini Ace and Ace took a step back in shock, feeling a terrible pressure in their chest as they imagined Belle never remembering them again. Loki. Maybe that dirty mushroom is breaking up parts of his memories and the only way to recover them is with more professional help like Ermid who knows more about the subject. It would be best to leave it like that until we return, right? Smiling. Ace looked at her undecided, not knowing whether to believe in Loki or not. It sounded like nonsense, but it could be that what he says is true, and if that is so and she cuts the mushroom, then Belle would forget her. But if that wasn't the case then everything would go back to normal and Belle would regain his memory. Ace didn't know what to do, he was in an internal debate. Don't do it. Ace turned her gaze in surprise seeing Riveria behind her holding the hilt of her sword. Loki also looked at the high elf in surprise, not believing that he really stopped Ace. Riveria. I don't like to admit it, but Loki is right, you don't know what will happen if you cut that mushroom. It could cause Belle to lose his memories forever, it would be. Ace was silent for several seconds before nodding slowly and releasing the hilt of her sword. She would trust Riveria and her judgment. Ace. Then let's go quickly back to Aurario, it would be. Riveria. I would like to but we still have to find Belle's family and inform them of this, sighing. Ace but. Riveria. Ace, looking at her, they are his family and he is their captain, don't you think they should know what happened to him? They might be looking for him and if we leave now we'll leave them on this island believing that he is still here. Ace lowered her head in silence and nodded in agreement. Riveria. Fine, but now I think it's better to go to sleep. I don't think the Hestia family is looking for Belle at night either. Loki. Oh, speaking of sleeping, smiling. Riveria. What are you up to, frowning? Loki. What? Did you forget? Loki smiles, you're going to sleep with Belle, smiling proudly. Everyone. Ah. Belle. Huh. Ah right, Loki-sama had mentioned that, looking down in embarrassment. Riveria. What do you mean by saying that Loki mentioned that, Belle, looking at him? Belle. Why yes, Loki-sama mentioned that while we were on the way here, looking at her, he said that you and I were married, looking away blushing, and that we were going to sleep together today, whispering shyly. Even though Belle whispered the last thing, Riveria and the others could hear it perfectly. Baze robotically turned her head looking at Loki with a death glare, while Loki raised his sweaty hands. Riveria looked away slightly with a small blush on her cheeks, she had forgotten that because of Loki, she was going to sleep with Belle in his camping tent. Lafia, who had been sitting by the campfire the whole time, got up and went to sleep in her tent. If she stayed there listening, she wouldn't be able to stand it any longer and would cast a spell on Loki. Baze Loki, have I told you before that you are a nuisance? Loki, ugh, you had said it before, but in such a hurtful way, smiling nervously, anyway, as Riveria said it is better to rest and look for the dwarf and her family tomorrow now, smiling wickedly. Riveria. It's about to start, sighing. Loki. Let husband and wife sleep together. Raising his arms triumphantly. Punch. Riveria. I also wanted to hit her A's. A's? Hum. The Loki-sama. Lafia, It was already night. Everyone was in their tents ready to go to sleep, although everyone was more than awake, especially a certain swordswoman and a certain goddess who had sharpened their hearing as much as possible by pressing their ear towards the direction of the little camping tent. It was a small orange camping tent, inside it there were only some white sheets to lie down, courtesy of Riveria who had taken them from her destroyed camping tent to use them in Belle's next to him. The camping tent was much smaller than the Loki family's tents, in the camping tent 2 people were lying in complete silence. Belle y Riveria. Both blushing and nervous about the awkward situation. There was no light to illuminate them, they were in the dark making the atmosphere more uncomfortable. Their eyes had already grown accustomed to the darkness so they could see each other despite the darkness. Belle in his complete innocence believed that this was normal and technically it was something normal for husbands, but they were not husbands, although Belle did not know that. Riveria on the other hand knew that they weren't a couple or anything like that, even so it made her nervous to be lying next to a man who was her own student and A's love interest, although A's didn't seem to realize that. Anything to add? And you? Riveria looked surreptitiously at Belle. He was shirtless. And who had his shirt? Exactly. Riveria looked down seeing her body hidden as best as possible under Belle's clothes, she still had that violet fabric around her waist that tried to cover her thighs, and Belle's white shirt that he had lent her to cover herself, although the shirt was a little small and was a man's shirt, so it was a little tight on her chest, making it stand out. She didn't have her clothes because of Loki, and no matter how much she and A's hid her, she didn't give them the location of her clothes, so she had no choice but to stay like that to sleep. Fortunately, it wasn't cold, in fact, it was quite the opposite. For some reason, it was quite warm even though it was at night. In Loki's tent. In the tent of a certain red-haired goddess was Loki holding a strange orange pearl that seemed to radiate heat. Loki. Cuckoo, it wasn't a bad idea to bring this thing, laughing stupidly, although, starting to sweat, it's very hot, no wonder it's only used in very cold climates, leaving his tent, well even from a distance it's warm, throwing it. Loki went back into his tent without seeing the small pearl fall right next to Riveria and Belle's camping tent. Back with teacher and apprentice. Riveria suddenly felt the heat increase and began to sweat. Riveria. How strange, thoughtful, could it be just me? Looking at Belle. Belle was feeling better than her just a little, he was starting to sweat and seemed scared for not knowing the reason. Belle Riveria-sama, sitting down, don't you think it's getting too hot all of a sudden? Looking at her. Riveria. Now that I think about it, Riveria-sama. Even if Loki put his stupid ideas in her head, I still feel respectful, huh? Smiling slightly. Belle Riveria-sama. Ticking his head. Riveria. I'm sorry, sitting down, I got into my thoughts, pulling at the collar of his shirt, it's true, it's very hot, for an island, and at night this is not something normal, it would be. Belle. Will it be a monster? Worried. Riveria. Looking at him, I'm not used to seeing him like this, he always looks so determined, sure of himself and his decisions, now he seems like a lost child, afraid of being in an unknown place, he's kind of adorable if I'm honest, looking away. Riveria turned to look at Belle, and her heart skipped a beat as she saw him shakily look around, he almost looked like he might cry at any moment. Riveria. Don't worry, placing a hand on her shoulder. Belle turned to look at her uncertainly, uncertainty that quickly disappeared when he saw Riveria's reassuring smile. Riveria. Don't be afraid, if there was a monster here it would have attacked us a long time ago, it's probably just the island that has a strange climate, smiling. Belle. Are you sure? Insecure. Riveria. Of course, nodding, don't worry, I'm strong, if something were to attack us I assure you I can protect us, smiling. Belle lowered his head shyly and nodded several times before looking at her. Belle Riveria-sama he's sweating a lot, looking at her. Riveria hum. Riveria touched her forehead and wiped away some sweat thoughtfully. Riveria. I have to do something to avoid the heat, even if it's just a little, thoughtful, I don't want to stink of sweat or be soaked, much less with Belle here, looking at him out of the corner of her eye, I've worked hard to give him a serene and elegant image of me, I'm not going to throw all my effort away because of a stupid sudden climate change, seriously. Belle Riveria-sama you should undress, looking at her calmly. Riveria eh? Looking at him in shock. Belle. Ahhhhhh. Hiding his face in embarrassment. Riveria, exalted. Belle. Let me explain. I meant my shirt and the fabric around your waist. Completely red, please don't think I'm a pervert. Embarrassed. Belle and Riveria lowered their heads blushing as smoke came out of their heads. Belle was so ashamed of himself that he didn't dare to speak anymore, he just kept his head down and his eyes closed. Riveria was also embarrassed, but after thinking about it for a bit and calming down, she decided to listen to Belle, she took a deep breath and began to take off her white shirt with embarrassment. Belle opened one of his eyes when he felt the sheets move and raised his head to see what Riveria was doing. She instantly opened her eyes wide and watched Riveria taking off her shirt halfway, as Riveria took off the piece of clothing it seemed to get stuck on her breasts and Riveria used a little more force to pull it off. Boing. Riveria was able to take off her white shirt and breathed a sigh of relief at feeling less hot than before. She looked at Belle and was confused to see him staring at her with his face completely red. Belle. It's got a good bounce, with a line of blood coming out of his nose. Riveria Belle. Confused. Belle blinked a few times before reacting and shaking his head in embarrassment. Belle. I'm sorry, I got distracted, looking away. Riveria. Are you okay? Worried. Riveria gently grabbed Belle's face, blushing, and turned him around so she could see the blood from his nose. Riveria. You have blood coming out of your nose, taking the blanket. Riveria wiped the blood from her nose with a white blanket as she smiled calmly at him. Riveria. Done I already cleaned it, smiling slightly. Belle. Thank you, blushing, I'm sorry, I stained your sheets with my blood, lowering his head. Riveria. That's the least of it. Are you sure you're okay? Your nose probably started bleeding from the heat, worried. Belle. Why yes I'm fine, looking away, it was probably just that. Belle is a terrible liar. Riveria. If you need water, tell me and I'll give it to you. Maybe it will help you cool off. Smiling slightly. He believed him completely. Riveria was catching the A's brainwashing bug. Riveria looked at Belle thoughtfully, thinking of a reasonable solution so that both of them would be cooler. Using her magic was not a solution, even with their intertwined singing, it was very risky. Suddenly a magic lamp lit up above her head quickly the color of the lamp changed to pink and was filled with little hearts, it was a very unreasonable idea that any elf would immediately deny, but for some reason Riveria actually considered it, she looked at the blood on the sheet again and worried about Belle, thinking that the heat could affect him, she gulped and looked at him with determination, she would do the best for her student. Riveria Belle please undress, would be. Belle? Huh. Looking at her. And? Problems of all kinds. To revive. Riveria. Belle, please undress, would be. Belle. Looking at her. Current scene. Belle blinked in shock before smiling nervously. Belle. Calm down Belle, I'm sure I'm just misunderstanding what she means, just like she misunderstood my words before. Yeah that's all, smiling, but how can I misunderstand it? She had one more piece of clothing apart from her swimsuit that could be taken off, I only have this, looking at her yellow swimsuit, what else can I take off? Nervous. Touch. Belle. Blushing. Belle was surprised to feel a soft, delicate touch on his hand and looked down as Riveria's hands gently grasped his. Riveria. No, Belle, I didn't make a mistake choosing my words. I want you to undress, looking at him seriously. Belle. But why? Blushing and confused. Riveria. And I'm not saying it for anything indecent okay? Just. If that cools us down more I think it's a good option, slightly blushing, besides we'll cover ourselves with a sheet so we won't see each other's bodies, looking away. Belle looked down blushing as he tried to calm down. Belle. This shouldn't upset me so much, we are husband and wife after all, right? This is normal for husbands, embarrassed. Riveria. We'll undress from behind, okay? Blushing, that way we won't be so embarrassed, we'll cover ourselves with the sheets and we'll sleep without looking at each other, looking away. Belle. Why yes, blushing. No one moved after that. Belle was too nervous to start undressing first. How could he do it when behind him was a beautiful jade-haired elf who, according to the goddess Loki, was his wife? Belle didn't know if that was true, and with his memories erased, he didn't have the slightest idea who Riveria was, but his innocent mind with erased memories saw no reason not to trust a god as wonderful as Loki. Loki's lie was poorly elaborate. Besides, when he saw Riveria, he felt a great warmth invade his heart, a strange feeling of nostalgia, as if he had met her before, that made him believe more in Loki's lie. Riveria noticed that Belle was lost in his thoughts, probably too embarrassed to do what she suggested, and she understood, she was embarrassed too, she never thought she would be naked next to a man she wasn't romantically involved with. Riveria let out a small sigh and looked up knowing that she was the one who should take the initiative. Belle stood with his head down as he hesitated whether he should start undressing or wait for confirmation from Riveria. But before asking Riveria if it was okay for her to undress, she saw a violet cloth fall in the corner of the camping tent. Touch. Belle blushed hard, feeling his bare back and Riveria's stick together. The space inside the tent was very small, so Riveria had to stick to Belle to be able to take off her clothes. They were still back to back, but their backs were pressed together, feeling each other's bare skin. Belle. I shouldn't be left behind, motivatedly clenching his fists, I should also, looking at the corner of the tent, huh? Seeing Riveria's swimsuit, did she undress already? Exalted. Belle turned to look at Riveria out of the corner of his eye, seeing her bare shoulder and loose jade hair in the dark, not to mention the drops of sweat running down the elf's naked body. An erotic image without a doubt. Belle gaped and blushed, looking sideways at Riveria. She was covering her chest with a white blanket, preventing Belle from seeing all her nakedness. But for Belle's innocent mind, seeing her body covered only by a blanket was more than enough to upset the white-haired man. Riveria. Don't stand there looking at me, it's embarrassing, blushing. Belle. I am sorry. Embarrassed. Belle took a deep breath and covered himself with the blanket as he took off his swimsuit. She couldn't help but let out a small sigh of satisfaction, even if it wasn't a very large garment with the heat that was making anything was refreshing. Belle left his suit in a corner and sat silently with his back pressed against Riveria's. Belle. We sleep together? Embarrassed. Riveria hummed, nodding with a small blush on her cheeks. But that said, they both lay down carefully, not wanting one to accidentally pull the sheet and end up exposing the other's naked body. Once again the lack of space in the tent became apparent and they both lay down with their shoulders pressed together, literally next to each other. Riveria took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She didn't know if Belle was watching her and she didn't want to know if he was or not. She didn't want to turn her back on him since her rear would be more exposed and that would be more embarrassing. She also didn't want to lie down in such a way that she would end up looking at him directly, again out of embarrassment. The only thing left for him to do was try to sleep without moving or wait for Belle to fall asleep first. Riveria opened her eyes slightly and looked sideways at Belle to see if he was awake. Coincidentally, Belle had also done the same and their gazes connected. Instantly they both looked away blushing. Riveria covered her face with both hands in embarrassment, never in her life had she felt so embarrassed as now, she was surprised by this new facet of her, she had never acted so shy, not even in her childhood, well, it made sense, she had never been naked next to a person of the opposite sex in her life, this was her first time, as an elf she considered relationships and intimacy something sacred. Something you would only do with the person you loved the most and with whom you were willing to spend the state of your life. She never expected to be naked next to a person she had no romantic relationship with, oh, if her father saw her now, he would probably have gone crazy and disinherited her. Riveria sighed, she didn't think that this trip to a beach with some members of her family would end this way and they still couldn't leave here, not until they found Belle's family and informed them of her situation. Belle, for his part, didn't know what to think. This was very confusing for him and new in a certain way. Without memories, he didn't know how to act in this situation and he was too nervous to talk to Riveria or even turn to look at her. Belle sighed, laid his head on one of the pillows he had and closed his eyes, he was very sleepy and just wanted to rest, he would worry about this matter tomorrow. Riveria. Surprised. Riveria turned to look at Belle and looked with slight surprise as he was already sleeping peacefully between the sheets. She looked at him silently for a few seconds before smiling slightly, he was adorable, because of his attitude and his lack of memory he seemed like a little boy, he no longer seemed like that admirable adventurer with the determination to learn who taught her daily. She looked at him in silence, remembering their long theoretical and practical training they had in the Twilight Mansion. She loved teaching him, she could spend hours and hours giving him classes, and he wouldn't get tired. She liked watching him grow, not because of her interest in his accelerated growth, but because of his personal growth. Every day he seemed to be more mature and self-confident while they trained. He was only 14, and he already gave an admirable and authoritarian image when he fought. He seemed like a leader to whom you could trust your life in his hands. Although of course, now he really did look like a scared little boy. Riveria. Rest, rubbing her head. Riveria also lay back on the pillow as she watched Belle sleep and slowly fell asleep. It was already daytime. And a great yawn sounded inside one of the Loki family tents from which Loki herself came out, rubbing her eyelids tiredly as she stretched. Loki. Ah, yawning, I miss my bed already, sleeping on the floor is crap, rubbing his back. Loki looked around in boredom before going to sit around the unlit campfire they had made yesterday, while trying to remember what they had to do today. As Loki tried to light the fire on his own, he suddenly remembered the very important thing he had to check. Loki. The married ones. Excited. Nearby there were two other tents just like Loki's, from which Ace and Lafia came out calmly and slightly sleepy. Well, Lafia looked like she was about to fall and sleep on the ground again. Lafia. Good morning, yawning, hello Ace-san, smiling tiredly. Ace nodded in greeting and looked around for the others. However, all Lafia and Ace saw was Loki running in a specific direction while behind her a bonfire caught fire. Lafia. Where are you going now? Rubbing her eyes, wait that's not the one, squinting. Ace. Belle and Riveria's camping tent would be. Lafia. We must stop Loki. Excited. Ace quickly nodded seriously and ran towards where Loki was going with Lafia, who was barely on his heels. However, when they arrived it was too late. Loki was already in front of the tent, unzipping the entrance with a stupid smile. Loki wasn't stupid enough to think that Riveria and Belle had done wrong things. He knew that Riveria was too responsible to do that, and Belle, well, was so shy and nervous that it was impossible for him to take the initiative. Loki knew it perfectly well, but he still wanted to take advantage of the situation to bother them in mischievous ways, as if they were really a couple or something had happened between them during the night. That's why Loki stood completely blank with stupefaction as she looked at the scene in front of her. Ace and Lafia came running behind her to stop any plan she had against Riveria and Belle, but when they arrived they were completely shocked to see the same thing Loki saw when he opened the camping tent. Two naked bodies. Of an elven woman and a young human. Only covered by white sheets. And sweatily burning with each other. 5. The body fell to the ground unconscious. The mind of the poor elf apprentice could not process the image of her master, defiled by her rival, and ended up fainting without accepting what she believed was reality. Ace just watched them in silence, without any apparent emotion. I wasn't angry. I was just a little jealous. Yes, I was quite clumsy. And she didn't know what it could mean, two naked people sleeping together in such a way. She didn't know how serious the matter they were seeing could be. She only knew that inside her she was jealous of Riveria. She also wanted to hug Belle like that, even more now that she acts in such an adorable and childish way like a little boy. I wanted to hug him and stroke his soft hair, similar to a rabbit's fur, and then go to sleep, wake up and do the same thing as before, stroke him and hug him. Yes, Ace was just jealous. On the other hand, Loki stared at the scene with his jaw open, not knowing what to think. There it was, the scene he so wanted to happen, but thought was impossible. Right in front of his eyes it was happening. She smiled wickedly as she inspected something in the blankets. She knew that Riveria hadn't had her first time, and therefore had her purity intact, or at least that's what she thought until about 5 seconds ago. Now she was starting to doubt it, but she couldn't believe things so hastily. She had to find proof that what she believed really happened. Proof. Loki's eyes widened, and he took the white blankets in his hands as he stared at a small but noticeable blood mark on the sheets. Loki. Wow, my little Riveria has become a woman, and with the one I least expected but wanted so much, smiling wickedly. Ace turned to look at her in confusion, not knowing what Loki was referring to or what he was planning to do. Loki. Okay, pick up Lafia and let her rest in her tent, Loki smiles. Ace. No, expressionless. Loki. Huh. Why? Ace. If I leave you alone you'll cause problems, staring at her. Loki. Booing, okay, just let me wake them up, smiling calmly. Ace looked at her for a few seconds in silence. She didn't think it was bad to wake them up, so she nodded calmly. Loki, for his part, smiled internally with malice. He had a plan. Riveria was waking up from a peaceful sleep after an extremely hot night. She was a little drowsy and stared into space for a few seconds before fully waking up and remembering yesterday's events. Riveria Belle, fully awakening. Riveria was going to get up to look for him, but before doing so she was surprised to hear a funny chuckle that she easily recognized. She looked down wearily and saw Loki's grinning face at the entrance to her open tent as he laughed mockingly. Riveria groaned in annoyance and covered herself as much as she could with the sheets when she remembered that she was naked. Riveria. What the hell do you want now? Loki, annoyed. Loki just laughed again in amusement before pointing at the. Loki. Where's Belle? Riveria, amused. Riveria looked at her confused and looked around for Belle without noticing him. She was about to get up to look for him, but she was stunned when she felt a soft and calm breathing on her chest. She looked down, staring blankly at Belle cuddled up next to her, sleeping peacefully without any discomfort. They were literally glued to each other, hugging and facing each other. Belle had his head resting on his chest while he slept. He didn't seem aware of it, but it was clear that he was sleeping well. Riveria's face turned completely red. She tried to say something but just babbled a bunch of nonsense words while looking at Belle and listening to Loki laugh loudly. Right now she looked like an embarrassed young girl. Riveria's constant movements began to disturb Belle's sleep, who slowly opened his sleepy eyes. Belle. How sleepy, yawning. Riveria. Belle. Exalted. Riveria didn't know what to do when she saw him awake. She was an elf, she couldn't allow anyone to approach her in such a way, much less a man. For a few seconds she considered hitting him to get him away from her. But before doing so, Belle laid his head back on it and simply went back to sleep with impressive tranquility. He didn't seem aware of his surroundings and actually seemed to have forgotten everything that happened last night. Riveria refrained from hitting him, she couldn't do it, she couldn't hit a face as peaceful and innocent as Belle's, it was simply impossible for her. Although of course, Loki's mocking look did make her want to hit her. Riveria covered herself with the sheets as much as possible, also covering Belle, while she looked at Loki blushing with embarrassment and annoyance. The red-haired goddess only began to laugh even harder, to the humiliation of Riveria, who angrily took her staff and pointed it at Loki. Loki. I see you've grown, my little Riveria, you're a woman now. Pam. In one of the other tents, Ace was calmly carrying Lafia's unconscious body while laying her down in her sleeping bag. The elf had fainted for some strange reason after seeing Riveria and Belle naked. She didn't understand why she fainted and downplayed it. He left Lafia's tent and looked in the distance at the camping tent where Riveria and Belle were sleeping. Ace pouted slightly as she remembered that, feeling a little jealous as she remembered Belle and Riveria hugging each other so affectionately while they slept. She also wanted to hug Belle like that, but Riveria had apparently gotten there first. Ace put aside her thoughts when she remembered that she had left Loki to wake up Riveria and Belle and walked towards the tent to prevent him from doing anything bad. As he walked he saw Loki talking outside the tent, probably waking up Riveria and Belle. As she walked she raised an eyebrow in confusion as she heard Loki laugh loudly. He quickened his pace to prevent him from doing anything wrong, but looked in surprise as suddenly Riveria's staff appeared, hitting Loki and throwing her several meters. I ignored Loki's body buried in the sand and walked towards the tent to check that everything was okay. However, as he approached the store, he only heard the sound of a zipper, and when he was in front of the store, he saw that it was closed. Is Riveria? Belle. Confused. The store was silent for a few seconds before a voice sounded inside. I'm awake. Ace. I see, what's going on? Aren't you going to leave? Confused. I'm waking up Belle, he's still asleep, can you light the fire for the meantime? Ace remained silent for a few seconds as she stared at the camping tent. After a few seconds of silence, Ace only responded with a yes and slowly withdrew to collect some wood to light the fire. Meanwhile at the camping tent. Inside the tent were Riveria and Belle, although the aforementioned was fast asleep while Riveria was sitting quickly putting her clothes back on. As she finished putting the purple cloth around her waist, she looked indecisively at Belle's white shirt. In the end, she resigned herself and took it, hoping that Belle wouldn't mind lending it to her for a while longer. Once she finished dressing, she approached Belle and began to move him gently, almost cursing the fact that he looked so adorable when he was sleeping. After a few seconds Belle reacted and slowly opened his eyes sleepily while letting out a yawn. He looked at Riveria calmly for a few seconds before waking up completely and quickly covering his body with a blushing face. Belle. Riveria-sama. Embarrassed. Riveria couldn't help but blush with embarrassment as well and moved away slightly from Belle with some nervousness. Riveria. I'm sorry, I was just trying to wake you up, it's already dawn, embarrassed. Belle. I see, thanks, scratching the back of his neck shyly. Riveria just nodded silently and turned her back on him as she unzipped the tent. Riveria. I'll go with the others, for now get dressed, looking away. Belle nodded silently watching Riveria open the tent and leave. Then before the store closes, Belle calls her, stopping her momentarily. Belle Riveria-sama, thanks for last night, smiling. Riveria. Huh. What specifically? Confused. Belle. Well, for everything, smiling embarrassed. Riveria shook her head and smiled slightly at him reassuringly. Riveria. It's okay, Belle, whenever you need me I'll help you, smiling warmly. Belle smiled back at Riveria and looked at her with more confidence than before. Belle. That's what husbands do, right? Smiling. Riveria blushed hard upon hearing those words and sighed internally, remembering Loki's foolishness when he told Belle that they had a relationship of that kind. Riveria. Yes, that's what husbands do, blushing. Well, we have to keep looking for your goddess and your companions, we'll do it later, for now get dressed and thank you too, especially for the shirt, touching the shirt with embarrassment. Belle just nodded with a smile watching Riveria close the store and leave him alone. As soon as the store closed, Belle's face turned completely red while some smoke came out of his head. She had held back her blush as she told Riveria that the couple supported each other. Campfire. While Belle was dressing in his tent, a high elf was walking uncomfortably towards a recently lit campfire where the unconscious body of Loki was around it and Ace was sitting next to it while looking at the sky in silence. Ace. I want to train, muttering. Ace felt a presence approaching her and turned around curiously watching Riveria walk towards the campfire and sit next to her. They both remained silent as they watched the flames of the campfire slowly consume the wood. After a few seconds of silence, Ace decided to break the ice, to Riveria's surprise. Ace. You and Belle are very close, looking at the campfire. Riveria. You think so? Well, I guess it's because Loki planted those ideas in her head that we're a couple after losing her memory, sighing, blushing. Ace shook her head, catching Riveria's attention, who looked at her in confusion. Ace. No, he and you are very close, even if that fungus hadn't erased his memory you would still have slept together, looking at her. Riveria didn't say anything to that, it was true, although that had been Loki's plan too. Ace. Do you want Belle? Looking at her. Riveria continued to stare at the campfire in silence for a few seconds before sighing and answering. Riveria. Naturally, he's my student and I've been teaching him magic for a while now. He's also a friend. He's helped me with some things or issues sometimes, so I could already consider him someone close to me. Ace. I see, I love Belle too, looking at the campfire, seeing him fight is always like watching the flames of a small campfire grow bigger in the middle of a strong snowstorm. Belle is like that, he always faces things much stronger than him, things that could easily overwhelm him at any second, and yet he always manages to win and become stronger. After that Ace turned to look at the sky seeing the white clouds reminding her of Belle's hair. Ace. My favorite part of our training is when I feint him. I like watching him sleep. It's weird but soothing. I especially like brushing his hair. It's. Riveria. Very smooth. Ace. Yes, I'm glad you became her friend, looking at her. Riveria. Really? Slightly surprised. Ace. Yes, nodding, it's good that he improves in other areas. I'm not a good teacher, I always made him faint in our first training sessions, even so it was surprising that he managed to learn from that and improve, looking at her, you are very wise, it's good that he learns from you, it will make him more cautious in the dungeon, I hope more than I am. Riveria. Sometimes she can be more clumsy than you actually are, laughing slightly. Ace. I wouldn't like anything to happen to him in the dungeon, it's inevitable being an adventurer, but it's enough for me to know that he'll survive, that's why I'm glad you're training him, that gives him more chances to survive in a situation he can't control, looking at the campfire. Riveria. Yes, he's very reckless and from what he's told me, he gets into a lot of trouble without thinking, that's why I put a lot of effort into his training. I don't want anything to surprise him and end his life, looking at the campfire. Ace nodded at Riveria's words, and they remained silent for a while longer before Ace spoke again. Ace. Would you let me be his wife too? Curious. Riveria. What? Blushing. Ace. Belle lost his memory and is very close to you for telling him that you were his wife. If I tell him we should be husband and wife, will it be the same with me? Curious. Riveria. Well, yes, but that's not how it works with husbands and wives, you can't have more than one in a relationship, not to mention when you're married, blushing, being married is a huge responsibility and promise, you can only do it with a person who is extremely important to you and with whom you share a very intimate relationship as a couple, looking away. Ace. Oh I see, thoughtful, then why didn't you tell Belle that you weren't married? Confused. Riveria. Well no, I didn't think it was a bad thing, I thought it would be easier that way to explain to her why we were here and that she wouldn't get scared thinking she was with strangers, sighing, it doesn't matter, once she recovers her memory she'll return to normal, we just have to find her family first, before leaving the island, tired. Ace nodded calmly as she looked at the campfire, she hadn't realized until now, but the flames could be very mesmerizing when you have nothing to do. After that, both remained silent. A few minutes passed and Bell left the tent and approached the campfire while Loki was just waking up and rubbing his head. Bell. Hello, smiling calmly. Bell, have you recovered any of your memory? Curious. Bell. I'm sorry Ace-san, I still don't remember anything, dejected. Ace. Okay, we'll fix it when we get back to Riveria, sit down. Bell sat between Ace and Riveria as they watched Loki slowly rise from the sand. Loki, ugh, my head hurts. Bell. What happened to Loki-sama? Worried. Riveria. Leave her alone, Bell. She's asking for trouble. Glare at Loki. Bell hi, nodding nervously. Riveria. For now, let's wait for Lafia to wake up. Once we're all gathered, let's go find the Hestia family. This time, let's go together. Everyone nodded at Riveria's words and remained silent as they rested. Loki. Oh yeah, almost forgot to ask, how was your first night of pleasure? Did the kid do well for a level 6 like you, Riveria? Is his nickname Rabbit just for show, or is it true? Smiling mockingly. Punch. A single blow was enough for Loki's face to end up back in the sand, while Bell and Ace frantically prevented Riveria from attacking Loki with her staff. While this was happening, in the distance, hiding in a cave, there were several people sleeping while they were shivering from the cold and murmuring things. Among them was the body of a small woman with long pigtails who kept muttering, Bell kun. The Hestia family had stayed up all night searching for Bell throughout the vast forest. With no sign of the white-haired man, they ended up having to sleep there because it was so dark they couldn't recognize the way back. They didn't know that unlike them, Bell had slept in an extremely hot but very comfortable place. And. Lucky Rabbit. What's up, you sons of bitches? Mysterious island. On the strange island where our lucky white-haired boy found himself. But on the other side of the island, where his family was, his goddess and his companions were sleeping, shivering from the cold, hidden in a cave. The first to wake up was Hestia, the patron goddess of the family, and who began the excursion around the island in her search for beauty. The small goddess with big pigtails rose trembling from the stone floor while hugging herself with her arms trying to get warmth. They had searched for Bell altogether, but their search had lasted for hours, and no matter how hard they searched, they were unable to find anything more than small clues about Bell, and no matter how hard they searched, they did not find his whereabouts. When night fell they had no choice but to take shelter somewhere, everyone was wearing bathing suits to make the situation worse. Hestia stood up trembling and walked out of the cave, seeing that it was already daylight. She went to wake up the others, noticing that they were just like her, shivering from the cold. Lily. Quick, we have to find Bell-sama, determined. Makoto. How is his Bell dono? Trembling. Welf. Who knows if we are like this, I can't imagine how he will be, worried. Hestia. We have to find him quickly, I don't even want to think about what could have happened to my poor Bell-kun alone and helpless in this dark forest, worried. Hestia and Lily imagined a poor chibi Bell crying inconsolably in the forest, sleeping on top of a stone shivering from the cold. They immediately panicked at the thought of what Bell might be going through and got to work quickly lifting up Welf and Makoto, who were trying to light a fire to warm themselves. Welf. No. Wait. I need to warm up for a while. Clinging to the ground. Makoto. Please. I need to light the fire. Pushing Lily. Lily said we're going to look for Bell-sama. Pulling them angrily. Welf. Come on, Lilicuajo, it's Bell. Knowing him, it's more likely that he's completely fine and that he slept in a comfortable place away from the cold. Lily doesn't care about that. We'll just go find Bell-sama. Annoyed. Finally Welf and Makoto let themselves be dragged by Lily, discouraged, while Hestia walked ahead of them, searching the surroundings for a peculiar white hair. All night they had searched tirelessly for Bell on half the island, and now they were going to look for him on the other half, hoping to have better luck than before. Loki family camp. At the Loki family camp, the entire Loki family and Bell were preparing to search the forest for the Hestia family to inform them of Bell's situation and take him back to Riveria. As it was possible that there were monsters or some dangerous animal, they decided to go in their adventurer clothes. Loki inevitably had to return her adventurer's outfit to Riveria, but even so, she was not spared from several blows. And Bell, well, he didn't have adventurer clothes, so he dressed just as he arrived at the Loki family camp. Bell. Why are we going to the forest? Curious. Riveria. We will look for your patron goddess and the members of the Hestia family, your friends, looking at him. Bell. My friends. Curious. Riveria. You might remember them when you see them, smiling slightly. Bell nodded, trusting Riveria and walked with her towards the forest following Loki who was guarded by Lafia and Ace. Riveria. Don't separate, if you see something let me know, it would be. Everyone nodded at Riveria's words, she was the one in charge at the moment and they weren't going to question her. While they were exploring the forest looking for the Hestia family, something caught their attention. In the distance, a large cloud of smoke began to form and the smell of burning reached their noses, easily recognizing what was happening. Lafia. Is the forest on fire? Surprised. Loki. Looks like something interesting is happening over there. Shall we see? Smiling confidently. Riveria. It's likely that Belle's family is there, well, we'll go investigate, it would be. Quickly everyone went in that direction to look for the Hestia family, well, Belle with amnesia simply ran as if he had no fauna, and Ace carried him as if he were a princess and carried him in her arms while going at a much higher speed to Belle's delight, who smiled amusedly, as if he were a child. Mysterious island fire. On the other side of the island, specifically the place that was burning, the Hestia family was cornered against a stone wall, defending themselves as best they could from mushrooms. Hestia. Ah. What are those things? Excited. Makoto. They keep appearing, the more I kill the more they appear, breathing heavily. Lily. Welf. You don't have any more magic swords. Welf. Yes, but looking at the fire, I don't think it's a good idea. Lily. Lily doesn't give a buck. Use her. Welf shrugged his shoulders and unsheathed a red knife that he carried at his waist, attacking one of the mushrooms and releasing a powerful flare of fire that engulfed several of the mushrooms and trees. A bad idea, as the flames engulfed the entire area surrounding it, enclosing the Hestia family in a circle of flames. All. Lily. You see what you do, Welf. Welf. Ah. Hestia. Stop fighting. We have to get out of here. Looking around. Makoto. I can use my magic to crush the flames and extinguish them. Smiling. Hestia. Okay. But do it quickly. Hestia and Welf started coughing from the smoke. Makoto stayed crouched reciting her chant so she wouldn't cough and have a will-o'-the-wisp, and Lily, well, she was little so she didn't have any problems with the smoke. Before Makoto finished reciting her chant, a large wave of ice suddenly covered the entire fire, extinguishing it immediately and surprising the Hestia family. Makoto had a will-o'-the-wisp. Boom. Makoto. Gah. Falling to the ground, scorched. Welf. What's all this ice? Surprised. Lily. I don't know, but he saved Lily from an ugly death. Hestia. Could it be some kind of monster? Worried. Welf. We should go see, but we have to be careful, seriously. Lily. Indeed, it would be. Makoto. Ugh, yes, I'm fine, don't worry, getting up limping. Hestia. Is Makoto recovered yet? Okay, let's go. All hi. Makoto. Although I'm not completely fine, but if it's because of Beldono, there's no time for grief. Recovering. Everyone ignored the fact that Makoto immediately recovered as if nothing had happened and walked around the ice to search for the person responsible for what seemed like a massive disaster by some entity of great power. And in a way they were not wrong. Before the Hestia family got lost in the forest for the second time, searching for the person responsible for that huge ice glacier. A certain expedition group that included a white-haired man with amnesia found them first. Look, there are people over there. Animated. L, who was in the middle of the group for supervision, pointed to his family animatedly, although he didn't know it was his family. Everyone quickly looked at Belle in surprise. He was looking at them from atop a large stone while pointing at them with an innocent smile. Hestia. Belle-kun. Happy. Hestia and the others ran towards Belle with a smile on their faces upon finding him okay. They didn't really think about anything else, they were just happy to see their captain in good condition. Welf. Belle. I knew you'd be as fresh as lettuce. Smiling. Makoto. Beldono. Let's go bare-knuckle minotaur fighting. Smiling. Lily. Belle Samaya. Running towards him. L. Looking at them all. Hestia, Lily, Welf and Makoto quickly ran towards Belle happily, they were happy to see him. Although for Belle it was a different view. I had amnesia. I didn't recognize any of them. For him they were strangers who were running towards him with open arms and smiling, the girl with gigantic breasts, and the girl even looked like they were about to cry. And for Belle that was a little scary. They couldn't blame him, his mind was that of a child at the moment. Belle was slightly startled and took a few steps back, disappearing from the stone where he had previously been heroically perched, according to his family, who didn't even seem to notice his condition and simply ran over the stone to follow their captain. Of course, none of them expected to see the next scene. There it was. Their captain. His powerful, gentle and shy captain. In the arms of a high elf with jade hair with his head hidden between her breasts, while the elf hugged him gently with her face flushed and embarrassed by the situation. Yeah, they really didn't know how to react to that. They were simply shocked seeing Belle being hugged by the strongest mage of Riveria and vice captain of the Loki family with a shy and blushing Sarah. Accompanying their captain were certain people they knew very well and who had similar reactions to their own. A certain red-haired goddess smiled with pure malice, watching with amusement and even with some jealousy how Belle had his head perfectly tucked between Riveria's breasts and without receiving a single blow or catastrophic magic that threatened her life and that of everything around her. At his side was Ace staring at Belle and Riveria, burning with a dark and envious aura. On the other hand, Lafia looked at this with a blank and emotionless look. Yes, she was definitely convinced that some monster or something had left her on the 5th trip and she was hallucinating very powerful things. Either that or she was already dead and was seeing her worst nightmare all the time. At least he didn't faint, that was already a point in his favor. Or something like that. Riveria. Yeah, rubbing her head, they are not dangerous, they are your family Belle, she is your goddess Hestia, and your companions, speaking softly, are not bad people, smiling. Belle slowly raised his head, looking into her eyes, receiving Riveria's reassuring smile that calmed him immediately. Belle. They my family? Raising his head. Riveria nodded again and turned to see the Hestia family, sweating slightly at everyone's shocked and surprised faces. Riveria hello Hestia family, trying to look calm, I assure you there is a reasonable explanation for this. Loki. Yes, you bucked his captain, smiling. Riveria. That didn't happen. Blushing. Hestia. EA. Trembling, Belle Kun, looking at him, what are you doing in the arms of the vice-captain of the Loki family? Upset. Belle slowly separated from Riveria and shyly turned his gaze to his family for a few seconds before speaking. Belle. I hum. Hestia and the others paid close attention to Belle's words, hoping for at least a response that made some sense. Belle. It's just that she's my wife, looking at them. Hestia. Exalted. Lily Belle-sama. What are you saying? Blushing. Makoto. Belle don't know I had no idea, is this why he took so long in his training? Curious. Everyone immediately turned to look at Makoto, making sense of her words. Welf. Well, that would explain why he's been coming home so late lately. Thoughtful. Hestia and Lily looked at Welf and Makoto in shock. What if Belle, instead of going to train, was merely going to meet the vice-captain of the Loki familia? So they had a close relationship. No wait, nothing was proven. Hestia and Lily relaxed slightly and looked at each other thoughtfully, it was just a guess from Welf and Makoto, nothing assured them that it was true that Belle and Riveria were alone. Riveria. I'm sorry to let you go home so late. I've been training and teaching you lately and it's taken up a lot of your time. I apologize in advance, bowing. Hestia. Lily. Is it true? In shock. While Lily and Hestia looked at Riveria in shock, Loki simply smiled mockingly and walked to the front, positioning himself between Belle and the Hestia family. Loki. Well, I've had enough fun, I'm satisfied with that cuckoo cow face, mocking, let's go to the camp I have set up with my family, there are some things to clarify, walking. The entire Loki and Belle family walked away while they were followed by the Hestia family, who simply did not know what else to do, they would look for more explanations later, for now they had no choice but to follow them. And Hestia and Lily followed them in shock all the way. Loki family camp. Back at the camp, everyone was sitting around the campfire in silence, not because of discomfort, but simply because most were more focused on seeing two people in particular. Riveria. You don't remember anything about them? Belle. No, shaking his head. Riveria. It's okay, don't worry, you'll get your memory back eventually, smiling softly. Unlike the others, Belle and Riveria were sitting together and a little close together, and Riveria was gently rubbing Belle's back as a form of support. Loki looked at everything with a dark and mocking smile, Ace with an aura of jealousy, and Lafia stared at him with a death glare, it seems that she finally managed to accept that what she sees is real, but it is not something that she likes very much. For their part, Welf and Makoto did not pay much attention to that matter, they were more focused on Riveria's words, and quickly deciphered what was happening. Hestia and Lily were more focused on Riveria and Belle's relationship and stared at them with a face that would be scary and frighten poor Belle if it weren't for the fact that his pretty elf wife was his center of attention. Welf. Well, looking at Loki, seeing that the goddess Hestia is more focused on something else, I guess it's my turn to ask, what exactly happened to Belle? Curious. Loki. Oh, that's it. I thought you'd rather hear about Belle and Riveria. Honestly, it's a more interesting topic. Laughing. Anyway, we ran into Belle yesterday morning. Apparently, she escaped from something, a girl contest or something. You don't know what happened, right? Looking at them. Welf. No. Loki. Well, after that encounter we had with him, he decided to leave again to look for you, but, looking at the mushroom on his head. Makoto. That mushroom, it's the same as the ones that were chasing us, looking at Welf. Loki. Since it took him a long time to return, we went to look for him and found him like this, urinated Bell, with no memory, no memories, without knowing anything and with a mushroom on his head, smiling. Welf. So if he has amnesia, I guess that mushroom was the object NASA was looking for, looking at Makoto. Makoto. It matches the description except they never mentioned that the mushroom could move and chase someone, squinting. Welf. There weren't even so many, sighing. Loki. And that's it. Smiling, he lost his memory and we've been taking care of him ever since. He acts like a little kid, but be careful. He still has that level 2 strength. Smiling darkly. Welfa, thoughtful, well, at least they clarified the situation for us, and is there any way to remove the fungus or something? Loki. We have no idea, we bet it would be better to leave it like this and return to Riveria to have Ermid check it out, she's the best healer, she'll know how to do something to remedy this, looking at Bell. Welf. I guess it's better to leave it in the hands of a professional, okay, it's a good option, looking at Bell. Makoto. And can you explain why Bell Dono is so attached to Riveria-sama? Curious. Loki. About that, looking at Bell. Hestia and Lily automatically turned their gaze towards Loki, so fast that it even seemed as if they had broken their necks, scaring Loki with the sudden movement. Loki. Damn, calm down, I'll tell you, but let's get away a little, getting up. Loki and the others got up from the ground and walked away from the bonfire, leaving only Bell, Riveria, Ace, and Lafia. Meanwhile Loki began to explain what happened, more or less. Riveria. Are you hungry? How about we catch some fish and make some grilled fish to eat before we get back to Riveria, looking at him. Bell. Grilled fish. Curious. Riveria. Yes, it's not difficult to make really, it doesn't have a bad taste believe me. Bell. Let's eat grilled fish, smiling. Riveria. Let's catch some fish, I think we can use a. Slash. Riveria and Bell turned their gaze in surprise and saw Ace with his sword unsheathed on the seashore while he pierced 3 fish with his sword. Ace. I have them, looking at them. Bell. Wow, surprised. Ace stared at Bell and approached him silently without saying anything. She stared at him for several seconds, making him sweat, wondering what Ace wanted. Bell ag good job, smiling nervously. Ace looked at him for a few more seconds and smiled slightly satisfied before nodding and giving Bell more space, but without moving too far away from him. Ace. Cook them, leaving them on several palm leaves, I'll go get more, leaving. Bell. I thought he would do his own, looking at Ace. Riveria. It's very simple to do, we can do it for her besides, if she did it I don't know how, but she would ruin it, closing her eyes. Bell huh. Hestia. What the hell Loki? Shaking her. Loki candy ebdishes, getting free, calm down damn uttered dwarf breasts oh, I think I'm still not okay, shaking his head a little anyway, it was the best excuse at the moment, it was a quick and simple way to make him believe why we were here and not be scared of us. Hestia. There were so many other options for what to say to her. Annoyed. Loki. Yes, but I wanted the funniest one, smiling. Lily. This is stupid, Lily will go right now and tell Bell-sama everything, annoyed. Loki. I wouldn't do that if I were your little pal cuckoo, laughing. Lily. Oh. Why? Hestia. Don't do it Lily. Lily. Surprised. Hestia. Think about it, he's Bell, and he has the mentality of a little boy, what will happen when he discovers that everyone has been tricking him into trusting him, looking at her. Lily the. Hestia. He won't even believe in us when we tell him the truth and he'll get upset knowing that not everything he was told in the beginning is true, he'll start to distrust us and could become hysterical or paranoid with us, looking at Loki, you knew it, that's why you made him believe that, squinting. Loki. Bingo, smiling amusedly. Hestia. This isn't going to stay like this, Loki would be. Loki. Come on, you say that as if I had really done something wrong, smiling, I only brought the couple that is forming closer together, laughing mockingly. Hestia. What do you mean? Is it true that Bell goes to see Riveria every day? Why? Staring at her. Loki. Why else, training, smiling. Lily. And what else, approaching. Loki. Just that, Riveria is training him in magic control so he can master his magic, I think she was teaching him to be a magic warrior or something like that, raising his shoulders, I have no idea, I'm just counting the days to see when they have Hex and for my plan to come true, smiling. Hestia. Plan. What plan? Loki. Which one more? That Bell and Riveria are a couple, fun, are already very close, tell me, how long do you think it will take them? Approaching. Welf. Calm down Hestia-sama. Suggesting Hestia. Makoto. She's just provoking them. Pulling Lily. Loki. Well, anyway, it was a good talk, shaking his clothes, but I'm hungry and I can already smell the grilled fish, so I want to eat. Bye-bye, saying goodbye. Hestia looked at Loki with annoyance, but said nothing else, there was nothing else to say. Around the campfire was Loki and Belle's family eating some grilled fish impaled on wooden sticks. As was obvious, Belle was between Aes and Riveria. Loki watched them while devouring his fish in the best Norse god style. Lafia was next to Riveria, saying 1,000 words trying to get a reasonable explanation from her teacher, who simply gave her bland answers to put all her attention on Belle. Speaking of Belle. The white-haired future king of the elves was quietly eating a fish while using one of the remaining branches to make a drawing on the ground. Riveria at his side looked at the sand in which he was drawing with curiosity, watching him draw the simple figure of an elf with long hair tied up and long ears. Riveria. Am I me? Curious. Belle immediately nodded with a smile and drew a small smile on the face of the chibi Riveria, to the amusement of Riveria, who laughed slightly and looked at him flattered. It was nice to live with such a lively and innocent Belle. Although she couldn't help but worry about whether there would be repercussions or something that would harm Belle if the fungus remained attached to him for too long, preventing him from remembering his past. At least they had already explained things to the goddess Hestia, and just as he supposed, she did not seem happy with the situation. If Hestia's annoyed face as she came here didn't mean anything else. Hestia and the Palom immediately glared at her. It didn't make her uncomfortable or anything, she was used to being the center of attention, especially for elves, so it wasn't a problem, but she was a little worried about the effect this would have later. Riveria. This is going to create a tense relationship between both families, sighing, and they didn't even know about our morning workouts, or that Belle trained at the Twilight Mansion with me. It makes sense that he would want to hide it, considering the rivalry of our goddesses. Tired. Hestia stared at Riveria with a withering look along with Lily, but neither said anything. They remained silent and reluctantly watching the whole scene, a complete torture for them. They seemed to be the same as Lafia. Welf, Mikoto and Loki for their part simply continued eating with complete peace of mind. For them it was not a matter of such importance. And Aes was cleaning her sword while staring at Belle's head. She still thought it would be a good idea to simply cut the mushroom, but Riveria would prevent it, probably Loki too. Then he turned to look at the Hestia family. They hadn't asked what they were doing here. Aes. What are you doing here? Curious, we came on a mission from the Diansech family. Lily turned to look at Aes, and she was the one who answered him. Lily. Assuming our missions are the same, we were sent by the Maich family to collect a strange object with amnesia effects to create a medicine that counteracts those effects. Cross of arms, a rare mushroom, looking at Belle's head. Aes. Oh, we too, but we didn't know that he would have the ability to attach himself to someone and literally erase their mind, also looking at Belle. Lily. Lily was never told that those damn things would have a life of their own, sighing, and this damn island is infested with those little mushrooms. We'd better leave quickly before we're approached by an army of mushrooms again and cause a fire again, staring at Welf. Welf. Ah. What are you looking at me for? Those were your orders. Lily. Anyway, you've finished eating, right? Let's get out of here. It's urgent that you check on bellcranel. Standing up. How did you get here? Looking at them. Riveria. We can take you on one of our family's boats, Kalmata, if you wish, although we will necessarily take Belle, seriously. Hestia. Oh. And why is that? Narrowing her eyes. Riveria. If possible, I would prefer to take Belle to a professional and high-caliber doctor like Ermid, but it is somewhat expensive, and I know your budget does not allow it, so let me pay for it, seriously. Hestia was about to reproach, however before she could do so, Lily abruptly covered her mouth and put on a fake smile. Lily. Ah well, in that case it would be rude for Lily to reject your generous offer and kindness. We hope not to be a burden to you in the hospital and on the way to Arario, smiling. Loki. Don't let your interest show, Cuckoo, laughing. Very well, then let's board the boat and return. There's nothing good on this island if everyone has already taken off their swimsuits. Lying down. Hestia. You? In a swimsuit? Why else would you have anything to brag about? Laughing mockingly. Hestia pressed her arms under her bust, making it stand out more next to her swimsuit. Loki darkened his gaze, and they quickly began to fight like cats and dogs. Lily. I don't know whether to side with Hestia-sama or Loki-sama, looking at her flat chest. Loki. Stupid cow tits. Annoyed, do you think you're a big deal because you have too much fat to show? Hestia. You can complain all you want, but I know you're just jealous of me. Plank. Mocking. Loki. Don't get too excited about having two fat balls. Loki slapped Hestia's breasts, surprising everyone, especially Hestia, who saw that her swimsuit made of palm leaves, which had previously been torn, was now coming off again. And while Hestia's breasts bounced against each other and the swimsuit fell inertly to the floor, Lafia and Makoto were already on top of Loki tackling her, while Harahim ran with a towel towards Hestia. On the other hand, Riveria had already covered Belle's eyes with her hands since Loki slapped Hestia's eyes and looked at Loki and Hestia with empty eyes. Welf. What a problem. Lily was behind Welf, covering her eyes with effort because she could barely reach his eyes if she stood on tiptoes. Welf was sitting. Huh. What's going on? Confused. Riveria. It's nothing, just two idiots fighting irresponsibly, sighing. While Harahim held Hestia covered with a towel, she continued to look for a fight. Hestia. Ah. Stupid tablet, look what your jealousy causes. Loki lifted his head from the sand as he was being held to the ground by Makoto and Lafia and immediately answered angrily. Loki. You and your cheap swimsuit. Why are you such a pauper? Riveria. And they keep fighting, sighing. Riveria took her staff and raised it angrily reciting a chant. Everyone felt the sudden change in temperature, feeling very cold unlike before when they were hot. Lafia immediately knew who it was and turned to look at her teacher before becoming frightened when she saw her with her forehead covering her eyes and her staff raised in their direction. Riveria raised her face slightly and revealed her annoyed eyes while a vein appeared on her forehead. Riveria. Herald of the end, white snow. Loki. Wait. Scared. Riveria. 3 harsh winters my name is Elf. Hola. And. Pampered rabbit. Beluda it's me again BV. Hospital Dian Sech. The whole day had passed since the mysterious island thing happened. The Hestia family was grateful for the kindness of the Loki family in letting them return to Riveria with them on their luxurious ship. And after a whole day of sailing in which Belle had vomited in the sea while being cared for by Riveria, they had finally arrived at Aurario, where Riveria immediately took him to the Dian Sech family hospital to check on his memory loss. And now in the Dian Sech family hospital were Riveria, Ace and the entire Hestia family gathered in a hospital room while they watched expectantly a beautiful girl with wavy silver hair and violet eyes carefully examine a simple-looking brown mushroom enclosed in a jar. She was Ermid Tiesener, the best healer in all of Aurario, known for being the only one capable of easily healing wounds made by cursed weapons. Next to her was a stretcher on which Belle was lying. He was resting after Ermid anesthetized him and slowly removed the mushroom from his head while using her healing magic, making sure not to harm Belle. After a few more seconds, Riveria anxiously got up from her seat and approached Ermid. Riveria. Ermid, is Belle okay? Worried. Ermid turned to look at Riveria calmly, leaving the jar with the mushroom stored. Ermid. He'll be fine, fortunately the fungus didn't eliminate his memories, it only blocked them, now that I removed it he's completely fine, he should wake up soon with his memories intact, checking Belle's condition, yes, he has nothing else, and he doesn't present a secondary symptom, seeing her. Everyone in the room sighed in relief upon hearing Ermid's words. It had reassured them quite a bit to know that she was okay. Riveria. By the way, nervous, will she remember everything that happened while her memories were blocked? Ermid. Thoughtfully, yes, it's quite likely that she remembers everything. The fungus blocked her most recent memories, but it didn't prevent the memories of everything that happened, so those memories should be intact too. Looking at her. Riveria. Oh I understand, it's okay, thanks for the help Ermid, thanking. Ermid. Don't worry, thank you for accepting the assignment and bringing me the mushroom. With the information you gave me, that mission could easily be upgraded to rank A, thoughtful. I'll pay you more than I offered, and don't worry, I won't charge you to remove the mushroom from the boy's head, looking at Belle. By the way, I think he's about to wake up, giving them space. Riveria eh? Everyone turned to look at Belle and watched him frown in the sunlight before slowly opening his eyes as he stood up. Belle? What happened? Holding his head. Belle. Opening his eyes. Belle looked up realizing he was sitting on a nursing gurney in what looked like a hospital that he was sure was very expensive. Belle looked around and the first thing he saw was Riveria standing in front of him while looking at him with concern. Immediately a memory invaded his mind, a memory where he was in a camping tent with Riveria in front of him without any kind of clothing on her body, only holding a white sheet while wiping some blood from her nose. Belle opened his eyes abruptly, snapping out of the memory and seeing Riveria standing in front of him again. Now, in the present, he immediately blushed fiercely as he remembered her naked body. What was that memory? Why had Riveria been standing in front of her without clothes? And why had they slept together naked? Belle felt dizzy imagining all that again and finally his body collapsed while a small trickle of blood came out of his nose, alerting everyone. Riveria caught his body before he fell and turned to see Ermid worriedly. Riveria. What's wrong with him? Worried. Ermid. Inspecting, it seems that he fainted for no reason, he probably remembered something very intense for him, although, remembering how he reacted by his reaction, it is likely that he only remembered something embarrassing that he experienced with you, Miss Riveria, staring at her. Riveria, eh? Something embarrassing about her. Riveria blushed immediately when she remembered the night she had spent with Belle, sleeping together naked in a small place, and then waking up in a compromising and sweaty embrace. It would definitely be something to be embarrassed about, the only thing besides that she was wearing a swimsuit that barely covered what was necessary. But it was more likely that Belle fainted from remembering the camping tent when they were naked. That confirmed Riveria's fears, who didn't even know how to react when she learned that Belle kept those memories intact. In the end, all she could do was sigh and accept it, trying to be with him when he woke up again to ask him not to mention anything about what had happened. She wasn't going to threaten him into not saying anything. She wasn't like that. Well, actually yes, as an elf she had a certain pride to maintain, if Belle were anyone else she would surely have already torn out his eyes, but it was Belle, she knew him, she knew how gentle and innocent he was, and he was her student, she simply couldn't hurt him or anything. So he decided to wait patiently for her to wake up to ask her to keep it a secret. Also, if any other elf found out they would definitely gouge out his eyes, if his father knew, she was sure he would send an entire army after Belle's head. Riveria shook her head, leaving those thoughts aside and sighed tiredly, seeing the people in front of her. The entire Hestia family along with Ace were there, also staring at Belle who was lying on the stretcher again with a paper plug in his nose. They were in an awkward silence, and it didn't help that Ermid was standing nearby, inspecting the mushroom in great detail, quite intrigued that it had a life of its own and amnesia effects as powerful as it had with Belle. Finally someone decided to do something. Surprisingly it was Ace. The quietest one was the one who decided to do something and got up from her seat, getting a little closer to Belle, who was resting peacefully on the stretcher. Hestia and Lily were excited when they saw her approaching Belle, but they remained silent, gritting their teeth, knowing that at the slightest annoying noise, Ermid would kick them out of the place without hesitation. For Ermid it was more than enough that only one person would stay with the patient to take care of him. And he clearly noticed how close Riveria seemed to him, so he would have no problem kicking everyone out except Riveria to continue taking care of Belle. Leaving that aside, Hestia and Lily looked with clear jealousy and a dark look at Ace, who was next to Belle gently taking his hand as she saw him rest. Then she turned to see Riveria who also looked at Belle calmly, trusting that her student would be okay. Ace. Shouldn't we report to Finn as soon as we arrive? Curious. Riveria. Don't worry, Lafia and Loki will take care of reporting it, looking at Belle, so we can stay here and wait, closing her eyes. Ace nodded, encouraged to stay until Belle woke up and sat silently beside him while taking his hand. Again everything was silent to the delight of Ermid who worked silently on the mushroom looking for something useful from it. Although that peace did not last long, as Ace spoke again, giving a rather peculiar suggestion. Ace. What if I give him a lap pillow so he'll heal faster? Curious. All. Absolutely everyone looked at Ace in silence as if she were stupid, they didn't know if she was joking just to give him a lap pillow, or if she simply truly believed that it would make him get better faster. Only Riveria knew it was a bit of both. Immediately after, Hestia and Lily jumped out of their seats and contradicted Ace, shouting that she only did it to be closer to him, and that in any case, since they were his family, they should do that. Of course Ace didn't stay silent and answered very seriously that if she did it to get closer to him, but also so that he would get better faster, and she started to argue with the goddess and Palom who had to be held back by Welf and Makoto so that they wouldn't pounce on the sword princess in a moment of stupidity, asking her to calm down. Riveria remained silent and expectant, watching the spectacle that passed before her eyes, with a drop of sweat on the back of her neck before sighing, knowing what was about to happen. At his side was Ermid with her back turned, who had previously been inspecting the mushroom, now had a dark and grumpy aura and a completely serious face. Ermid turned around slowly and quickly fixed everyone who was making a fuss as if they were targets. Ermid out. Everyone stopped immediately and turned to look at Ermid in confusion, not having fully heard what she said. Hestia. What? Ermid out, would be. Lily. Hey. He can't chase us away like that. We're Belsam's family. Pam. The entire Hestia family and Ace were standing outside the infirmary in silence, right in front of the door where Ermind had just thrown them out with complete indifference. How she had managed to subdue a level 6 like Ace was a mystery. But it was well known that no one in their right mind wanted to contradict an angry Ermid. Anyway, there was nothing they could do now, they just sighed in disappointment and left. They couldn't do anything but trust that Belle would return later. Besides, he was in good hands, the same ones that had taken care of him every time he fainted while training. Riveria. Hestia still couldn't believe it was true that Belle has been training all this time with the vice captain of the Loki family. He knew that he was putting a lot of effort into his magical training because his stats were going up very quickly, but he really thought that it was training on his own and not with the best mage in Riveria. Although it made sense why he improved faster than he should, of course leaving aside his unique ability. Hestia sighed and walked with her family out of the hospital. They knew they wouldn't be allowed back in, even if Belle was dying. They had no choice but to trust Belle's elf teacher. A's was different, she didn't feel like going to the mansion and doing nothing, and as strange as it was, she didn't feel like going to the dungeon either. At least not without first seeing that Belle was fine. So he stayed in one of the waiting chairs outside the office, waiting for Belle to wake up and leave with Ermid's permission. He knew how seriously that woman took her job and how she wouldn't let Belle leave until she checked for any damage once he woke up. So she stood there motionless and expressionless, not moving even a bit from her spot, like a doll. Nursing. In the nursing room, Riveria was sitting next to Belle, who was resting peacefully on the stretcher. Ermid had left a while ago, trusting Riveria to take care of him and inform her when Belle woke up for the second time. Although this was also to give them a moment alone since I could clearly feel how Riveria had something important to discuss with Belle once she woke up, and from what I sense it was also something embarrassing. Anyway, leaving that aside, Riveria was next to Belle watching him rest peacefully before frowning with a small blush on her face. What the hell was she doing watching him sleep so peacefully? It was nice and all since he looked incredibly peaceful and at peace when he slept, but that made her look even more like a stalker, which couldn't help but embarrass her. Riveria sighed softly and covered her face with her hands, thinking about what to do from now on. Let's recap. They had gone to a mysterious island at Ermid's request to look for a rare mushroom with amnesia effects. They then met Belle and learned that the Hestia Familia had received a similar mission. He hit Loki. He hit Loki for the second time. I wear a shameful outfit not at all worthy of an elf. Belle disappeared to search for his family and reappeared with the fungus on his head and amnesia. Loki made her believe they were married. Before she had amnesia, she accidentally destroyed her tent where she slept, so Belle offered to give him her tent, but she didn't want to let him sleep alone at night, so he told her it was okay for them to sleep together. And well, he slept next to Belle with amnesia at the end. It was very hot, they undressed, talked a little embarrassed and slept. The next morning they woke up hugging each other, sweaty and naked to Loki's satisfaction, who spent most of the morning reminding him of that scene to his shame. They found the Hestia family, took their things and returned to Riveria on a long day trip. And now they were here. Well, that was a good summary. Riveria raised her face in shame and looked at Belle, wondering what he was going to say when he woke up. It wasn't a simple situation, she was quite embarrassed by the fact that Belle remembered that they had slept together naked, and if that wasn't embarrassing enough, they made him believe that she was his wife. If I definitely didn't know how to look at Belle's face anymore. Maybe slapping him and yelling at him to forget all that would be a good way to start. No, she couldn't do that to her student. If it had been someone else surely yes, but it was Belle. The best thing would be to talk calmly with him once he woke up. Yes, she would act as always and in a dignified manner, as if nothing had happened, and she would calmly ask him to forget about it, as well as explain why she pretended to be his wife. It sounded like a convincing plan, and it didn't include hitting Belle, so it was perfect. Of course he didn't think how difficult it would be to stay calm when talking about it. 20 minutes had already passed, and Belle had just woken up. Riveria had tried to explain the situation to her, but as soon as Belle saw her, she blushed hard and unconsciously called her wife. From then on, nothing went as planned for Riveria. Shame also took hold of her, and she blushed up to her ears upon hearing Belle's words. She became even more ashamed when she realized that he was avoiding looking her in the eyes at all costs or at her body in general. She knew it, or at least she sensed it. Every time Belle saw her, he remembered her naked body and was ashamed. Well, at least look away out of respect for her instead of staring at her. If you did that you would definitely get a punch, even if it's a small one. Riveria tried to explain the situation to him after that, but it was simply impossible for her to remain calm or keep a serene face when talking about the subject, especially because she realized that Belle reacted every time she mentioned sleeping together and became more embarrassed, also increasing her embarrassment and making her remember in detail what happened that night. In the end, the conversation ended with Belle extremely blushing and looking down, and with Riveria, embarrassed, coughing secretly into her hand, trying to forget the topic. Riveria. Cough cough, coughing into her hand. Well Belle, as you can see, this is an embarrassing situation for both of us and… Elle. I'm so sorry. Making a joke, it's because of me that she was forced to sleep with me and all this happened. I'm really sorry, Riveria-sama. Riveria sighed, still blushing, before shaking her head. Riveria. It's okay, Belle, I'm not mad at you, whatever happened is over. I appreciate you apologizing for the situation, but it wasn't your fault at all. I know it's impossible to ask you to forget that, but I trust you, so I just want to ask you not to tell anyone about this, more than anything for your safety. I don't want to imagine what the elves would do if they knew you saw me naked. Riveria abruptly fell silent and coughed hard into her hand again, her gaze averted and her cheeks flushed, knowing that Belle had also blushed hard upon hearing her words. Riveria. Well, you understand, looking at him. Hi, blushing, I won't mention it again, lowering his head. Riveria nodded pleased and sighed in relief to see that she had finally followed her goal. Riveria. Okay, let's not let this embarrassing situation change our way of interacting, okay? I'd like you to continue calling me by my first name, no honorifics, okay, Belle? Smiling softly. Belle. Why yes, blushing. Riveria nodded calmly at the situation and stood up from her seat, calling Belle's attention. Riveria. Come on, we must inform Ermid that you woke up so she can check you and let you go, extending her hand. Belle. Huh. Surprised. Belle looked at Riveria's hand extended towards him in surprise, before looking up to see Riveria looking at him with a soft smile. He had seen her smile with pride or even amusement, but in none of their training had he seen her smile like that. She looked beautiful. Belle looked at Riveria's smile blushing until Riveria brought him out of his world calling him. Riveria. What are you waiting for? Are you going to leave me hanging all day? Raising her eyebrow. Belle looked at her nervously, remembering perfectly that she was an elf, physical contact should be very limited, and in general, a high elf would like someone to touch them, so they would avoid physical contact if possible if not at all costs, and even so. She was holding out her hand as if nothing had happened. She, the princess of the elves, who should avoid anyone touching her at all costs, to maintain the pride of her race and her lineage, stood before him extending her hand as if nothing had happened with a beautiful smile on her face. Normally he would get up on his own without difficulty, reminding Riveria that she couldn't touch an elf like that as if nothing had happened. But seeing her like this, he simply couldn't refuse and reached out without thinking any further. He wasn't wearing his adventurer's gloves, so his hands directly touched the soft, smooth skin of the elf that no one should be able to touch. It was true, he paused momentarily remembering that no one should be able to touch the elven princess, it wouldn't be right for a human like him to touch her as if nothing was. Before Belle took his hand away from Riveria's, he opened his eyes in surprise and watched as Riveria reached out and took his hand before he took it away. He couldn't help but blush again, but it felt good to feel the soft touch of the elf on his hand, it felt like he was important to her. Riveria. Don't take your hand away after extending it, Belle, that would be rude, calm down. Belle. I am sorry, embarrassed. It was true, that would be rude, and he didn't want to be rude to Riveria. He took Riveria's hand more securely and got up from the stretcher with her help, watching her mesmerized by her beauty. In the end, Belle got up from the stretcher and followed Riveria through the hospital corridors to see Ermid and finish checking him out. No one noticed that they were still holding hands, or maybe they just didn't care enough to notice. When they came out they immediately caught Aza's eye who stared at their hands confusing them. Riveria. What's going on there? Curious. Belle. Is something wrong, Az-san? Confused. Az. Why are you and Riveria holding hands? Both. Huh. Looking at their hands. They both blushed slightly and let go of their hands almost immediately under the gaze of Az, who made a small jealous pout. Next to her, a mini Az was throwing a tantrum, kicking the ground while pointing at Riveria and calling her a cheater. Az could only nod in agreement with her mini-me. Fireplace mansion. It had been a day since Belle left the hospital and returned to his family. Obviously there was no shortage of questions from all the members of his family, asking mostly about his interactions and training with a certain elf from the Loki family. Naturally there were more questions from Hestia and Lily. Nothing I couldn't handle though. More or less, there were some awkward or embarrassing questions, like when they became so close or what he even felt for her, although in the end he managed to evade the more personal questions and go to sleep. Tomorrow he continued his training with Riveria and wanted to arrive on time as always. He was a little surprised that his goddess didn't ask where he was going as usual, but he thanked her internally and went to sleep. This morning after waking up he dressed in his adventurer clothes and got ready to go to the Twilight Mansion to train as usual. Welf and Makoto greeted him in the dining room, accustomed to their routine, they usually went to the dungeon alone and did not go too deep, or so they told him so as not to worry Belle. Anyway, Hestia and Lily had woken up earlier to have breakfast and had left so they didn't know where they were. They trusted that they would return soon, and after some curious questions from Weld and Makoto about their training in the Loki family, Belle said goodbye to both of them and went back to training. None of the three noticed a pair of black pigtails and brown hair that were silently spying on them. Twilight Mansion. In front of the huge, irregularly shaped castle stood Bell, looking at it with a slight smile, happy to be able to return here to continue his morning training with Riveria. He thought things would change a little, or Riveria would put aside her training because of what happened on the island. Bell blushed slightly remembering that, but quickly shook his head to forget it. He had promised to put it aside as if it hadn't happened, and that would do. Or at least I would do the best I could. Bell took a deep breath and looked at the entrance of the Twilight Mansion. It was time to give his best effort. Aki. Are you going to stare at the door all day or are you going to go in? Curious. Aki stood next to the huge wooden doors, watching Bell with curiosity. He had arrived a while ago as usual and they let him in. Although this time it didn't happen directly, instead he started sighing and thinking as if there was a serious problem. Aki. What's wrong? You seem nervous, curious. Bell. Well, what happens is that something embarrassing happened with Riveria and I get a little nervous about seeing her. I don't know how she's going to relate to, smiling embarrassed. Aki. I didn't notice you started calling her by her name. Do you like it? Curious. Bell. What? Blushing, and no. Aki. Hesitating. Well, if you get nervous about any situation with Lady Riveria, you can take a deep breath and just focus on training. Bell. Just that. Aki. Sure, there are times when I get so absorbed while training that I don't realize what's happening around me until after a long time. It might work for you too, smiling. Bell. I understand, thanks, I'll try your advice, smiling. Aki. No problem, just come train with me from time to time, smiling. Bell hi, bowing. Aki opened the door easily and let Bell in, who thanked her again before closing the door. Aki. Now to get bored for another 6 long hours, bored. Aki was about to lean against the stone wall out of tiredness, but before doing so, she sharpened her gaze and held the hilt of her sword seriously. Aki. Who's there? It would be. There was no response, and Hirai felt a certain hostility towards her. Hostility that he quickly detected where it came from and threw a knife towards a large bush. I immediately hear 2 squeals of surprise coming from the bush. He approached cautiously and moved the bushes, seeing with confusion a small woman with large attributes and a palm of brown hair, seeing with horror a knife buried just under her feet. Aki. And who are you? Pointing his sword at them. Hestia. I am Hestia, Belkun's goddess. Standing up, and as his goddess I want to enter the Twilight Mansion and see what his training is about. Pointing to the. Aki. Scratching the back of his neck. Aki turned to see the palom at her side, noticing how she simply remained silent, looking at her seriously and nervously. The palom was smart. She knew that at any moment she could easily beat them up and get them out of there. Aki. He couldn't let them weigh on him if they didn't have permission from a high-ranking officer, crossing his arms. Hestia. But I am their goddess. Aki. Pensativa. At that moment, Aki remembered how a week ago Loki had forced her to take the guard post at the entrance of the mansion, so she could no longer train or go to the dungeon as often as before. And although she refused, Loki forced her to take the position, arguing that it was more important to protect the family than anything else. Aki. Well, go ahead, letting them pass. Aki stepped aside and Hestia, not wasting the opportunity, ran into the mansion in an instant, pulling Lily along, who looked perplexed at everything that had happened. Lily. I can't believe this worked, stunned. Hestia. But it worked. Smiling proudly. Lily. How ridiculous, walking, and now how will we look for Bellsama? Hestia. I don't know, let's look for it. Lily. I should have imagined it, sighing. Hestia and Lily walked through the halls of the Twilight Mansion completely lost, neither of them knew the place in the slightest, and they didn't have anyone to show them. So it would take them a while to find Bell. After Aki closes the door and lets him in. Bell walked through the Twilight Mansion calmly towards the library. He had already gotten used to the place and already knew the hallways by heart and where they led. He had learned them quickly because he didn't want to be late for his training, as had happened to him once before. Let's just say Riveria wasn't so kind to him in that training. Anyway, I still had 10 minutes to spare, so I was doing well on time. Maybe I should go to Loki, apologize and thank him for letting them go to his bar while he had amnesia. She had been quite generous in doing so, considering that she and her goddess didn't get along that well. So I was supposed to go thank him, right? Well, that was the plan, but before even heading to Loki's office a soft hand landed on his shoulder and stopped him. Bell. Surprised. Bell turned around curiously looking for who had stopped him, and to his surprise, he found Riveria who was behind him with her hand on his shoulder stopping him. Riveria looked at him calmly, as if they hadn't slept naked and together 2 nights ago. Bell had to praise his teacher's calmness, even he could feel his cheeks hot and most likely a little red when he saw her and remembered the events on the island. Riveria. You're early, but you weren't going straight to the library. Where else were you going? Curious. L. Well, I wanted to thank Loki-sama for letting my family return on your ship, especially because she and my goddess don't get along very well, scratching the back of his neck. Riveria. I understand, but Loki isn't here right now, calm down. L.A. Riveria. So, how about we go to the library? We can have some tea before we start your daily routine. Also, I'd like to give you a gift, smiling softly. L. A gift. Surprised, no need, you've already done a lot for me by training and teaching me, I wouldn't want to take advantage of. Riveria. Belle, I already spent money on him. You're not going to make me keep it for nothing, are you? Raising an eyebrow. L. And no, sighing. Riveria smiled satisfied and walked back to the library being followed by Belle, who shyly greeted the people around her who returned the greeting normally. Belle's presence in the Twilight Mansion became a habit to the point that it wasn't so strange for the members to see him walking through the halls. What did he do? Who knows, at first they did care, following his every move with the thought that he might be a spy or something, but then they just got used to him and treated him like a member of the family, as strange as that may seem. For the Loki family, Belle was the member of their family who belonged to another, strange, but understood. Like Mikoto with the Take Mikazuchi family, she was from the Hestia family, but for them she was still from the Take family, you understand right? Say yes. Thank you. Anyway, they finally arrived at the library, his study area where Riveria had taught him all the basics of his school. Thanks to Riveria, Belle could proudly say that he already knew how to divide. Silly, but hey, they couldn't blame him. He never received an outstanding education. He knew how to read and add, but he didn't go any further. His grandfather put more effort into teaching him the definitive techniques to conquer a woman than in teaching him basic school things. Yes, he had to swear never to say that in front of Riveria, nor in front of any other woman. They would call him a pervert, just like his grandfather. L.A. L came out of his thoughts when a soft voice called him, and he turned to look at Riveria who was looking at him inside the library while he remained in the doorway. Riveria. Is something wrong? L. No, looking away. L also entered the library and closed the door, going to sit in a green armchair with a small table in front of him that separated him from his teacher, who was sitting in another armchair a little bigger and longer looking at him from the front. Riveria. What are you doing? Looking at him. L.A. Well, nervous, I didn't want to bother. Riveria shook her head and patted the large armchair she was sitting on, making Belle nervous. Riveria. We promised that what happened on the island wouldn't alter our relationship, Belle, don't be ashamed to sit next to me, come, looking at him. Belle looked into her eyes nervously and timidly got up from the armchair he was sitting in next to Riveria and sat next to her as usual. They always did this, to make it more comfortable and easier to teach him, Riveria would stand by his side and guide him in what she was teaching him. He had never been ashamed of doing this, well, only the first time, but he had gotten used to it, although now, the shame had returned again, when he remembered the situation he lived with her he couldn't help but feel completely ashamed. Riveria. See. There's nothing to be ashamed of. We've done this many times before. Smiling calmly. Hi, breathing deeply. Riveria poured tea into some porcelain cups and handed one to Belle, who took it, still nervous, drinking a little to calm his nerves. Belle. Thank you, smiling shyly. Riveria smiled calmly back and placed the teacup on the table before taking out an object under Belle's curious gaze, who saw her take out a strange dark wooden box with a silver plant design wrapping around the box. It had a beautiful design at first glance, and carved into the wood was a name that he could quickly read: Alf's son. Belle. Son of Alf, curious. Riveria. Open it, this is my gift to you as my student, smiling. Belle gently took the wooden box and opened it, looking in surprise at a beautiful white dagger inside the box. It was medium-sized, encased in a thin white sheath, on the sheath shown in red ink, the signature of the Hephaestus family, a symbol of quality, and also that it was very expensive, something that Belle knew perfectly well. This is too expensive for me, Riveria, nervous, you don't have to give me something so expensive, anything would be fine, extending it to her. Riveria shook her head and handed the knife back to Belle with a smile that made it impossible for him to refuse it again. Riveria. Don't worry, it's a gift I want you to have, I also gave Lafia her staff, and I want you to have this, smiling gently. Belle couldn't help but blush at Riveria's kindness, this time not because of remembering the island, but because Riveria's attitude ignited something inside him, a feeling of warmth. Belle looked at the dagger in his hands with great importance, for him it was something extremely important, and he removed the white sheath seeing the complete dagger. It had a hole in the middle of the blade in which was embedded a circular jewel of opaque reddish color. The handle was softer and shaped like her fingers, a custom-made knife, just like Hestia's blade. And if that were not enough, the blade had several hieroglyphs written on it, similar to those on the hestia blade. Bell took the knife surprised and took it out of the wooden box admiring it. He knew what it was. Riveria had told him once about this type of weapons that worked like a staff, weapons that sucked and enhanced magic. Staff weapons, indispensable for any magical warrior who could fight and cast magic at the same time. Riveria. I want you to aspire to be a magical warrior, the best there is, that's why it's my gift, because I want to help you achieve that goal, smiling. Bell raised a dagger above his head, letting the light from the library lamp illuminate it like a valuable object as he admired it. For a second I swear I saw the magicule shine. Riveria. It's a special weapon, I saw your black dagger and knew from the ancient writing that your weapon is linked to your status, so I thought I'd give you something similar, ask your goddess to link it to your status. Bell. Just like the hestia dagger, surprised. Riveria. Bell, that dagger is proof that you are my student and that wherever you go you will always have my support, the dagger will accompany you on your path, use it well, smiling proudly. Bell's eyes shone and he nodded excitedly, sticking the dagger into his chest with appreciation, a gift from his teacher, a unique and important gift. The delivery of his new dagger was a very emotional and important moment for Bell. Still, Riveria would not leave aside her training, on the contrary, it was time to intensify it. After finishing his theoretical section, Riveria gave him more intense training, and once he finished healing his wounds, she gave him a test to see how much he had improved during this time that she had trained him. They had a friendly duel. And as expected, he lost. He summoned firebolt several times, but no matter how much he summoned his magic at full power, he could not overcome the ice prison in which Riveria imprisoned him. Once the fight was over, Riveria told him that they were done for today. It was early, barely 3 in the afternoon. However, Riveria told him to go with his goddess to update his status and connect his new weapon with his fauna. El decided to listen and go with his goddess, so Riveria accompanied him to the exit of the mansion to say goodbye to him. But before even reaching the halfway point of the Twilight Mansion hallway, a rather familiar commotion caught his attention. El. Aren't those voices Kami-sama and Loki-sama? Confused. Riveria just sighed upon hearing the sound of Loki arguing and walked in that direction with Bell. It didn't take long for them to arrive at Loki's office, watching the aforementioned woman fighting like cats and dogs against Hestia. Bell Kami-sama. Surprised. Hestia, who was struggling with Loki, stopped abruptly and turned her gaze to see Bell. Hestia, huh? Bell-kun. Surprised. Loki took advantage of Hestia's distraction to push her away from her and hid behind Riveria while pointing at Hestia with a mocking smile. Loki. Riveria-tan. Glad you're back. That rude ragged girl infiltrated the Twilight Mansion and attacked me. Pointing at Hestia. Hestia. Gah. Standing up, that's a lie. I never infiltrated, they let me in and you attacked me the moment you saw me. Pointing at her, Bell-kun. Do something. L.A., nervous, calm down please, I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation for both of your intentions, raising his hands. Loki. Tell her that. How the hell did you get past my security? Aki's a level 4 with super developed senses. It's impossible for her not to notice you. Frowning. Hestia. What? Bell. Ah, it's the catgirl from the entrance, looking at her. Hestia. Her, well, it was her who let me pass. Crossing her arms. Loki. Impossible. Hestia. So how do you explain why he's gone to level 4? Unless your family is so weak that a mere goddess can trick him into your super secure mansion, mockingly. Loki gritted his teeth and growled, her level 4s weren't weak at all, and she would never let on that. Loki. Never. He probably just felt sorry for you and knew you wouldn't be able to do anything, crossing his arms. Riveria. Thoughtful. Riveria remembered the time Loki ordered Aki to be a guard, he didn't even let her sniff or complain, and simply gave her the position, no matter how boring it was. Riveria was sure she heard Aki say that she was going to get revenge for that. That's probably why he let Hestia pass. It seems that destroying Loki's secret cellar where he kept soma wines of the highest caliber wasn't enough for Aki. Loki cried for a week for such a loss, and although he swore to punish the person responsible, he never found a single trace of him. Riveria. Well, he probably has his reasons, closing his eyes. Loki. I don't care, what the hell did you come here for, cow breasts? Pointing at Hestia. Hestia. Ugh. I just wanted to make sure my Bell-kun was being treated well. Crossing her arms. Bell. You don't have to worry, Kami-sama. They even feed me when the time comes, smiling. Hestia snorting, it better be so, crossed arms. Bell laughed nervously at his goddess's annoyance before turning to see Riveria patting Loki's head to calm her down, as if she were a dog. Riveria. Okay, relax, you're making a scene, tired. Loki. Grrrrrrrr, growling at Hestia, Belle-kun. Do something about your goddess. She can't just walk into the Twilight Mansion. Hestia. Ah. What do you mean, Belle-kun? You have no right to call Belle-kun that. Loki. I can do whatever I want. Again Hestia and Loki began to fight, making Belle sigh, who looked at Riveria looking for help. As if she had already anticipated his thought, Riveria was calmly pushing Loki away before turning to look at Hestia to speak to her. Riveria. Goddess Hestia, since you're here it could be a great opportunity for Belle to use the gift you gave him, looking at her. Hestia. A gift. Surprised. Belle. The dagger, looking at Riveria. Hestia. Dagger. Confused. Riveria. You can use Loki's office to update Belle's status, we'll wait outside, leaving. Loki. Hey. I never agreed to this. Hey. Riveria easily dragged Loki and took her out of the office, closing it and leaving Belle and Hestia alone, who turned to look at Belle, intrigued by what Riveria had said. Hestia. What gift? And why do I need to update your status? Intrigued. Belle. Well, you see, taking out a silver box, Riveria gave me a very important gift, opening the box. Hestia looked at the box carefully before opening her eyes when she saw the white dagger inside, especially when she saw its design with a stone in the middle of the daughter and some interesting ruins, similar to those of the Hestian dagger. Hestia. That's it, surprised. Belle. Yes. Hestia. I had heard Hephaestus talk about this while I lived in Babel, but I never got to see one in person, amazed, and those inscriptions is it? Belle. Yes, Riveria said she was inspired by the Hestia dagger, suggesting the elf's son. Hestia. This must be ridiculously expensive, how much is it? In shock. Belle. He didn't tell me that, sweating. Hestia. And why did you accept it? They could easily use it as an excuse to get into their debt for life, excited. Belle no. Hestia ha. Belle Riveria would never do that, neither would Loki-sama I think, it's not really her style, doubtful, but Riveria definitely wouldn't do it, this is a gift from her, and I'm not going to reject it, so, please Kami-sama, link the dagger to my state, serious. Hestia looked at Belle with doubt, knowing Loki since the Tenkai she knew the true personality of the Joker. It was true that many gods had changed a lot after coming down to the underworld, some almost immediately like her case, but she knew that there was still something of the true goddess Loki of the Tenkai inside the mocking and alcoholic goddess who walks the underworld. He had his doubts, many doubts. But he decided to trust Belle and the noble elf with a peculiar interest in her captain. Hestia. Okay, sighing. Hestia took the dagger in her hands, seeing how the white dagger shone slightly in a greenish tone when it came into contact with the power of a god. Hestia. Take off your shirt, I'm going to link the dagger with you, would be. End. Star Apprentice. Fireplace Mansion. In a well-known mansion in Riveria, there was a certain bunny-haired man with a sugar mommy, walking happily through the halls of the fireplace mansion, while showing off on his waist, his new acquisition given to him by his teacher Riveria, a beautiful knife with a gem capable of enhancing magic, turning his knife into a rare and unique staff weapon that enhances magic, his gift for having advanced so much in magic. Of course he didn't know that at his waist now there was not only a 200 million weapon Hestia knife, now there was also Son of Alf whose price he didn't know, but he had more than 500 million at his waist, a cheap clothes from any market, and a wealth armor of 43,000 valis. Humble our bunny came out right. Our dear humble rabbit was walking happily through the streets of Riveria. His destination was obvious, unless the author hadn't updated for a long time due to a lack of inspiration, but leaving that aside, he was on his way to the Twilight Mansion for his training with his teacher Riveria. He was already close to the fireplace mansion, and without knowing it he was being watched from afar by an orange-haired elf who was spying on him with a look full of jealousy and annoyance. It was her Lafia, Riveria's former star student, and who was teaching him advanced magic, because she was preparing her to learn even her intertwined song, which allowed her to conjure more than 3 magics for which she was so renowned. Of course her training had been postponed after the arrival of her rival against A's, and now against her teacher apparently. And it's been a while since bellcranel was being trained by his teacher Riveria in the field of magic, and to his misfortune, he had turned out to be an excellent student, and not only in the area of capturing and learning quickly he was also disciplined, honest and kind, traits that his teacher appreciated in him, and boy did she notice it, he went from being the favorite to being cast aside again, the worst? That it was because of the same person. Lafia was jealous, maybe too much, but it wasn't her fault, now Ace was too busy in the dungeon and apparently spying on Riveria and Belle's training. Her teacher Riveria was more focused on training Belle, and her. Well, she just gave him some books and told him to practice with that, like an old dog. She was jealous of Belle, and she didn't feel any shame at all about being seen as a stalker following her down the street. She started this routine since they returned from the mysterious island where Belle was attacked by a mushroom that gave him amnesia and was healed by Airmind, who in the end left her teacher and Belle alone for a while, which didn't inspire her much confidence either. I wanted to observe him to discover more about him, discover what made him so special, or why his teacher was so interested in him, of course, in addition to his obvious talent with learning magic. Lafia. Now where are you going? Confused. Twilight Mansion. Already in the Twilight Mansion, our humble rabbit was walking happily through the halls while greeting the members of the Loki family, who greeted him cordially with a smile. Belle headed to the library where Riveria was usually always waiting to find her, of course when he knocked more than 3 times and no one answered he got a little confused. Belle. Confused, teacher. Putting his ear to the door. When he leaned his weight on the door, it opened slightly, disorienting Belle a little, who timidly entered the library looking for his teacher. He looked around but saw nothing. Belle. How strange, walking. Belle approached the table where he always sat to study the theoretical part of magic with his teacher and looked with curiosity at a small green letter with a silver seal, with the letter R, obviously from Riveria. Belle held it curiously and turned it over, seeing something written on the back of the letter. P.S. To my dear apprentice. Belle, without remembering that he is not the only apprentice of Riveria, but remembering that she calls him in that affectionate way, decided to open the letter knowing that it was for him. He took out a folded paper inside it and read it with a smile, recognizing the beautiful cursive handwriting that his teacher also taught him to do. Letter to Belle. Belle was somewhat perplexed looking at the letter. His teacher was not there today due to a pending matter, and he had forgotten that he had told her that he did not have his training section today in his defense. He had forgotten because of how excited he was after getting his new blade. He thought he would teach her how to use it correctly today, but it seems that he would have to postpone that today. Belle sighed a little disappointed. He wouldn't deny that apart from liking his training with Riveria, he also loved spending time with her. It was fun, he liked it a lot. Belle was a little disappointed by that, but gladly kept his teacher's letter in his jacket. He didn't know what the crossed out part was, but he assumed it was nothing important. Belle left the library thoughtfully planning to go to the dungeon to practice and train a little on his own. Of course, he didn't expect that in front of him, Lafia would appear with an angry look and with her arms on her waist making a pout. Belle. Surprised. Lafia. What are you doing here, human? Annoyed, you can't be here without Riveria-sama's presence. Didn't you know I wasn't here or what? Looking at him accusingly. Belle. And no, the truth is I didn't expect him not to be here today, scratching her neck in embarrassment. Lafia. Didn't you know I wouldn't be here today? Smiling slightly. Belle templed slightly at Lafia's smile. It wasn't a friendly smile by any means, in fact he could say it was a little mocking and somewhat superior, but he was probably imagining it, right? Lafia. Hey, so he didn't tell you, I'll tell you, after all you're not his favorite. The both of their surprise, their attention was caught completely by a red Leo woman who ran quickly into Belle's arms in a friendly manner and immediately bombarded him with questions. Loki. How's Riveria's star student? Smiling friendly, what are you doing here? I thought you wouldn't come today or at least not until Riveria returned. Are you looking for someone else or do you need the great goddess Loki to do you a favor that your goddess surely can't, snorting mockingly. Belle just laughed nervously trying to calm the enthusiastic Loki. A while ago he had started to spend more time with her due to the time he spent in the Twilight Mansion and had ended up becoming a good friend of hers, leaving aside his rivalry with his laughter. He was someone friendly in his words who kept him company on his breaks when Riveria was busier than usual. While Belle calmed the goddess Loki, a little away from them was Lafia in shock, not only because of the fact that she was completely ignored by Loki who in a normal situation would have gone directly to hug her and try to grope her breasts, which she was actually grateful he didn't do when he was distracted by Belle. Although she certainly wasn't that happy with the attention Belle was receiving, even from his own family, that and what shocked her the most were Loki's words, the words of Star Student that left her disoriented for a while, watching Belle get rid of Loki and talk more calmly. Loki. I see, haha, well it seems you were very happy about your gift, right, rabbit? Smiling. Belle. The truth is that yes, smiling sadly, since he is not here I wanted to go to the dungeon to practice a little with the knife that Riveria gave me. Loki. I understand, but can I ask you a favor? Since you're going to the dungeon and probably to see that lovely advisor of yours, moving his hands as if squeezing something, could you pick something up for me? You don't have to do it right away. You can do it when you're done, shrugging. Belle. See clear it is. Curious. Loki. It's just a package I just received from an auction, could you go get it? Belle. If I can help you, with pleasure, goddess Loki, smiling. Lafia. Wait. Both Loki. Oh Lafia, I had forgotten you were there. What do you need, tell me. Bored. Lafia ugh, smiling a fake blow, he can't go receive a package from our family without being a member, they'll reject him without further ado, you can't leave that task to him, crossing her arms. Loki ugh, stupid guild rules, yeah well, what if Lafia comes with you, looking at Belle. Well, I don't have a problem but looking nervously at Lafia. Lafia. No way. Refusing loudly, no, I definitely won't go with him to the dungeon, shaking her head and arms. Loki. What are you talking about? I was just saying that you should go to the guild together and you should come back with the package, but that's a better idea, smiling mockingly. Lafia. Huh. Loki. How about using Lafia as your practice dummy, Beltan? To better use that new blade, huh? You could practice with it better in the dungeon. Loki smiles. Lafia. Surprised but trying to complain. Belle. Oh, that would be great, smiling excitedly. Lafia. But I don't. Loki. What's wrong Lafia or can't you teach magic to a novice? And I expected more from Riveria's successor, since, shrugging. Lafia. Wait. A successor? Surprised. Loki. Yes, but I see that you are not up to it. Maybe I should talk to Riveria so that she reconsiders that decision. It's better if we wait for Belle to surrender to our majesty, join the Loki family, and fly away as his successor since you are not capable. Lafia low, hair. Loki. Perfect. Loki smiles, now get out of here, I have unfinished business like spying on the girls in the bathroom, long. Pushing them. Belle and Lafia were pushed out by Loki until they were outside the main door of the mansion perplexed, only hearing the door slam behind them. Belle this is. Lafia. Not a word unless I say, irritated. Belle. You have teacher. Lafia. Okay, sighing, first let's go to the dungeon to practice whatever you need and go quickly to pick up the package from the goddess Loki, okay. Walking. Belle. Yep, smiling happily, I've been waiting since last night to be able to practice with Son of Alf, smiling happily. Lafia didn't answer anything but looked sideways at the white knife sheathed at Belle's waist, she had heard it when Loki mentioned it, but hadn't thought much about it until now, that weapon, so elegant and refined, a very specific and detailed request that only an elf could request, with a refined and elegant name, that even carried an elegant title among elves, something that only someone could give, Lady Riveria. It was a gift for Belle that Riveria had given him as recognition for being her apprentice, she knew it, Lady Riveria already saw him as a legitimate apprentice, and as Loki said, if it weren't for the difference in their families possibly also as a successor, he the most prepared of the two or he with more potential, something that only frustrated her more. Her only advantage over him right now would be the fact that Lady Riveria was specially trained in her for her magic that allowed her to use the magic of more elves, regardless of family, rank, or even without a limit, as long as she learned it from an elf mage she could replicate it, of course, she needed some practice and study of the magic she wanted to learn, but other than that she could break by far the limit of magic that a person could have. Which relates her to her teacher who was the only one capable of using more than 3 magics, although these were variations of the originals, but that did not mean that she was less impressive, since she was the only one capable of using what she herself called interlaced chant. And even though she already had a magic that could imitate that of other elves, she was still trying hard to try to understand and be able to do her teacher's intertwined chant. She was already quite advanced on the subject, and although Riveria said that it was something so complex that not even she could explain it well and could only give her some clues on how to get to that point, she was still trying. And it was a little comforting to know that because Belle was a magical combatant, he would not be able to learn the intertwined chant, and since he was not an elf, much less could he master it in half the time it took her. A little cruel. Maybe, but she was happy about what made her special, although that didn't stop her from being jealous of Belle's recent rapprochement. Her teacher. If it were any other elf, he would have already had his eyes poked out or castrated, for starters, for having slept next to Lady Riveria, who was wearing a somewhat suggestive outfit because of Loki and his usual nonsense. Lafia didn't know, but while she was in her thoughts walking towards the dungeon, Belle was a little uncomfortable hearing his now teammate walking in a bad mood and cursing him under her breath, even though he could hear her perfectly. It was a little uncomfortable, to be honest, and he wanted to ease the tension a little, but he didn't know how to start a conversation, so he deigned to look at her complaining under his breath about him, thinking of a solution so as not to bother her anymore. Lafia, for her part, turned her head towards Belle when she realized that he was looking at her and looked at him even more angrily. Lafia. What do you see me? Irritated, do I have something on my face or what? Belle, being an expert on girls, naturally answered calmly with a sincere smile on his face. Belle. No, but you're very pretty, smiling. Lafia ugh, blushing, stop joking, what do you want? Irritated and embarrassed. Belle. I wanted to ask you, how will you help me specifically? I still don't have a good idea how to use a weapon of this style. Riveria had said that there was a specific method to use it and not just invoking your magic, curious. Lafia. Huh? Surprised. What? Did I say something wrong? Worried. Lafia. And no, well, in part yes, don't call her by her name, disrespectful. Annoyed, seriously, Lady Riveria told him the secret of the staffs and special weapons for magicians just like that. She even taught it to me, but she forced me to discover it on my own with just a little of her guidance, and she just revealed to him a secret that only magicians with considerable experience are capable of learning, not a novice. Surprised, ugh, well, she gives a special lesson on these types of weapons. Most novice magicians do not know how to use their staff well, or use it in a very trivial way. They just invoke their magic without doing anything, and the staff enhances their attack a little, but it is not only that. Curious. Lafia sighed tiredly. Now she saw why Lady Riveria would have preferred her to learn it on her own. It was much simpler and easier than explaining something so complex. Still, she was surprised that she had told Belle directly about the matter. Lafia. You see, some novices in magic think that their staff only enhances their magic a little because it is a cheap staff, and that if they buy a better quality one it will be much more powerful, and this has some truth, but to begin with they do not know how to bring out the true potential of their staff. This is much more complex. It is not just having it in your hand to conjure magic, it is channeling your mana through it, as if it were part of you. Making your mana flow in every centimeter of the staff, conjure your magic as if it were the one who summoned it and not you, connecting it to your own mana, which could even make it serve you in the future as an emergency mana reserve for any situation. It is not an object, it is like a kind of companion for you. Confused, I don't know how to explain it well, right? Lady Riveria never explained it to me as such, she only helped me to discover it for herself, embarrassed. Lafia turned to see Belle frowning in case he dared to make fun of her, but she was perplexed to see him with his mouth open looking at her, as if she had just explained something incredible. Maybe that's how it is. Lafia. What? Turning around blushing. Belle. Nothing, just you looked great explaining that, still admiring her. Lafia. Blowing steam out of her head, idiot. Blushing. Lafia hit Belle with her staff and continued walking faster, leaving a perplexed Belle behind, who quickly recovered to chase her in confusion. Maybe she was just a little shy, he thought. And so they continued until they reached the entrance of the dungeon. Dungeon floor 10. On the 10th floor of the dungeon was the new duo of apprentices of Alpsaris, doing what apprentices could do best, learning. Well, what did you expect me to say? Invoke the Antichrist. It's not like it was just another show. Be that as it may, Lafia was behind him with her arms crossed, trying to hold back tears filled with anger and frustration. She had Belle perform an exercise to amplify his magic power only, using the Son of Alf core to gather mana, channel it, and amplify its power before casting the spell, and then expelling his magic through the blade. It was a simple exercise to explain, although somewhat complicated to perform, since you needed extensive training to be able to channel your mana into a staff without throwing it, and then summon it from the body of your staff. That would enhance your magic up to 3 or 5 times more, depending on your experience with the technique, which was quite a lot, considering that a novice who only casts magic using a staff in a mediocre way only amplified his magic 0.5% more. 1% at most if he had some experience managing his mana. The difference was brutal. It already took her more than 3 months to master it, and that was considered something fast. Of course, I don't expect Belle to understand it almost perfectly right away, as he was able to easily channel and store his mana into the core of his dagger to amplify its power before launching it through the blade. The only problem is that he wasn't able to use the body of the blade to invoke magic from it and not from him. Of course Lafia didn't know that Belle had some experience with safeguarding mana. Lafia. Again. Screaming from behind. Belle. Hi. Concentrated, I didn't think the first step would be so simple. It's just gathering my mana into an object and using its core to store the mana and enhance it. It's basically like the Argonaut, only using an object to store and enhance the power instead of my body. And the training of my mana with Riveria helped me a lot to see my mana as the power that I gather from the Argonaut and handle it very easily, watching his white blade shine, only that I can't pass that power to the body of the blade. In the end it returns to me, and I end up expelling it in a firebolt immediately, although the result itself doesn't displease me either. Something that had also surprised Lafia was the power of Belle's chantless magic, something that had also impressed her as much as her teacher, and that was that she could basically summon it in a second, and it had brutal power. She summoned a red beam of fire that incinerated the weakest enemies without stopping until it hit something stronger that made it explode with twice the power of the beam. Simply an impressive Maya, enhanced with the knowledge of Belle and mana that Riveria had taught her and her now new staff weapon. Both looked at the dungeon floor filled with magic stones of orcs who had had the misfortune of facing Bell. Even their magic stones on the floor were charred and unfit to sell to the guild, so there was no point in collecting them. Bell snorted and focused on his mana to check his reserves. He had approximately 70% of his mana remaining, which amazed him because before with the same amount of use of his firebolt but with less power, he would already be almost entering a mind zero, which made him happy with his progress, although he still needed to master using his blade to cast his magic. Bell. What could I do? Thoughtful, I have to repeat that feeling, concentrating. Bell at that moment remembered when he had boosted his attack with his Argonaut to kill the Black Goliath on the 18th floor, when he had covered the black blade that his family had given him and amplified its power by launching it from the blade. He had only done it that time, and he didn't remember exactly how he had done it. He had tried to do it several times with the Argonaut again after that, but he never managed to do it again, and now he had to do something similar curiously. Bell sighed and put aside his thoughts as he gathered his mana into the core of his dagger again, ready for his next attempt. Bell. I'm ready. Motivated, firebolt. While Bell was having his moment of greatness while practicing firebolt with him, Lafia was behind him standing guard in case any monster appeared from behind and attacked them, but at the moment she wasn't paying attention to that. I was paying attention to who I considered the most unfair person on the planet. A star rookie, or as Finn liked to call him, the reincarnation of talent. She could only see him, she could only see his back, his figure, and his presence being illuminated in orange by the powerful ray that he invoked, each time more refined, more powerful and faster. It was frustrating to see what she had worked so hard to learn, and to do it in a matter of seconds, and in such a simple way, as if it were the easiest thing in the world, as if hundreds of other people hadn't tried it and it hadn't cost them so much to learn. It was unfair, it was frustrating, it was annoying, and also. It was great. She couldn't help but bite her lip in frustration, while her eyes, watery with envy, were not able to hide the enormous admiration she was feeling for what they were witnessing. Again and again, Bell invoked his magic, and although it was slight she could notice the increase of it, becoming more powerful each time as a warning to the monsters that they would die faster and faster if they dared to appear, and that somehow amazed her. Lafia. You damn cool human, clenching her fists. Lafia could only watch Bell with frustration and excitement, hoping with each firebolt that he would finally master the technique. Of course she didn't realize that behind her an orc appeared silently upon seeing and hearing the incessant death of his companions and decided to take revenge in a more intelligent way by attacking from behind the one who seemed weaker to him since he wasn't doing anything. Lafia, who until this moment had not noticed the presence of the orc because she was excitedly watching Bell, suddenly heard footsteps that she recognized behind her and suddenly opened her eyes when she realized that she was being stalked. She turned around in alarm as quickly as she could, but stopped when she saw a stone axe already close to her face. She raised her staff scared to protect herself. She couldn't cast magic, if she did she wouldn't have enough time, and she would end up dying anyway. Her only option was to sacrifice her staff to try to save her life. Her eyes still wide open in shock and terror, she could barely react when a hand pulled her back by the collar of her shirt, saving her staff and her face from certain death. Of course, her hair wasn't saved as much, as the attack managed to cut part of her ponytail diagonally, leaving it a little shorter, not that much, but if she left it loose, it would barely reach her shoulders. Just when she realized what was happening, she was already lying on Bell's arm, who looked at the monster seriously and pointed his gun, which shone in a beautiful white and red color. Bell. Firebolt. Bell's magic was conjured, and completely contrary to before, this time the ray that came out of his hand was 10 times bigger, flooded by a blue light that immediately disintegrated the monster and caused an explosion of blue fire that if there was a monster nearby, it would be dying in the flames. Lafia could only look at him helplessly, now seen by her from closer and from a lower position. He looked even more impressive being illuminated by the blue fire that he himself had caused. He felt powerless, he felt weak, but he was simply amazing, and also his savior. Bell, who was breathing heavily with a frown, suddenly relaxed his expression and turned to look at Lafia with concern. He had seen the monster cut some strands of her hair, but he didn't see if he had been able to damage her. Bell. Lafia. Are you okay? Worried. Of course he didn't expect to meet the tearful and scared eyes of the young elf who didn't even take long to hug him, hiding her scared face in his chest. Bell didn't even hesitate to hug her when he felt her trembling body hide in him and rubbed her back, letting her calm down using him. He didn't say much, just one thing. Bell. It's okay, I wasn't going to let him hurt you, hugging her tightly. Of course, Lafia could only clench her fists as she hugged him and thought. Lafia. You really are a damn great womanizer, clenching her fists, blushing. The day had passed rather quickly and without many problems. Right now Belle and Lafia were returning exhausted from the aforementioned training and with some blows, Belle due to his training in him that at first some orc had taken him by surprise and hit him, and exhausted by the great expenditure of his mana. Lafia was by his side, more than bruised. She was mentally exhausted from cursing Belle half of his training, and the stress that resulted from his almost death at the hands of an orc, that and the fact that it was humiliating, that a level 3 like her almost died at the hands of a monster that only gave problems to a level 1, but it wasn't her fault. She's a mage, what could she ask her to do? Hit the monster? Now that she thought about it, it actually would have worked. She was technically stronger than him, or at least she should be, so she could have killed him with one hit. It's just that she was used to facing much stronger monsters, which she couldn't kill in one hit or 20, so she was used to reacting in a different way to near imminent death. Lafia just sighed exhaustedly and looked sideways at Belle, blushing slightly when she realized that he was also looking at her closely. Lafia. What's going on? Nervous. Belle. Are you okay? Can I carry you if you want to rest? Worried. Lafia. Ugh, embarrassed. She didn't know what embarrassed her the most, the fact that he looked so weak or that he cared so much about her. Either way he wasn't well, and his hot face was a staple proof of how Belle's words affected him. Belle. Your face will be very red. Lafia-san, I'm sure you're okay. Approaching. Lafia. I'm fine. Pushes away. I just need some time to recover, that's all. Looks away. Damn cute silly human, whispering gratefully. Belle. What's up? Confused. Lafia. I said nothing. End of chapter. Tenma. Holy. Mini Tenma. Go buck yourself, you bucking dead idiot. Tenma Pipipi. Since I only get inspired once a year, well what do I care, Coven has its cap and a little extra. Does anyone still read this? Because I seriously considered making it a Belle X Lafia details, I prefer MILFs. Mini topic. Don't expect any more updates from her, I'm sorry, bowing. Tenma Bye fades away. Extra. Lafia quickly entered the Twilight Mansion and closed the door, leaving a perplexed Belle on the other side. Far from being offended, he was only worried and left, hoping to find her tomorrow to find out if she was okay. Inside the Twilight Mansion was Lafia breathing heavily, her cheeks still red after all the traveling. Just when she was calming down, her mind kept remembering the moment when Belle saved her and he looked stupidly heroic and she blushed again as before, hiding her face in frustration. Lafia. Stupid and brilliant rabbit, why do you always have to be the one who does this kind of thing? Remembering him with admiration. You that. Lafia jumped in fright like a cat seeing a cucumber and looked in shock and surprise at Riveria in front of her, along with a curious Loki who looked at her with curiosity. She could only stammer a few things, embarrassed at being seen in that fantasy state until Riveria calmed her down. Riveria. Calm down Lafia, what happened? Curious. Lafia. Too just, nervous, nothing, I was just fantasizing, looking away. Ambas Loki and Riveria looked at each other confused and both shrugged their shoulders without fully understanding the situation, so they decided to leave it behind, and Loki asked what he had been waiting for since the beginning of the day. Loki. Well, that doesn't matter. Where's my special package? Smiling excitedly. Lafia blank. Loki. And my Lafia package. Lafia. 2, trembling, I don't remember picking it up, embarrassed. Loki. Leviathan. Lafia hi. Loki. You're useless, leaving. Lafia ugh, bowing. Loki left the place without looking back, leaving a grieving Lafia behind and Riveria looking at her with some mockery for enduring what she endured for years. Riveria. How did it go, Lafia? I heard you went out to train Belle, is that true? Lafia. Why yes Lady Riveria, he, remembering how he saved her, did it incredibly, smiling slightly. Riveria. I'm glad to hear that. I see you two are getting along better now. Well, I might start giving you both lessons soon, now that Belle has advanced further in his training. I hope you take good care of him as his elder, okay? Smiling. Lafia hi. Smiling excitedly. Riveria. Okay, you can go to sleep now and ignore Loki. The package was just a bottle of special alcohol that the god Odin sent him as a gift from the outskirts of Riveria, also leaving. Lafia. Yes, Lady Riveria, bowing, and how were you a teacher? Smiling happily. Riveria. I did well Lafia, now go rest, leaving. Lafia hi, looking at her worriedly, Lady Riveria has something happened to her? Lafia put those thoughts aside. If something had happened to her, her teacher would tell her later. The best thing now would be for her to rest. She was grateful that they hadn't noticed her shorter diagonal ponytail. She wanted to avoid questions about her embarrassing carelessness with the orc and how the brilliant and sensual rabbit had saved her. Belle came to her head again and she blushed slightly again, finally going to her room to sleep. When she arrived, she didn't do much. She just went to throw herself on her bed like a sack of potatoes and undid her ponytail, leaving her cut hair loose. It was just as she thought, now it reached a little below her shoulders on one side and a little above on the other. It wasn't a bad cut, really. If they saw it, she could lie and say that she cut it herself. Lafia sighed and snuggled up with her pillow, imagining maybe that the pillow was a certain white-haired person protecting her. It's okay, I wasn't going to let him hurt you. Lafia. Ugh, how I hate you. Throwing the pillow, you idiot rabbit. How I love you. Kicking her feet in the air excitedly. And Lafia lay on her bed, constantly fantasizing about the same scene over and over again. Right now she was a tender elf in love. On the other hand. Riveria's room. In a certain more spacious, larger and refined room, filled with silver furniture and detailed with silver leaf decoration, she was on a bed of violet sheets, wearing a long jade-colored nightgown. She was sitting on her bed looking with some annoyance and tiredness at a letter she had in her hands. The letter was written in the finest and most elegant way, the cursive handwriting, and a firm pulse made her understand that it had been written by someone with experience in calligraphy, a calligraphy that she knew very well, because it belonged to no one else but her father, the king of Alf, Larful Joe's Alf, who was more insistent than ever in his search for a suitor for her. Her father increasingly wanted to force her to return to Alf and for her to leave aside her adventure that he had allowed her to have a few decades ago when Loki begged her father to make her part of his family and go out to explore the world, something that she fully supported, to go out to explore the world, and that her father had had to resign himself to accept before he would rebel again and give a bad image of the Alf family. Although now he seemed to want to put an end to that and sought to tie her back to Alf by taking her place as successor to the throne and giving her a worthy suitor who would also take the surname Alf to rule alongside her. Something that honestly displeased her. In the first place, she didn't want to get married yet, maybe one day with someone she liked, gentle, kind, and who didn't love her for things like her body, her status, his power, or something that she generally didn't like, someone like Belle for example. Riveria shook her head, blushing as she imagined herself in a long, beautiful wedding dress of a pale soft green, holding hands with a taller, more mature Belle, who gave her a beautiful, genuine smile, as a male priest joined them in marriage, only to end up pressing their lips together and giving each other a. Riveria shook her head harder. This time she was letting steam out of her head and panting slightly from the effort of pushing those intrusive thoughts out of her head. She had to be careful, those were dangerous thoughts. She didn't want to end up fantasizing about a wedding with her apprentice Nonono. She still had to help Ace win him over, be a normal girl, and have a normal family, right? So why did that idea bother her? Riveria decided to push those thoughts out of her head and focus on her current business. In the first place, her father wouldn't accept anyone who wasn't worthy of her, and by worthy he meant maybe someone who made her a little happy, didn't abuse her beauty, had to be from an elven kingdom who was also somewhat influential, like a prince or at least a prestigious knight worthy of commemoration by the king of Alf, and a human doesn't fall into that category, no species really. Not to mention that her father hated humans a little too much, in particular maybe a little less than dwarves, but those were details. Riveria sighed, tired of the situation, realizing that if she wanted to solve this, she would have to go back to Alf to confront her father and, in the worst case, choose the love of her life before her father organizes a wedding behind her back and forces her to marry whoever he chose. Riveria. Now what do I do with this? Lying down exhausted, should I ask for help from No, I don't even know why I thought of him. He has nothing to do with this, he's not even from my family. I shouldn't involve him in my problems, even if I'm his teacher, sighing, although maybe, imagining a head of jade hair and one of white hair slowly approaching, maybe, closing her eyes sleepily. That night, Lafia was not the only one who slept fantasizing, and curiously both teacher and student slept with a similar thought, a white-haired man with a beautiful smile. Extra end. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.